All right. Hello. How's it going out there? Okay. Gonna give the energy, the space a little cleanseroo here and just give some people some time to come in, just chat with you guys for a few moments. I hope that's okay. Um, so, yes, here we are at long last. I am sorry that I kept pushing this live back. This is what I kind of want to talk to you guys about a little bit. But, yeah, I think I just have to stop pre-scheduling like days ahead of time lives because it seemingly just does not work with the way my energy flows. I feel like I have to just do a live when I feel like I should be doing a reading. And so I'll try to give you guys a couple hours in advance at least, but I don't think I can do days in advance anymore because it feels like spirit is literally like steering me away from doing things that way. Hi, beloved. Hi, babes. Because every time I try, like things that are out of my control come up and it just really frustrates me. So I feel like spirit's like, that's not the way you're supposed to be doing it. So nudge, nudge. It might be like a Pisces North Node thing. I don't know. A tiny bit less like structure and a little bit more flow. But I do have a Virgo midheaven, so like tell me what kind of cosmic joke that is. Okay? Tell me. Tell me. But I hope you guys are doing so well. And yeah, I'm gonna give the space a little cleanse and we'll just chat for a moment while I kind of tell you what's up, what's going on. But this all signs is going to be on just the message that you need to hear most right now. And I've been running a sale on my 15-minute readings on Etsy, which goes for another couple days. It goes till the end of the month. If you're interested, the link is in the info box below. But this is the spread that I've been using for my clients that order one of those. And I've really been loving the way that those readings go. So I decided to do the same spread for this all signs. And we're just basically going to look at the situation that spirit most wants to highlight for you or your higher self most wants you to kind of be aware of. What your energy is like in relation to that particular situation, something that you don't see in the present that will help you move through that, something that's coming soon that you should be aware of, and then some advice. Okay, so we'll kind of take a look at it from those angles and see what wants to come out for you. All right, give myself a little cleanser. Oh, the smell of Paulo is so good, I swear. Okay. But yeah. And another thing about me is just like I'm really bad at showing up when I'm feeling like slightly vulnerable. And I know that I'm being nudged in the direction of like opening up more and allowing more support to flow into me as well as like giving support. But I'm naturally a pretty private person. And then I've also just had a lot of trauma in my life, and it's been through like mostly through relationships and intimate relationships. And that's like best friends as well as like partners and family. My Chiron is in the 8th house in Gemini. So it's a lot of like, you're gonna hurt in relationships, but it's gonna teach you things, and then you can use those things to help other people. Going to be so fun. So part of the struggle though is like once I go through things and then I feel like I integrate the lessons a little bit. First of all, like once I go through something, then there's a phase after where I feel like I have to really take time to process through my own energies and emotions. And sometimes I'm uncomfortable like reading for you guys during that time because I'm afraid that I'm going to project like my own feelings and ego onto the reading since I'm processing a lot of my own deep emotions at that time, if that makes sense. But I was really like praying and meditating about this, and spirit was basically saying that I don't need to stop reading. It's just I kind of need to perceive it in another way in my own mind that takes like some pressure off of me. And they were basically like, you're not like a guru, you know what I mean? Which is something I already knew, obviously. But they're like, you're a vessel. you know, you're a vessel that happens to have a direct line to source energy. And so you can like bypass your ego as long as you realize that it's not all on your shoulders. You are literally just the thing that the information flows through at the end of the day. And yes, like some of my own personal experience and things that I've learned come through that as well. But it's more like source using that through me still and like prompting me to speak about certain things that I've been through in those situations. So they were like, that will help you not have so much pressure on your shoulders. That will help you still be able to show up even when you feel vulnerable. And they were kind of saying that it would be even more beneficial actually for me to show it up in that kind of like energy for you guys. So I'm gonna try my very hardest to do that, okay? But just know that it makes me incredibly uncomfortable. And yes, but I'm gonna work through it. And that's kind of a thing that I'm learning right now. So thank you so much for bearing with me, because I know that I can be inconsistent, but that is what's happening behind the scenes when I'm inconsistent. It's like I feel overwhelmed with energy and personal experiences that I'm going through. And sometimes I just feel like the most responsible thing for me to do is like contain myself or isolate. But we're gonna challenge that and see if we can find a healthy middle ground. But that being said, I have cramps today. And they started like 5 minutes before I came live, if you know what I'm saying, right? So usually on the first day of that scenario, I am in the fetal position, dying unless I like smoke a joint, and I do not have a joint rolled because I wasn't expecting this to happen right now. So I have a heat pack on my stomach. I have an entire bottle of ibuprofen, and we're just gonna hope for the fucking best. But I'm going to try to not have this reading or this stream be like insanely long, just because I don't know if I'm gonna be in a lot of pain. Okay, so, but we're showing up, we're doing it. I was like, I'm not putting it off again. So yeah, that being said, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for being here. I'm Lisa. If you're new, I'm so glad to have you. And we're going to start with Aries and go through all the way to Pisces. There will be timestamps if you come in after the live is done streaming. I can't add them while the live is going, but once the stream is done, they will be in the info box and the pinned comment down below. So whatever energy or sign you want to check out, you can just click on the timestamp and it will take you right there. But during the reading, I will have a GIF up in this corner that tells you what sign we're on, okay? So you'll be able to tell when you come in from the GIF that's up in this corner what sign I'm reading for at that time. And what else do I need to say? I don't read for a particular placement, so that just means you can watch any placement in your chart, any energy in your chart that you are resonating with, and you can also cross-watch for people that you just want some more insight into their life. Obviously, use your common sense and your own intuition, trust your own discernment at all times above all else. So if a message is not for you, or if roles are reversed, just trust what's resonating with you as your truth in your current experience, okay? And if a message is like rubbing you the wrong way, frustrating you, or you're just simply like, this isn't my story, that's totally fine. It's really normal for messages to not resonate all the time, obviously. So just feel free to like let it just flow right off you. Don't hold on to the energy. Just know that it's not for you. And the message was, someone else needed a message more in that collective at this time, okay? So just check your other placements. But yeah, you can watch for your sun, your moon, your rising, if you have a stellium, your Venus, Mars, whatever you want. You do you, baby. Okay? So yeah, info box is where any information that you might want is most likely going to be, like my social media, how to purchase a personal reading, and all of that kind of stuff. So we're gonna start with Aries. My lovely Aries. It's gonna be your birthday and the beginning of a new astro year before we know it. Okay, let's see. What's happening? But yeah, guys, the last little while I've been going the fuck through it. So that is why, like, I am usually, I'm usually not the most consistent person. Well, I'm consistent in my mutability because I have a lot of mutable energy in my chart. I have a lot of Pisces and Gemini, prominent placements. So usually I am like quite flowy in my energy, but the last like since just right before Christmas, I've kind of been going through it. I went through a breakup, and that really messed with me and I had to integrate a lot of lessons. I had to do a lot of like shadow work and just process through some like core wounds and like childhood wounds that came up surrounding things, and it's been a humbling time, to say the least. So I'm usually not this inconsistent, but I have admittedly been slightly all over the place, and that is why. So I'm also in like where I'm staying right now, I'm so used to having my own space. Like, I've lived by myself for the last like pretty much decade. And right now I am at home. Like, I'm staying with my mom in my hometown. My stepdad had a pretty intense surgery on his foot. He had to have like a piece of bone removed in his heel, and so we have a Rottweiler, and my mom like owns a bake shop and like runs it, so there was just no way that they could really take care of things by themselves. Hi, Ikram. And so my lease was up on my apartment in the city, so I came to stay for a few months just to help them out with that. But my parents are not spiritual at all. Like, they're religious, but they're like militant religious, like dogmatic religious, like no personal relationship with spirit religious, just like you have to read the Bible every day or you're going to hell kind of religious. So they don't really understand what I do, or like that it takes grounded energy, clear energy, presence, the ability to focus, you know what I mean? So it's also been difficult to find time when I can actually like feel like I can show up in that way. So yeah, just thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. But I've been on the struggle bus and I haven't really shared that. And I was like, people are not going to know unless I actually share it, you know? So this is me sharing it if you care. But yeah. All right. Let's get into Aries. But yeah, I'm trying to move out of here as soon as possible because, oh my gosh, it's been triggering being in this is the house that I grew up in. Well, from like 13 years on, from when my parents divorced on, this is the house I grew up in, and it's been triggering in so many ways, but that needed to happen because there was some things I needed to heal. But thanks, beloved. But now I'm like, okay, well, we're done with that phase. I don't want to be consistently triggered by this anymore, so I would love to leave this house now. So I'm working on that. But yeah. And thank you for those of you who support me with tips and super chats and just getting personal readings, because all of that is going towards my ability to like not be in this space anymore. So you are supporting me in a very huge way. So thank you so much for that. All right. Let me just take a second to really tune into Aries energy. What does Aries need to know most at this time for their highest and best good? Okay. But yeah, Spirit was kind of like, just know that you don't know everything, which, I mean, of course I do. Like, I'm harshly aware of this fact every day. But they were like, try not to pressure yourself so much to like have it all together, and you know, just show up in any and all of your states and energies, and just kind of take it from the perspective of like, I am here and I am learning with you as I share with you. Like, we are on the same page here, friends. So I am not like above and I'm not like more knowledgeable. I have my own personal experiences that I have gained knowledge from, but so do you. You know, you bring just as much to the table as I do. So I'm really just the channel and the conduit. But I'm going to try to show up more in all of my states for you. All right, let's get 5 cards for Aries. Let's see. Current circumstances, and you. Okay. Where am I gonna? The constant struggle of where can I put my coffee while I do this? Let's see. Thank you for showing up. You're welcome. It's hard for me, but honestly, every time I push myself outside my comfort zone to show up when I feel vulnerable, okay, I don't want to cry right now. It's the first day. I just started bleeding, you guys. I'm a little bit emo today, so don't judge me. But every time I do show up in that state, you guys just show me that, like, you're so supportive. You're like the best people that I've known in my entire life. And I'm not blowing smoke up your ass when I say that. Like, you guys are amazing. And you make me feel safe in a way that I really never have, in my vulnerability. So you don't understand what a gift that is and how healing that truly is to me. So thank you for that so much. I don't really have the words to thank you properly, but I hope you can feel it. Okay. Allison, I'm glad to have you here, babe. Aries, moon, and rising. Ooh, the spice is real. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. That's amazing. Well, I'm proud of you for showing up and doing the work, because you're the one putting in that blood, sweat, and tears, honey. So keep it up, baby. Good. You guys, my little heart. Okay. It's gonna be one of those readings today, in case you were wondering. Let me see here. Let's get a couple oracle cards as well. I was looking at my stats the other day, like on my what am I trying to say? Like my subscribers, I guess. The word is like literally leaving me right now. What's up, Ancestral Healing Magic? But like everybody that follows me essentially, and it's like 85% women. So I'm like, I feel like, you know, I can share these things here. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to start doing some more lives that start in the early afternoon as well, so that people in different time zones can catch me more. But let's see, let's clarify the advice that Aries needs. Oh. Okay, let's just get one. You're in Berlin. Oh my God. Hi from Berlin. Or I'm in Canada. Hi to Berlin. I want to visit Berlin so much. Oh my gosh. You guys. The happy tears. Okay. You guys are so amazing. Like, yeah. I think that I'm going to open up a membership area soon on this channel as well, and I just haven't pinned down exactly what content I want to offer there, so that's the reason that I'm holding back at this moment. But I do want that more intimate space, and I'm going to keep it like a very low cost so that anyone who wants to invest more in the community and maybe have a bit more of an intimate space for us to connect can show up there, hopefully. But it will be between like $1 and $5. I'm going to try to keep it really reasonable for you guys, but I just need to figure out what extra content I want to put there. So if there's something that I don't offer right now that you guys would be interested in, that you wouldn't mind paying a couple dollars a month for, put it in the comment section so that I can take your thoughts and your opinions into consideration. I would actually really appreciate that, because right now I'm kind of like on the fence about what I want to put there. Okay. But I do think that that might be a place where I share a little bit more of my personal journey. So we can weed out the trolls and the assholes, you know? Okay. Clarify Aries energy. Okay, bye, beloved. Have a good time in class. Let's see. Tell me about Aries energy. Guess we'll keep both of those, because why not? Okay. Let's timestamp. Get down to business. Where is that? What's up? Oh my goodness. Shay? How do you say your name? It's nice to have you. I'm so glad you're here. Okay. What's up, Aries? How's my Aries fam doing? My spicy little sexy babes. I hope you're doing well. Comment down below if you have an Aries Venus like your girl. Let's get into your reading though and see what wants to be highlighted right now from your spirit guides, your higher self, what they want you to know about your current circumstances. Okay. So coming through as the situation that wants to be highlighted is the Two of Swords. Okay, this is actually meant to go here. Yeah, okay. Is the Two of Swords. We're using the trip and rider weight for you guys, so we're gonna get groovy with it. Okay, and then your energy in relation to this situation is coming through as the Seven of Cups. And it's clarified by two oracle cards. Two came out for you, these ones. Keeping still and following. Let's clarify this Two of Swords a little bit more, and then we'll dive deeper into your energy. I want to know what this is about. It does feel like you have a choice to make. You may also be seeking, like sometimes the Two of Swords can be about waving the white flag and wanting to like meet someone halfway and find a level where you can be at peace with a situation where you've been between a rock and a hard place, or where no one has really been satisfied, but both people are ultimately seeking a solution to something. So let's see what that might be surrounding. Especially with this Two of Swords, because it has the peace sign over her head. It feels like you have a decision to make, either for your own peace of mind, like your own peace of mind depends on this choice in some way, or there's another person maybe involved. And like I said, you're trying to find a peaceful solution where both people are happy and you can bring peace to a situation that has been unstable between you. What's that Two of Swords? The Empress in reverse. Okay, for some of you, this is about just your independent energy. Let's get one more. The King of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. Tell me, are both of these energies Aries energy? Yeah, that's what I was feeling. And that's not to say that there's not someone else involved in this situation. Keep that in mind. Oh, thanks, Paula. Okay, we'll do the super chats at the very end. So since my lives do tend to go a little bit long, if you cannot stay till the end, I will timestamp in the pinned comment and the description box so that you can like jump to the answer for that if you need to come back to it, okay? But thank you, Paula. All right, so what's up, Antonia? Okay, you guys you're going through something, and it feels like, because this card came out to clarify. King of Wands. So what this feels like to me is that something in your actual, like the King of Pentacles is Taurian energy, right? And the Empress is Venus energy, which is also connected to Taurus, as Venus is Taurus's ruler. They both came out in reverse with this Ten of Swords and then all clarifying the Two of Swords. So it feels like this is the situation that put you in this energy, right? It's like something occurred, something went down, guys. Thanks, Paula. I appreciate you. And whatever it is, it did have a deep effect on you. It threw something off balance. And I don't mean that in a negative way, right? It's like the only constant in life is change. And so anytime something happens, especially something that has a deep impact on us, there's always that moment of instability when a shift is taking place before you find your footing again, or before a lesson integrates, or before you stabilize your emotional energies, whatever that case may be, right? But there's something that had quite a deep impact on you. I feel like it really affected the way that you think. These are both cards from the Swords suit. And that talks about your perspective, your mind, ideas, learning, how you communicate, that kind of thing. So with these cards coming up in reverse, whatever this was, you could have felt deceived or betrayed, or you could have felt like you in some way deceived or betrayed yourself and hurt yourself, which sometimes we do, right? Sometimes we break our own hearts a little bit. But I feel like this affected your self-confidence in some way, because Taurian energy and second house energy talks a lot about worth and value and where we place that. And it starts with ourselves, because our external world is often a pretty direct reflection of how we feel about ourselves, how much we value and see the worth within ourselves, and then how we treat ourselves in accordance to that. That's generally the energy of manifestation and the Empress. That's the magnetic energy that draws those high value things towards us, because you are constantly saying to yourself and the universe, I know my worth. I know that I'm a valuable person. I know what I deserve, and I'm not going to sell myself short. I'm going to dream big. I'm going to ask for what I really want, and I'm going to believe that I can get it. And then the universe responds in kind to that. But I feel like this is kind of like your baseline energy normally. You normally know who you are, you know what you want, you know that you're worthy of it. You feel pretty confident in yourself, in your body, and that's very Aries energy. It's like you're not afraid to assert yourself. You're not afraid to say who you are and how you feel. But I feel like there's something that threw that off in the current circumstances, and that's what Spirit wants to talk about. So, your energy then being the 7 of Cups here. I feel like you're assessing options. And there is a level of emotional confusion. It's interesting that before I started actually doing the reading, I was talking about how sometimes I take breaks from reading for you guys after going through like situations that put me in this energy, because I feel like while I'm still integrating the lesson, or while I'm still getting my emotions regulated, or like allowing myself to go through all the phases of grieving or whatever it is, but processing through, while I'm still getting on solid ground, essentially, it's hard to show up. And that's kind of the energy that you guys are showing here to me. Something put you in a space where you are reassessing how you feel about yourself. You're reassessing what you believe you're worth. And that doesn't have to be from a critical place. It could be that something left your life suddenly, or something you invested in, something that didn't end up getting you or giving you what you feel reflects your true worth. And so now you're kind of looking at yourself to see what part you played in that, and how you can show up better for yourself, how you can honor yourself more in the future. But it feels like you are in that kind of wavy, like unstable space where you're still sorting that out, and you're still kind of trying to figure out what is best for you and what energy and emotion to lean into to move forwards from this situation that may have been a little bit traumatic or just destabilizing for you. But with these oracle cards, so keeping still says meditation, self-renewal, composure, detachment, self-acceptance, equanimity, and serenity. And following says loyalty, adaptability, cooperation, trust, reliability, sensitivity to others, service, and receiving guidance. I feel like your higher self and your spirit team is very much in communication with you at this time, Aries. They know that you're going through something, and they are very supportive of you. But it's also because you're putting the work in to show up for yourself. So you could be taking a period of rest right now to renew yourself in whatever way you feel that's needed, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, all of the above. You could be meditating or taking time to kind of like slow down and give yourself those moments where you really tap into being present, so that you can instill or keep coming back to that place of inner peace and self-acceptance and balance your energies out. I see you showing this beautiful commitment to yourself at this time. It's like you're cooperating with the situation. It doesn't feel like you're carrying like resentment or anger at all, which is quite interesting considering this. Maybe you've already passed through that phase of processing where you were like angry and the experience was more raw. But it feels like right now you're just focusing on instilling the ability to trust yourself. So it's almost like if someone deceived or betrayed you, you're like, I may not be able to trust other people to be consistent and reliable, but I can at least show up for myself so that I maintain that sense of like, I know that I've been loyal to myself. I know that I've continued to honor myself. And maybe I can't trust others, but I know that at least then I can continue to trust and rely on myself. There could also be people that have really shown up around you, though, that have been sensitive to what you're experiencing. So you could even be tuning in and receiving guidance from someone that you feel is supportive in that way, like even like a tarot channel like this, or I don't know, just someone that inspires you, someone that has gone through similar things, someone that offers service in the way, it could even be a friend or someone. It doesn't have to be someone actually providing a service, but there is a softness to this energy that I really love, because it's like you're going through something for sure. And there is an energy of instability and a bit of confusion while things kind of fall into place. But like I said, I'm not really picking up heavy energy. It's like, I feel like you're processing through this in real time as you go. And so even if something comes up and out of you, the only way out is through. So essentially I'm saying, I feel like you're letting these energies come and flow through you. You're not holding on to them. So even if you feel some resentment or anger, it's like you let yourself feel that, but then you don't let it stay. You let it, you honor it, you acknowledge it, and then you let it flow through you. And that is transmutation. So fucking high five, Aries, because that is very powerful. But it's almost like you're free falling right now. And with the 7 of Cups, you're trying to plan your landing or anticipate the landing in some way. Tell me more about that 7 of Cups. High five for Aries. Handling it like a badass as per usual. Let's see. It does feel like sometimes, though, you don't really know how to feel about something. Like, okay, I see why you're back and forth about it. You could have lost hope in something because of a painful experience that happened in the recent past. And I do feel like another person is involved for most of you. But again, it could have just been a disappointment. For some of you, it's like a disappointment, like you were committed to putting work into something and it just didn't happen. It just did not work. So this could have been a creative project, something at work, some sort of personal development thing that's just not going exactly the way you want it to, the manifestation of something that you want, or it could have been a relationship as well. But it feels like you invested, you didn't get what you wanted, and then now you're kind of like, I guess I gotta walk away from this. And you feel some type of way about it because underneath that is the Lovers. So it's something that it's like you feel like you have to cut it out, or you feel like you have already cut it out, or it cut you out, but there's still this overwhelming sense of connection and attachment to it. Why? Because you were genuinely invested in it. You invested your time, energy, and effort into whatever this is, and you care, and that connection is still there. That doesn't just disappear immediately after, like, because some sort of situation takes place. But I'm seeing you back and forth between, like, so the 10 of Cups in reverse with the 5 of Wands. There is an energy of, again, it's like, I don't know how much inner conflict and tension. Well, I think there is tension because things are shifting, and that's always a natural part of change. But I don't think that you're like internally conflicted and, like, again, carrying this heavy energy. You're aware that something that you really valued and had high hopes in fell apart, something that you foresaw as being very emotionally fulfilling to you, or that was at one point very emotionally fulfilling for you. And you still care about that, but you're still you're trying to find a middle ground in, like, where do I want to go next? Where can I point my energy and my emotion to move me forwards in a positive way, so that I don't get stuck focusing on something that's not serving me, or so that I don't get stuck in, like, muddy emotions or, yeah, heavy emotions. Hi, Lindsay. Yeah, so I feel like you're doing your best to figure that out. There could be a new opportunity that you're trying to manifest that has to do very much with specifically regaining your confidence in this area, right? Because this is very, like, 3D earth value energies. So you could be, like, looking at a new opportunity or trying to manifest a new opportunity that will bring you into a state of stability in the 3D, just make sure that you're not putting like your self-worth and making it contingent completely on some sort of 3D development or success, because you are worthy. Like, all of your self-worth comes from not what you have and achieve in the 3D, but simply like who you are, right? So work on stabilizing who you are and coming back to that internal truth of your own value despite anything external validating you, right? Because as long as you have to have like success in the like financial success or relational success or whatever to validate your worth or to make you feel good enough, it will always be on shaky ground because you can never truly control those things. So I would say just really focus on validating yourself internally because of who you know you are. Something that you don't see in the present moment, though, is the Fool. So it's interesting because death implies birth, an ending implies a beginning. You close a door and another door opens, right? Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end, closing time, a classic. But that's essentially what Spirit is saying. You might be processing this mostly as like, well, that was an ending, you know? And yes, that's part of it. But Spirit is also highlighting that maybe simultaneously as something ended or directly after or out of that closure of something, there's a huge new cycle that's really exciting that's opening up for you. But this is in the energy that you don't presently see in the moment, right? Oh, girl, Antonia, I'm so relatable. I'm in the same place in a lot of ways. Sending you love. But this is beautiful. The Fool is Uranian energy. So it can be like a new adventure. It can be something unexpected, something surprising, something that comes out of nowhere. So perhaps the ending or whatever circumstance Spirit is wanting to talk to you about today, it was actually part of the facilitation of moving you into, I feel like, a more empowered place because you have a higher perspective now moving forwards. And because you're more empowered and you have this higher perspective, you're actually entering a much bigger, like, fresh phase of energy or a new, like, era of your life that you might not even be completely noticing, like, the significance of or how serious that actually is. Let me put this on my back now because the pain is going between between the lower back and the cramps, which is just a delight. All right. Let's see. Do you want to tell me anything else about that Fool energy that Aries is not really seeing in the present? The Three of Swords, all right, and the Three of Wands in reverse with the Nine of Swords. Okay, well, Aries, oh, babes, I love you. I'm squishing your little cheek. Yeah, okay, so the reason they're not telling me what the Fool is, and that's probably because it's probably different for all of you, right? There's probably a new phase or a new opportunity or a new energy opening up that is a little different for all of you based on where you each are at in your spiritual journey. But they're showing me why you're not seeing it or why you're not processing it for what it is as much as you could be right now. And it's because you are definitely still processing a lot of this is kind of like you're still in the thick of it, like you're not out of the emotional woods yet. And so because you're still in the middle of feeling things with a lot of intensity, and the feeling things with a lot of intensity is causing you to still be thinking about the feelings. It's like one is amplifying the other or catalyzing the other. I feel like because you're still in the middle of this, you almost can't see the horizon beyond that. So this is kind of showing me that you are a little bit anxious and wrapped up in something that's kind of consuming you emotionally and mentally still, but that's okay. That's because it needs to be processed, right? Because if we repress or try to numb things out or escape them, they don't go away. The only ways that they go away is if we transmute the energy and change the form of it, right? Energy can't be destroyed or created, only transformed. So that's why the only way out is through. And that's why I think that even though you might be feeling a little bit like, blah, and a lot of maybe pain internally and some confusion and destabilization, you're still exactly where you're meant to be. This is still taking place, whether you see it completely clear right now or not. And yeah, so let yourself process and feel this, because once you do, those clouds will clear and you'll have a clearer vision of where you want to go from there. But I feel like where you want to go next will be somewhat informed by how this experience changes you. So allow yourself to feel the pain. Just like I said before, don't get stuck in that, right? Which I don't think you are, but you definitely are showing me that you have moments where you find it difficult to see better days coming, or get excited about something new on the horizon, or look to the future. It's almost like this experience, the intensity of it and your reaction to it mentally and emotionally, has you very much, it's almost like it's forcing you to be present and to stay present, which I don't actually think is a bad thing. I think that is happening on purpose, because there's something you're meant to see and integrate that's deep in this moment. So something coming soon is the Ace of Swords in reverse. What's that about? What's the Ace of Swords in reverse coming soon for my Aries? The Two of Wands. Okay. Don't rush the process. I'm getting a restless energy here. Yeah, the Six of Swords. The King of Swords in reverse. Oh, Lord. Honey. My God, do I ever understand this. My Aries Venus is in solidarity with you, my friend, because this is so relatable. I feel like an energy of restlessness in the near future kind of coming up inside of you, and that's very much Aries, and you might already be feeling the pressure of that, or a little bit triggered in that way, just because your ruler, let me push this back, your ruler Mars is currently retrograde in Cancer, where it's very uncomfortable. It won't be for too much longer, so you can do it. But yeah, it's been an energy that's been irritating a lot of people, and you guys will be feeling it quite, anyone with strong Aries or Scorpio energy will feel it a lot. But what I'm getting from this is you are going to potentially feel, so these are the cards that came out. You might feel tempted to just pick a path, to take yourself out of the present moment because you're restless and you're sick of feeling the way that you're feeling about whatever is going on in your current circumstances. So, and then the Six of Swords came up to clarify. I was like, is this Aries trying to rush that process and say, okay, I'm just going to start making plans for a new direction. I'm going to just pick a path. The thing is, Spirit is saying that if you take that approach, it won't be from a grounded place yet. Whatever truth you need to truly know what your next step is meant to be, it hasn't integrated yet. So this choice this decision would be kind of being made from a place of trying to like skip ahead, because you don't want to be where you are anymore, which I understand. Because again, it's like some sort of truth hasn't integrated, but you're still trying to push forwards with that Six of Swords because you feel a little bit mentally conflicted right now, and it's uncomfortable. This, I believe, is the card of Mercury in Aquarius. I'm pretty sure it is, because that is a placement I have natally. And I think that transit is starting collectively for us. Like it either already has started or within the next few days, Mercury is shifting into Aquarius. And that's an energy of like expanding your headspace, but it's also kind of a tough transit and placement to have, because so this is Aquarius energy too, the King of Swords. So when you think about it, like it's fixed air, and then Mercury is about our beliefs, the way we express ourselves, how we think, that kind of thing. So it can be challenging us to evolve or change a well-established way of thinking, or a well-established belief that we have. And it could be something that we have very much gotten cemented into, and it could feel destabilizing in itself, like we don't know what our truth is anymore, because there's that phase where it's like we're releasing what we used to know or used to believe, but the new truth hasn't completely crystallized within us yet. So it can feel, especially for that fixed energy of Aquarius, quite like awkward and uncomfortable while that change takes place. But your advice is the Ten of Wands in reverse. And it came up with this card. Forgive me. The cards that I'm using for the advice are literally just like Star Wars playing cards that I wrote nuggets of truth on, that I have like, that Spirit has taught me over the years. So just don't mind the form of this, okay? It's not the most artistic thing ever, but it does its job. And this is the equivalent to the Eight of Pentacles. And it says, what kills love? Only this, neglect. To say your name without hearing it, to assume it is mine to call. Okay. The Ten of Wands in reverse. And the Eight of Pentacles. So they're really asking you to drop the weight of like, to focus on investing your energy into releasing anything that feels super heavy that could be weighing you down. Because what you are not fully seeing is that this new leap of faith into a brand new like whole era or experience is taking place, and the Fool travels light. The Fool travels light. Think of it as like moving to a whole new country, like you're moving to Bali tomorrow, right? And it's like you are not going to take every single one of your belongings. You're going to take the bare essentials. You're going to take what you really need. So commit very much to releasing any excess weight or baggage. But there's also this some sort of love that's being neglected or taken, like there's something that you maybe were taking for granted that they're wanting to draw your attention to and also put work into, because they're saying that will alleviate some of the heaviness, the energetic heaviness as well. So that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to, yeah, the Five of Cups. You guys are really, I see you wanting to have more hope surrounding a situation that you're kind of in a state of grief and conflict over right now. But the way to do that is not to further neglect that situation. And that doesn't mean you have to engage directly with another person if that involves another person. But it does mean that you can't like escape or neglect that energy and your commitment to it internally.
I'm taking this kind of as like, you will be able to drop a lot of energetic weight by just admitting to yourself that something does really matter to you. Something does hold a lot of weight to you. And you could feel like you lost this thing. And so you don't want to admit that you care because you feel like the only path forward or way to heal is by like getting rid of how much you care about that thing so that you can move on from it. But that's not the case. In fact, a lot of the time that holds us back because you're not really processing the truth of what you feel. And you might think that you're releasing that energy by pushing it away, but you're really just ensuring that you carry it with you by taking that approach. So that's what I'm getting here. Yeah, the Page of Cups in reverse, the Emperor in reverse, there's you, and the Nine of Wands. This is what's slowing you down and making things a little more difficult for you. And that's why your advice is to look at this. I feel like you're trying to be strong in moving forwards. And there's a lot of focus on yourself in order to do that. And that needs to happen. So keep that up. But there's also something about your heart space and a way that you've been wounded that I feel like you need to admit to yourself. Let yourself admit that you love something or someone, or that you really cared about a project that you invested into. Let yourself feel the full weight of the implications of that as well. Because again, that will bring that energy up and out of you to be transformed into something more useful that doesn't feel as heavy on your shoulders, okay? The first step is really just going to be to turning this like this, and that is just admitting the truth in the most vulnerable space of your heart. And like I said, that doesn't have to mean expressing it to anyone outside of yourself, but I do feel like there's something that you're not completely being honest with yourself about in terms of something that you're emotionally connected to. And I think that it is because you're trying to you're trying to heal and move beyond it. And your logical mind is like, how is that going to happen if I am still sitting here being like, well, I love that person, but they dumped me, but it might seem counterintuitive, but that is actually the way through that the way to heal it. Like I said, the only way out is through, right? So you might want to take that uncomfortable approach because it will actually get you where you want to go faster than just kind of trying to brush those feelings under the rug. Okay. I love you so much, Aries. We're going to move on to Taurus. Okay. Oh. Let me see. Okay. I think I need to move this hard for me to reach the text. Let's just put this on the floor here. That's better. Okay, Taurus. Patience is a virtue that I'm trying so hard to achieve. Yeah, I feel you. Patience is a virtue that I do not personally possess, but I try my best. Okay. Taurus. You are welcome, honey. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can get a little more into a flow here. I like how this is the spread that I'm doing for my 15-minute readings for my clients, but then for the all signs, it takes me half an hour to say the message. I'm like, why? Make it make sense. You love the lamp? Thanks. It's from IKEA. I think though that's kind of natural though, because with personal readings, the energy is so clear cut. It's just you're reading for one person, one situation. Yeah, the bulb is cool. And then with the all signs, it's like you're reading for an entire collective of energies. But alas. Okay, tell me about Taurian's energy. Let's clear the energy from Aries. And let's see, my legs are cramping. I need to move back a little. Let's see what they want to highlight for you, Taurus. Okay. Shuffle a little bit more. Oh, that sounds so pretty. Okay. Wow. A lot of fresh energy. This makes sense that a lot of Uranus energy is coming up because the Fool is coming up for Taurus too, because we have a lot of Aquarius energy happening right now. I like that. It feels very fresh, exciting. Taurus is like, no, I'm not excited. I'm stressed. Okay, well, fixed sign dealing with change struggles. Let's see. Okay. All right. A little bit more advice. That is loud. Okay. 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 Hi, Taurus. I hope that you beautiful people are doing well. So let's get into this reading and see what wants to be highlighted for you right now. Okay, so the current situation that Spirit or your higher self wants to bring through to talk to you about is coming through as the Fool. And it's clarified by this oracle card that says dispersion. Dispersion. Diffuse negativity, restore harmony, circulate, revitalize, dissolve divisions, and lighten up. Okay, well, it kind of feels like you're being forced out into, this is almost, it's reminding me of this meme that I have. And it's like, here, I'll find it for you. I know exactly where it is. This is like, feels like this captures completely the energy that you're going through. Okay, where is it? It's it's basically like this person in a wheelchair being, it's like a cartoon. Hold on, let me find it. But their higher self is like pushing them to the edge of like a cliff. And they're like, it's time for a new chapter or adventure. Hold on. I'm not going to be able to do it justice. But basically, I feel like your higher self and spirit is nudging you towards leaping out into a new adventure, and you and your fixed butt self is kind of like, I'm good without that experience. You know, I'm fine with where I'm at. Like, I'm good to stay here for a while, have a nap. Okay, here it is. Let me wipe this down because it's really dirty and that's embarrassing. So this is it. So your higher self is like, it's time for the new chapter of your life, and you're like, no thanks, I'm quite comfortable right where I am now. And then they just dump you off the side. That's what this feels like to me. But your higher self is like, this is for your own good, as you like fall down into the valley of your new experience. There's something though that is heavy about the place that you have been stuck in, or that you have wanted to stay in or felt comfortable in. It's like there's something about that there was a level of heaviness, weight, or density, or a lack of harmony, or maybe like imbalance, or just a lack of like energy, passion. But whatever it is, Spirit's like, you've been sitting in that long enough. And whatever this new beginning is, its function is to diffuse the weight, to diffuse the negativity, to lighten up the energy, and to potentially like give you fresh passion for something through creating more energetic circulation again, because you won't be stuck. And if this situation involves another person, then it's like dissolving division between the two of you, because some of that heavy energy could have had to do with I don't know, it could have been like heavy energy that you're holding against someone or a situation, like bitterness, resentment, anger, frustration, any of those things, right? Or just like intense pain. Yeah, because the Lovers in reverse is at the bottom of the deck. So for some of you, it has to do with like a connection. But your energy in relation to this new beginning or situation is the Nine of Swords. Oh, babe. So you're a little bit stressed about it. Yeah. It's possible that you could know that you're being prompted to take some sort of action. The Page of Pentacles either takes an opportunity that is available, or they create an opportunity if there isn't one available. But this is someone that is opportunistic in a positive way. They make shit happen, right? This is someone who's like, I got $100 bill, I'm going to invest that and I'm going to double my money, right? But they don't do that by sitting on their ass. They do that by creating an opportunity or taking an opportunity that's offered to them. But the Four of Swords in reverse is like another energy of, I don't have peace within my mind. There's some sort of disquiet within your mind that I'm picking up. And it could be a combination of a few things. It could be like there's something you need to do to make energy move or to make a change, but that you're not at peace with that, or you're stressed about it, or you're doubting yourself. Or it could be as well like that you feel you're very much being pushed by forces greater than you in some way. And I feel like with the fixed signs, the universe takes this approach a lot of the time, because we're like, it's kind of like, they're like, if we waited for you to move, you would literally never move. You know, you'd put it off for like another decade, and then you would stay in the same place forever, which you're not meant to do. But change can be very uncomfortable for fixed signs. And I feel like you're being pushed to make a pretty significant change here that is definitely going to serve you. It's going to specifically remove a lot of weight density and confusion and imbalance in your life and stagnation. But it is requiring something of you. And in order to take that action that's required of you, you have to get out of your head. I feel like whatever this is, it's going to require courage of you. Because anxiety and fear can be quite closely linked, right? Anxiety to me is just kind of like overthinking or ruminating on fear. So there's something you need to do. And it's almost like one of those things like, let's say you're going bungee jumping. You're not going to stand on the edge of the bridge you're jumping off and just like ruminate on how scared you are. You're just going to be like, I'm not going to think about it, right? And then take the freaking leap. That's kind of the energy I'm getting. Spirit is like, I'm just going to dump you off the wheelchair into your next experience. Yeah, it does require you getting out of your head and not overthinking something. The 5 of Swords in reverse, the 8 of Wands in reverse, Judgment in reverse, the 8 of Swords in reverse. What is this? There's something that's not moving though. And this energy of Pluto, it really wants you to see something clearly, settle on a judgment call, and kind of like be all in, because all in is what it's going to take to liberate yourself from some sort of fear. And with the 8 of Swords, the 9 of Swords, and the 5 of Swords all here, this is very much like mental imprisonment, and it could give you the sensation that you're stuck in a situation or in a place energetically or emotionally or mentally, but you're not really. It's more that you're you constantly putting energy into like ruminating on something that does scare you is amplifying the energy of fear and then making you feel as a result even more unable to move out of that, right? Because I see you not taking an action that would get the energy moving again and potentially transform something. This could be opening up the lines of conversation to reconcile something, either just in your own life or with someone else. Because judgment can be about making an important judgment call to create reconciliation. Yeah. There's a part of you here that's afraid of how bad you want something and how much happiness you attach to this thing. Because it's like you're jumping forward to the outcome and you're not thinking optimistically about the outcome from what I can see. You might be thinking more like, well, what's going to happen if I don't get it? And then the fear cycle takes over again. When really it's like you won't know until you try. But if you don't try, you will fail for sure, right? Because you never took the opportunity. So I think that's why Spirit's coming in to dump you off the edge into this. But you're showing me that you don't have a lot of faith in something that like you really want. And whatever this is that you want to move towards, it feels like it warms your life, it lights you up, it turns you on, it brings you a lot of joy, it just feels good. But right behind the sun is our good friend, the devil, you know? So it's like right when you think of this, it's almost as if that is eclipsed by the fear, the voice of fear. You're like, I really want this. And then you might work yourself up to like, you might like type out that text, but then the devil's like, but what is going to happen when they reject you or when you don't get it? And then you like delete it and spiral back into overthinking. It's something like that. It doesn't have to be that exact situation, but that's the energy. What you don't see in the present moment is the 8 of Cups. So you've had 3 8s here. You might want to look up. You also have number 17, the star, which also adds to another 8. You might want to look up like angel number 8888 and see if that has any value to you, that message equated with that, or you might notice 8s coming up as a synchronicity for you. or a validation in some way. But what is this Eight of Cups energy that Taurus isn't seeing in the present moment? The Eight of Cups talks about moving away from something, like lifting yourself up out of something that has been either emotionally draining or unfulfilling in some way. There's an element of bittersweetness to it, and there's also an energy of like challenging yourself, because often like the safer thing would be to stay. And in this Eight of Cups, it's like this cat here, right? He wouldn't be challenged chasing after the birds or the ducks or whatever that are just on the ground, but he is like jumping towards the ones that are in the sky. When you leave the Eight of Cups energy, it's in search of the Nine of Cups. A level up in your emotional fulfillment. The Empress and the Chariot. It's interesting. I wonder if the Eight of Cups is someone outside of you, though, because the Empress and the Chariot is very different energy from what you're in right now. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. The Chariot and the Lovers and the Nine of Cups. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a story coming through here. So for the Taurians that this is about, this is why Spirit is like, move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. But they're like, get out your own way. Get out your own way. You know, that's kind of what's coming through. It's because you're going to lose an opportunity if you don't move towards it. I think what you don't see is that something is moving away from you, and it's this Empress energy, and this could be someone that you feel you have a strong connection with, because it's the Chariot, the Lovers, and the Nine of Cups, right? And I just finished saying that when we leave the Eight of Cups, we're moving towards our wish fulfillment or deeper emotional fulfillment. This is someone that's moving forwards based on their emotional conviction and their emotional truth. They have a lot of love within them, and they're seeking something that is a natural complement to that. Now, this could be someone that has a very strong lover's connection with you, but they also have a lot of like self-respect, or they know their own worth. And so it's coming through as like someone that's just not waiting. I feel like they've been committed to you, and they may still be committed to, it's saying that they know the truth of the connection between the two of you, but they are still not going to put their life on hold, because waiting keeps them stagnant and defensive for some reason, and they're aware of this. So this could be someone that you've been on a break with, or there's been distance between the two of you for a while already. I'm getting like time has passed, because it's like now they're slowly starting to move forwards and pursue something that is going to emotionally fulfill them. I don't see them pointing their heart in any other particular direction. They're more so just like, okay, if this isn't going to happen, then I need to start distancing myself and like moving forwards. They are the Empress energy, but something about there you are. Something about this situation made them feel, or they felt a little bit insecure and not confident. They felt like the longer that they wait, the more that they are not acting in accordance with like respecting and honoring their self-worth, right? This could be like, okay, this message won't be for all of you, right? But here's you not taking that opportunity, right? And the Queen of Swords is about like cutting something out of your life. So they could see you not taking an opportunity, like rejecting an opportunity with them, or just not creating a new opportunity or reaching out as like a rejection, or you moving on from them. So I don't know if that's for everyone, but I do feel for some of you there's a sort of a time thing that spirit is like, come on, you know? And it's because of this 8 of Cups that you're not seeing. This could also be like there's an emotional disconnect that's happening with you. I'm not getting that. I'm getting this as something is moving away from you, though. But if this 8 of Cups is you, then that would be like your indecision is slowly like making you less aware of the truth of your feelings, because you're getting pulled more into an anxious headspace. And the 8 of Cups is actually pulling you further from your emotional truth, which is interesting. They definitely want you to get out of your head. But they're saying that the way to do that is not by like thinking more and finding a solution to get out of your head. It's through just taking a leap into something else, shifting the energy, and restoring some level of harmony within yourself through the diffusion of the current energy that will bring to you. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, something that's coming soon for you in the near future is the Hanged Man in reverse. Okay. Well, that could be you coming out of a state of just like being in suspension. But let's see what that is. It could also be clarity, like you're finally seeing something with clarity, because the Hanged Man is Neptunian energy. And when it's in reverse, it's like it's removing the rose-colored glasses. It's taking you out of this wishy-washy, like dreamy, what is life state, and it's kind of giving you like the cold hard facts, right? It's kind of like when you're at the nightclub and like the lights come on at the end of the night. Okay. It's like it's time to clear out. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Wow. Okay. There is something being tempered or balanced out for you in the near future here, because Temperance came out to clarify the Hanged Man. And this is Sagittarian energy tied to Jupiter. It's the energy of pushing yourself into a state of expansion, even if it feels uncomfortable. And it's something that with this energy is going to not just expand your physical life or like a physical relationship, but it's something that's going to expand like your heart, your soul, your mind in a deeper level. But there's something that I feel needs to be seen clearly before that can happen. I feel like there's something like the 5 of Swords is something where we are playing, it's like mental gymnastics in our own mind, where you're either trying to convince yourself of something because you don't want to embrace the implications of the truth because it's uncomfortable or scary, or it's that you feel like there's a situation of conflict between yourself and someone else and you just don't know how to approach it because there's been tension there. But I think there is a level of insecurity that's been preventing you from kind of like, sort of like Aries energy, looking at the future and being able to see what the next step would be. But I feel that there is a cycle here that you haven't really closed out, but you want to approach from a different space. And I think that you coming out of this space of suspension in the near future is you communicating something towards whatever that situation or person is. And that's going to get energy shifting. And with all these major arcanas, you are very much supported by cosmic forces, universal forces, divine forces in doing that. Like they want you to do this to get the energy shifting and moving is what that feels like. Okay, so your advice. Your advice is the Star. So yeah, there's a lot of Aquarian energy here. A lot. So specifically this season could be the season for you, the jump off season, where you're very like much pushed by your own internal state of discomfort, and also it could seem that like the universe or your external circumstances are conspiring to like force you into making a move. It's clarified by this card, which is the Four of Pentacles, and it says codependency is an extreme form of self-neglect. My nose runny. Something about codependency. Is that why you're scared to go towards the sun? The Hierophant, there's something that would require a commitment from you that you're not moving towards because there's a mental block. There's something that in the way that you think about it that's creating illusion or confusion. I'm almost getting that you're scared that you're going to like lose your independence, or you're scared that you're going to become so attached to the energy of the sun that it's like you're going to form an unhealthy attachment to it. Like you're going to become codependent on it, or you're not going to have control over yourself anymore, or someone else is going to like have power over you or something like that. But what Spirit is saying here is that won't happen unless you allow it to happen by neglecting yourself within that situation or connection, right? Like another energy can only consume you if you are not maintaining your own energetic sovereignty and caring for yourself. It's when you start neglecting yourself that you feel like you have to have someone or something else fill all of your needs for you and validate you because you're not doing it for yourself, right? So there's something about that. Anything else about this advice for Taurus before I let them go? I think Spirit is actually saying something about this situation, leaning into it, will do the opposite of what you think that it's going to do. It's interesting. Yeah, the Moon in reverse, the Devil in reverse. The Devil can also be an energy very much of codependency. It's like what they're trying to reveal to you is that taking a leap towards this will challenge you. You'll have to choose courage over fear, but ultimately this will be very healing for you. It won't be something that gets you stuck in an energy of codependency. It's something that will actually challenge you and give you the opportunity to show yourself that that does not have to be a pattern that you carry on. It will give you an opportunity to actually liberate yourself and become more empowered over that energy if that's something that has been a trend for you in the past. That's why they're very much pushing you towards this new beginning, because there's a level of healing that it's like you're assuming that the worst case scenario will happen, but they're saying it's actually not coming through to chain you up or like cage you in an energy of codependency where you're going to be trapped and you're going to lose yourself. The challenge is like honoring yourself, not neglecting yourself, and maintaining a state of temperance and internal harmony within this connection, no matter how intense it feels, or within this situation or next phase of your life, because it's actually going to give you the chance to further empower yourself and liberate yourself from something that has been oppressing you, which is really interesting. Yeah. It's been making you small, and I feel like it's fear of codependency. The Lover's behind that. If anything's going to break you out of that, it's going to be love. But the Lovers is definitely an energy of being connected to someone or something that... So the Lovers and the Devil are two sides of the same coin. And which way it goes is fully dependent on how well you take care of yourself and keep yourself and your side of the equation empowered and balanced. Because the Lovers is an energy that can be all consuming. But the thing is, when you lose yourself in the other person, you do become codependent and it does become toxic. And yeah, the Lovers only can stay the Lovers when both people are empowered, sovereign over their energy, they honor themselves, they take the time that they need to do the things independently that keep them in that state of empowerment and balance. So as long as you don't neglect yourself and those habits and routines that keep you in a balanced, solid place, you don't have to worry about that, okay? I love you so much, Taurus. All right, I'm gonna let you go and we're gonna move on to Gemini. Okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. Whatever stage you're currently in, you could have been kind of staying in it for a while because your last experience you feel like was maybe kind of like toxic or codependent, and you're like, I'm better off where I'm at now than getting myself into something else where I could possibly like lose myself the way that I did before. But the thing to remember is you're not the person that you were when you entered into whatever this last experience was. That experience shifted you and changed you, as every experience we have does. So as long as you approach a new situation with the lessons that you've learned from the past under your belt, and with, you know, knowing that you are capable, that you are like, as long as you approach it with confidence and continue to honor yourself and not neglect yourself, you'll be fine. You'll be perfectly fine. But you do need to make sure that you stay true to yourself and that you don't overgive or lose yourself in something. As long as you keep your awareness on not doing that, you'll be good. And this situation will actually be something that helps you see how much you have grown and healed, I feel like, from the past. Okay. We're moving on to Gemini. Okay. I need to blow my nose quickly. I'm going to be sniffling through the whole thing. I'm going to mute me so that you don't have to hear that. All right, that's better. Like, this is gonna annoy me. All right, so let's tune into Gemini's energy. It's interesting because sometimes, so like, the path of growth is not just a circle that we just go around and around in, but it can sometimes feel like that because sometimes situations come around that feel similar or bear a resemblance to something we've experienced in the past, right? And that can scare us because we're like, I don't want to relive what I went through. Like, God help me, I will not do that again. But what we have to realize is that we're not going in circles, we're spiraling upwards. So every time you go through something, you integrate it, you go up a level, right? And so something similar could come around, but it's for you to engage with it, to show you that you can choose to engage differently, and therefore the outcome can be different, right? You can have an intense connection that is very deep and like loyal and committed and devoted without being consumed by it or without it becoming toxic and codependent. But you have to remember the lessons you integrated from the past, how far you've grown, and then see the perspective or the past from that higher vantage point to remind yourself that you're not just going in circles, right? And then that will alleviate the fear, because then you'll realize you're not where you were before. So But I definitely understand. It can be triggering when similar feeling things come around, and you don't want to repeat the past. Okay, what does Gemini need to know? Let's see. Aww. If I put this down more, can you see me shuffling better? Gemini, why? Okay. What you doing? What you doing, friends? Oh my gosh. What? The Fool. Uranus energy. I've used a different tarot deck for every sign, and the Fool, this Uranian energy, has made itself very... It's like, hello, I'm here. I want to be noticed. I feel like a lot of the collective is being challenged to jump out into a really fresh perspective, a really fresh experience right now. And it is challenging us, and it is challenging our fear, and it's also challenging self-limiting beliefs that we have, and scarcity and lack mindsets is what this feels like. And for some of us, we may be telling ourselves I don't have the answer. I don't know what the answer is. Or I don't have the information that I need in order to move forwards into a new experience. And Spirit's like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. First of all, because the Fool is something that you can't have it all. The point of the Fool is not having it all figured out, right? The point of the Fool is taking the leap, being in flow, trusting yourself, being free and liberated, and like I said, being flexible and traveling light, expecting the unexpected, right? Uranus, the only thing you can expect from Uranus is to be surprised. So the energy of the Fool is not having it all figured out before. It's not like I'm going on a trip and I have to have my whole itinerary. It's like, no, that's not the vibe. The energy of the Fool is like your best friend, who is your higher self in this scenario, calling you up and being like, bitch, I know you have a week off work, and so do I. Let's go on a road trip and let's just decide where we're going along the way and have a fucking adventure. And then it ends up being a trip that changes your life for the better. But you have to take that risk or leap of faith. Okay. Give me some advice here for Gemini. Yeah, Uranus going direct. Okay. Get you one more oracle card. But I'm feeling like a lot of people's response to feeling pushed in an uncomfortable direction is I'm not prepared, I'm not ready. And I think Spirit is kind of that's the point of this particular lesson or adventure. The point is that you can trust yourself more than you think you can, that you can trust Spirit more than you think you can, that you are fucking capable, and that I think that we're being pushed into situations that require more faith and trust, because it's the first leap might be so scary, but then once we leap into that, once you go on the road trip, right, and you have as an analogy, and you have this experience that changes your life, and it's then you're going to have that confidence. You're going to know, okay, like I can keep doing that. And then you're just going to build or amplify this energy of expansion rapidly from that point forwards. But this feels like a very prominent like jump off point energetically for a lot of us, where we may be closing out really big cycles, but now we're being forced to, like with the closure of a cycle, a new cycle begins, right? And some of us could be feeling a little beaten down, a little bit like not having confidence, a little bit maybe just tired, or feel like we don't have the energy or the reserves to leap into something new right now. But I feel like the thing that's actually draining us more than anything is trying to stay stagnant in that in-between space between the world and the Fool, right? It's like you're not meant to stay in that in-between forever. You're meant to keep on moving. That's what I'm getting really strongly. Okay, clarify this page there. Why is that Gemini's energy? Okay. Yeah, there's definitely something big happening. It's like forced development. We've been developing, and we're almost at that point where it's like bungee jumping, right? Let's say you sign up, you're like, I want to do this. Then you get to the edge of whatever you're jumping off, and you're like, just kidding, I lied. I'm just gonna beep. And they're like, you already paid, no refunds. Like, jump off the fucking bridge, bitch, you know? But it's almost like that moment where like you know you've been working towards this, you know you ultimately want this, you know this is going to be liberating and good for you, but it's the moment before the jump where you face the most fear, or it's like the darkness right before the dawn. It's like the most challenging point is right before that leap. But what comes after the leap is blessings, expansion, liberation, and all of this good shit that you want. Okay. Yeah. I kind of love this energy a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Hi, Gems. How's my Gemini gang doing? I hope you're good. If you're part of the Gemini Moon fam, then holler at your girl in the comments. Gang, gang. Chaos gang. Okay, so what is up with you here? You might want to go back a couple minutes before your timestamp, because I was talking about a common thread of energy that's running through. Maybe I'll try to timestamp that, but it's the Fool, and the energy of Uranus has been coming up for every sign so far, and I've used different tarot decks. I'm just gonna make a note to put a timestamp in between here so I can go back and figure that out, because I feel like that's important for some people to note. That's a collective energy for sure, or it wouldn't be making itself so known. But I feel like we're kind of being pushed into uncomfortable evolution, and it's for our good. It's because this leap of faith, or moving into something that challenges us, but is ultimately, it's like a good challenge, one that we're meant to be like, challenge accepted, because then as we keep on moving, like, how do you prove to yourself how capable you are? It's through taking on challenges, right? Because then you achieve things and you're like, I guess I could do that after all. This is one of those things. Spirit wants you to realize you're capable, but you're not going to know until you apply yourself to something. And that's something that's happening for a lot of us right now, I think. So the situation that they want to highlight for you at this time is coming through as the 10 of Cups. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. The 10 of Cups. And then your energy, relative to that situation, is coming through as the Page of Cups in reverse. Okay. Relatable. Awkwardly relatable. And And then 2 oracle cards came out to clarify. So you have excess and revolution. Revolution or revelation? Revolution. Okay, so excess says stress, overload, exhaustion, obsessiveness, gluttony, burdens, worries, and breaking point. And then revolution, sorry. There's a revelation you need to have too, because I keep saying it wrong for a reason. But revolution says transformation, a radical change, give up the old to make way for the new, and a quantum leap. A quantum leap. That's literally the energy of the Fool. A quantum leap into a whole new timeline, a whole new reality, a whole new existence. What is that on my chin? I'm channeling the song The Pursuit of Happiness with Kid Cudi. Is that like Steve Aoki and Kid Cudi? I can't remember. But they're like, I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shines ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. There's something that almost feels too good to be true to you, and you're scared to reach out and take it, because to do so would put you in a vulnerable position as you see it. You'd have to be almost in this Page of Cups energy, which is like the 10 of Cups is going to crack your heart open in the best way possible. It's going to crack your heart open and put you in this energy of like childlike wonder and awe at the beauty and magic of the world. It's going to put you in this energy of deep feeling and gratitude, and literally being connected to such levels of emotional fulfillment that you are vulnerable, but not in a negative way. It's like an intimacy, right? And to be like, literally the definition of intimacy is to make oneself vulnerable. That's the only way you can achieve intimacy. And the 10 of Cups can't exist without intimacy with yourself or with yourself, and then also a community, a group of friends, your family, a lover, whatever that is. And there's a big part of you that wants it. You're on the pursuit of happiness, and Spirit's like, it's here for you. But you're like, however, in the past, I've learned that everything that shines isn't always gold. You know? So you're looking at this thing that is very shiny, very glittery, very all that, and a bag of potato chips, but you're like, not sure if I'm completely ready to leap into that quite yet. You have your doubts or your hesitations, it feels like. And they're surrounding the emotional vulnerability that would be required to accept this. So I want to see what's up, Rochelle? Hi, love. You're welcome. Yeah, I resonate with this too, this vulnerability. I want to see a little bit more. It feels like you are. The thing that's interesting about Gemini energy is we're mutable air, right? I say we because I'm a Gemini moon and Chiron, but at the same time, Geminis can be one of like the most stubborn the most stubborn signs. I feel like it's like we're all good with flowing and moving and being mutable and flexible when it's on our terms, but if like someone else tries to pick us up and put us somewhere, we're like, excuse me, and then we dig our heels in, right? But this feels like it's your higher self or your spirit team or like cosmic forces or fate, the wheel of fortune that wants to push you into this, because it's a radical transformation that requires giving up the old to make way for the new on such a scale that it's literally going to be like a quantum leap, like a total shift of your reality for the better, though. Like you're being asked to jump into the 10 of Cups, right? So like no matter where you're coming from, the 10 of Cups is an up level. The 10 of Cups is like only offering good things. And you also have this energy here of excess. I feel like this is you being pushed to a breaking point, because that's what it's gonna take for you to move. I love this about us, is sometimes we're like, I'm gonna do it the hard way, you know? If the option is given to me to go freely skipping towards the thing or go kicking and screaming, I'm gonna choose the difficult way, because that's just how I roll. And some people need to learn lessons that way. That's not always negative, right? Like, raise your hand if you sometimes need to do things the hard way for the lesson to really integrate. Yeah, it's a hard knock life for us, but I feel you, like I truly understand. But something that Spirit is saying is like, you will be pushed to your breaking point. You will, because this is a gift, and it's such a gift that it's meant to resonate like in the deepest part of you. The Page of Cups is like that space of purity in the depths of your heart. It's like that. It's like your heart when it was innocent, the untouched heart, the unmarred heart, before anything and everything that has happened to you, before life happened to you, right? That is like, this is kind of meant to renew. It's going to impact you in that space to such an extent that it's going to shift your reality in the sense that it's going to create a renewal in that place in your heart. And that can feel scary, because that's a very intimate, vulnerable space to open up, especially if it involves other people. But let's see. Some of you are leaning into the Ten of Pentacles, the Page of Wands, and the Ace of Cups. Bruh. My friend, my good friend, you need to take this, whatever this is, okay? Regrets, there will be regrets if you let this pass you by, because this is an opportunity that is rooted in renewal and love and literal like source life force energy. This is something that's coming to you as a blessing. And I heard a miracle for some of you, which explains why you might be having a difficult time trusting it. Like, it might be something that really is manifesting in your life as looking like something that is too good to be true. And you don't trust it for that reason, because your experiences thus far have not been that, you know? And I get it. For some of you, this has to do with like really committing to like a relationship long term, or even your relationship or commitment to a family, a community. But there's something here about you coming together with other people that is going to put you in another level of abundance and fulfillment in your life. And it's not only emotional fulfillment, but it's actually meant to also be like physical security as well. Like, you will feel more safe and supported and secure in a very tangible way within this situation as well. Okay. So something that you're not seeing in the present moment that they want you to see is the Magician in reverse. Well, there's your ruler, Mercury. That's the Magician. There is something that's currently blocking the manifestation of this situation, or just your manifestations overall, or you don't feel. This is either an energetic like leak, or your attachment to something that is actually taking your energy of feeling empowered and capable. Because that's the thing about the Magician, right? They don't have all the answers. They have all of the tools and all of the elements, and then they have their connection to a power that is greater than them, and they have faith. They just know that if they work with what they've got and they have faith in the universe, that it will co-create with them, that shit will happen. And that's how magic happens. So that's how this needs to be approached. Tell me more about the Magician in reverse. So you're either overthinking something and you're disempowering yourself as a result of that, because you're not actually meant to have all the answers. You're supposed to have faith. Or you're connecting to something external to you that could be like, I don't know, a way of staying defensive, a way of keeping your guard up. So it could be your connection to something that is not good for you. Oh man, I'm seeing this as like Gemini. The thing is, when you self-sabotage because you're so intelligent, you find like the most creative ways to do that, coming from personal experience. What I'm seeing though is like some of you are exhausting yourself, obsessing or connecting or staying attached to something that is kind of giving devil energy. It's something that keeps you oppressed. It's something that keeps you triggered, or it keeps you in a state of defensiveness. But I see that you subconsciously, I feel like you have some level of awareness of this, and you're keeping yourself in an energy of defensiveness, even though you maybe know that your attachment to that energy is not good for you. But it's to block yourself from having to surrender and let go. It's almost like I'll lean into like excessively trying to control things through being really defensive versus having to just like take my hands off the wheel. But that's not empowering you. It's stealing something from you. So I don't know how conscious you are of that, but that's a form of self-sabotage. What is the Magician in reverse here for Gemini? They're saying that you're not aware, though, of this. The Nine of Swords in reverse. The Sun. This is something that is going to bring you into relationship. It's going to bring you into community or connection. The Hermit in reverse. If you've been in an isolated sort of one-man army state, this is going to force you out of that, because there's something that connection can offer you that's very, very abundant, and it's going to change your life in some sort of way, meaningful way, expansive, abundant way, fulfilling way. But they're like, honey, this is the 10 of Cups, the 10 of Pentacles, the Sun. There is no need to be anxious or have fear. This is a sure thing. It's a safe bet, right? They're trying to really drive that home for you, because there feels like there's this pervading energy of you that is not, for some reason, able to trust and believe that there's no like hidden risk involved in this. Okay, something that's coming soon is the Hierophant in reverse. Okay, what's that? The World. The Ace of Cups, the 10 of Pentacles. Yes. Okay. And the Page of Wands again. So these cards are coming out again. Yes, Gemini, you're doing it. Okay, this is beautiful. I feel like you are moving into the energy of love, and I'm seeing why this is so difficult for you, because there's something that has been like foundational in your life. And it could have been something that has been like a structure in your life, or like a way that you've perceived things or approached things since you were like a child even. But the Hierophant is Taurian energy, and it's fixed earth. So this is like, it talks about the the structures, the beliefs, the values that literally form the foundation that we build our life on. It's like the cornerstones of our life. And they're fixed, and they're meant to be fixed because that fixedness creates that security that we then build other things on and make choices based on, right? There's something here that's being disassembled, and it's something that goes deep. It signifies the end of a long-term karmic cycle for you. And this is more fixed energy with the world. It's technically Saturn, but it is Scorpio, Aquarius, Taurus, and Leo are all associated with the world as well. There is something that's ending here, though, and it signifies like the closure of something that has been a lesson for you, and it's been a Saturnian lesson. So it's been something that you've been learning through like a phase of your life, an era of your life. That's why this shift is literally, that's why they're impressing the truth that this is not just like, I'm making a tiny shift in my life. It's like, this is a quantum leap. This is a timeline shift. This is like a change of your entire reality is the implication of leaning into this, but for the better. It's not going to feel as heavy. It's not going to feel as hard, but it does require you to change something that has been very like fixed and cemented in your world. And I feel like that is the part that's hard, because the thing is, humans, although the only constant is change, and most of us know that, we still tend to avoid it at all costs sometimes, especially like really big change. And I think that that's because we are more comfortable with what we know, even if we don't love what we know. Even if we don't love what our experience has been so far, sometimes the unknown can scare us so much that we are like, we'll convince ourselves to stay somewhere we don't really want to be, because there's this false sense of safety there, just because it's what we know. And for you, I'm seeing that there's like a level of love, stability, hope, joy, fulfillment, and lightness that you haven't had in your life to this degree, that wants to come in. But you feel uncertain about that because I feel that it's not something you've experienced to this degree yet. So it's like when it presents itself to you, you're doing like risk assessment, which a level of that is normal and healthy, but spirit is like, again, you can't go bungee jumping and then just stand on the edge of the bridge, like doing a risk assessment for like an hour. They're gonna kick your ass off the bridge, right? And then you're gonna realize that you're fine and that was fun and exhilarating and liberating. And then now you're inspired to do even more things that push you outside your comfort zone. And then it's like things start to snowball into an energy of expansion, which is beautiful, a beautiful place to be. But you have to push the first domino over first, kind of thing. Okay. Your advice is the Seven of Swords. Well, there's the revelation that leads to the revolution. That's the there's a revelation that needs to happen. I think it has to do with how you're actually blocking something or getting in the way of something, because again, that came up with something that you're not really fully seeing or recognizing. So your advice has to do with looking at something here where there is like, all is not what it seems. The Seven of Swords, Moon and Aquarius energy. I almost feel like you're applying too much of your mind, but like your lower mind, to your feelings surrounding something. It's almost coming through as you're meant to trust what your intuition and your heart is telling you, because all of the surrounding energy is saying you're safe. This is okay for you to take, right? Like every energy around you has shown up as things that are only stable, secure, and have really no question surrounding that. The Sun, the Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Cups, right? They're good things. But I feel like you might be feeling it's like something good is offered to you, and you have that initial response energetically, emotionally, and intuitively that is like ding ding ding, this is a good thing. But then immediately it feels like the illusion is you apply thought to that, and that's what brings in like the doubt or the questioning. And I feel like you're kind of meant to look at where you're doing that and how it's not helping you. It's creating an illusion where you can actually trust what you're feeling. Clarified by these two cards, the Ace of Cups and the Five of Pentacles. So the Ace of Cups says, heaven on earth is available to us through Source. Return to Eden. And this Five of Pentacles says, attract things by stepping into their energy. Gratitude kills all need. Gratitude kills all need. Like what I'm saying here, right? Literally, where did that go? A return to Eden is what this quantum shift signifies. It's literally a more direct connection to source energy and the beauty and magic, like heaven on earth, creating heaven on earth by having that internal experience. That's what's being offered to you. And they're saying that there's some sort of fear that's being, mostly I feel like, amplified by a sense of lack or scarcity, or a fear of lack or scarcity. And they're saying that that can be alleviated by focusing on gratitude. Try to fill your heart with gratitude and love, because then you'll be able, I feel like, to trust more easily that you're coming from that energy, and therefore you're stepping into something that you've attracted that also has that energy. In other words, like, this is already available to you, but the reason that you're not taking it is because you don't feel energetically aligned with it. And I don't know how conscious you are of that. I think it could just be coming through as rumination or fear for you, or overthinking, but that's ultimately what it is. The actual denial or rejection of it is not happening because you don't want it. It's because you're questioning it, because there feels like there is an energetic misalignment. And there is, but you're creating that misalignment, right? So put yourself in the energy of love and gratitude and connect to source. And then I feel like you will feel this resonance with this opportunity that will help, like, cement or validate that it is for you. It will help alleviate some of the fear, is what I feel. Is there anything else you want me to tell Gemini in terms of advice before I move on? The High Priestess in reverse. There's something that very much wants to be revealed to you. The Seven of Swords and then the High Priestess in reverse. The High Priestess is the energy of the moon. And in reverse, it talks about like disclosure or something being illuminated to you, usually from your own subconscious or emotional or intuitive depths, or from a spiritual place. So try really hard as well. They're highlighting to get anything that you can do to get out of your mind. So whether that is like meditating, whether that is something that puts you in your body, so like a hard workout where you don't have time to overthink something while you're doing that, or something that you do that puts you in kind of like a mindless flow state energy. I feel like the more that you can put yourself in that kind of energy that removes you from this space of your head, it will give you pockets where this revelation can come through to you. And then once that comes through, you'll have a lot more clarity surrounding this, and that will help alleviate things and poo them along, push them along as well. Okay. That's what I see for you. All right. I love you, Gemini. We're going to move on to Cancer now. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what's up with my little crabby cakes. Crabby cake babies. There we go. Luna, why are you so cute? Yes, I am talking to you. She's sleeping on the bed and she's curled up with her tail around her like a little fox, like covering her face. So then she like makes little squawks as she like adjusts herself, and I'm like, could you be any more precious and angelic? I don't think so. All right, let's move this before I forget. Okay, we're moving on to Cancer. Gemini Sun, Venus, North Node, and Chiron. That is a lot of Gemini energy. I also have my Chiron in Gemini. Rochelle. What house do you have Gemini in? Curious. Mine is in the 8th house. What's going on for my Cancerian baddies on this fine day? Let's see. What's happening? Why? Pray tell, why? Cancer, just why? I just want to know why. I feel like I know what's happening. I feel like Mars is retrograde in your sign and you are cozy and comfy inside your warm little shell, and you're like, fuck going outside. No, it is too people-y out there. It is too violent out there, and it's gonna be a no for me, dog. You know, I just kind of feel like that is potentially where you're at with the vibes. Let's see. Okay. Can we? Yeah, okay. Let's get hermit mode. I feel you. Wow, you have a lot of Cancerian energy. No, we're just starting, Cancer, beloved. What was I gonna say? The only person that I have met that has that much Cancerian energy is my little sister. Her big 3 is all Cancer. She's a Cancer sun, moon, and rising. And every day I'm like, how do you survive in this world. You're very strong. Very strong. Night, my love. Night, Shay. It's 1:40. Getting up early to exercise. Aw. Thank you, love. Thank you for being here. Love accepted and sent back your way. All right. Even just a Cancer moon feels insane. I know, right? Feeling crabby every day. My sun is in my 4th house, so I sort of get it. Like, I have a Pisces sun in the 4th house. So I am a watery ass bitch. I'm also a Scorpio rising, and my moon is also in the 8th house with my Chiron. So crabby everyday club. Mine is more like broody. It's a broodiness, I would say. A broody moodiness. Okay, let's get some advice for Cancer. Oh, is that it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, one more card for, come here. One more card for Cancer. Yes. Your abundance of feels is safe here. Don't worry. I got you. Whoa. Why do 2 keep coming out? Okay. The good thing is that my cramps are not, they're not bad yet. So that is a blessing. I feel like Spirit is giving me. God bless. Okay. Let's see. What's up here? What is up with this situation? Okay. Cancer. Okay. Hi, Cancer. How are my spicy little crabby cakes doing today? I hope you're doing so well. I hope that you are still surviving this violent Mars retrograde through your sign. May the force be with you. I am sending you, I'm praying for you, okay? It's been hard on all of us. But let's see what wants to be highlighted here in the current situation for you guys, okay? I'm just gonna say, and this does make sense based on that transit, but also just other things. All of your cards, your initial spread came out in reverse, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Watching YouTube under the blanket. I love that. That's so Cancer coded as well. I just like wrapped it up like it watching it. Like, I'm supposed to be sleeping. So sometimes having the energy all in the reverse initially show up, it can just say that like you're in a bit of an energetic plateau, or things are on a pause for some reason, and that could be for many causes. It could be because there's something that you're releasing. It could be because there's something you're integrating. It could be because you need to rest and renew for some reason before you enter into something else. Or it could be because there is resistance or a block or a lesson that you're in the middle of learning that you haven't like moved through yet. It could also be that you're in an in-between state, like between you've closed out something major, but you haven't fully leapt into something new yet. So you're in that weird like twilight zone of I'm changing, what is life? But you're not, you haven't shifted fully yet. So let's clarify and see what that is. But Kazam, what's up, babe? Driving in the slower lane. We're on Cancer. So the situation that's coming up that Spirit wants to highlight for you at this time is the universe in reverse. So this is the World card in this deck. So I'm feeling like the reason for the stagnancy or the timeout or slowdown of energy or the resistance is because there is a cycle that is closing, or it's meant to close, that has not been fully completed yet. I feel like you're kind of wrapping up the loose ends of this right now. And this makes a lot of sense. This could have to do with your masculine energy, so how you actually like assert yourself in the world, which I feel like would affect you a lot because you're cardinal water, and cardinal energy is about like making shit happen, getting stuff started, like using your conviction and your truth, for you guys, your emotional truth, to propel you forwards, the chariot, with like an unstoppable force, right? It's kind of like a dam breaking and like, right? It's like, that's how I kind of see Cancerian energy. It's interesting. I've been close enough to enough Cancers in my life that when people are like, oh, Cancer, the crybabies, like the weak bitches of the zodiac, I'm like, have you ever met a Cancer? Because they can be terrifying, okay? And not always in a bad way, but like the sheer force. When a Cancer feels something and they commit to it, you're unstoppable. And I'm like, I don't understand like where you're not comprehending the energy of Cancer here. But clearly I think that it's just an internal projection and a you problem because Cancers are the strongest people that I've met in my life. No joke. But you're also very tender, but it's like you have to be strong because you're so tender. It has to be balanced for you literally to survive. You have to walk back and forth, you know, like, and keep it, you have to be in the tides and able to flow with both to keep your balance. Otherwise, you would die in this world. So it's really, it's very strong energy. But there's something that's phasing out. And I feel like the closure of this cycle is actually meant to clear something up for you or simplify something in your life. Something that has felt a little bit exhausting. But it does require, yeah, wow. The Fool has come out for every single sign in a different deck. Every sign. So this is literally the last major arcana card, the World, right, which you haven't totally phased out of yet, and this is the first, the Fool, new beginning. A new beginning comes after the closure of something. But this card, which is the Hanged Man, sacrifice, came up above this. So the closure of this cycle now is requiring some sort of sacrifice in order to move into something new, which makes sense, right? Because it's like, in order to release something old to create space, it's kind of like if you're holding on to something, you can't accept something new. So you're going to have to release something so that the new thing can fall into your hands, your possession. The oracle cards that are clarifying the World in reverse, though, came out as oppression and small is beautiful. Number 8 and number 11. So it's interesting. This is a karmic shift that's happening through something new manifesting. And this is a very aligned closure that's meant to happen again. It's meant to remove some sort of restriction, exhaustion, depression, depletion, or a feeling of being confined and cut off. This is what it's trying to alleviate. And it's going to alleviate that through simplifying something. Find the extraordinary in the ordinary, keep it simple, use discretion, slow down, tend to the details, and pay attention. There's an energy of like presence with this. Because when do you have the chance to notice the beauty that's all around you? Only when you slow down to the extent that your eyes can actually be open to it, right? So you see all the small, beautiful things in everyday life when you're present in the now. Otherwise, you miss it because you're not even grounded in the present moment. So how could you see the beauty in it, right? When you're living either in a space where you're stuck in the past or where you're projecting yourself into the future from a space of like anxiety, essentially. Okay, so this closure wants to happen. It wants to relieve some sort of heavy or oppressive or restrictive energy for you. So that there can be energetic movement, accelerated motion, the Eight of Wands. But they're saying that the way to wrap up the loose ends of this cycle or close it out with a gentleness or a grace is coming through simplifying your life, slowing down, like anything excess that you can cut out of your routine right now, cut it out. Don't take on like extra work at this time. As much as you can simplify your life so that you can be in the present, and paying attention to what's going on around you and the details of the things you're invested in the now, that's significant for some reason. It's going to help you close out this cycle. Yeah, it's because there's a transformation still taking place. This is death. But this transformation is requiring you to be conscious and present of it for it to fully take root. Okay, so your energy in relation to that situation is wisdom in reverse, which is the Hierophant. So that is Taurian energy. I don't see this as being bad. I don't see this as being like you denying truth or you not being intelligent. What I see this is like you are letting go of something you thought you knew so that you can expand. It's not like saying that thing is absolutely, completely bullshit or false now, but it's like, again, it's you want to expand, so you're opening things up to make space for that expansion. Yeah, this is how the expansion is happening, through your third eye chakra. And in order to see things from this more divine, more conscious place, right? Intuitive place, you do have to kind of sacrifice or enter a space of like mental humility, essentially, where it's kind of that energy of like the more you learn, I feel like the more that you learn in life, the more you realize how much you don't know, like how much there truly is to know, and how we will literally never have a grasp on knowing everything. So we can forget like trying to have the answers. It's actually a relief when we realize this, right? Because then we can just accept the journey of expansion as like what it's meant to be, which is an adventure that's meant to inspire us. It's meant to bring excitement and like life and passion into our existence. It's not meant to be something that feels fixed and restrictive. We're meant to constantly be growing and shifting, especially like what we think we know. So it's not shitting on yourself to be like, well, now all of this new awareness is coming through to me. I guess I was an idiot before. It's like, no, it's a good sign. It's showing that you're flexible, that you have learned lessons that you may have been focused on with the knowledge that you had before. And now you're being shown something new so that you can approach a whole new experience that's coming to you after you close out this old cycle. And you'll be ready for it once you kind of expand your knowledge base. Yeah, the Ace of Pentacles, prosperity begins. It's a new opportunity wants to come in. Okay. Something that you're not seeing in the present moment. It's coming through as the Six of Pentacles in reverse, material and spiritual prosperity. This is coming through as an imbalance. The Four of Swords, rest and rejuvenation. The Four of Wands in reverse, foundation and achievements. The root chakra. And then the transformation cards under that. Okay. So this is a spiritual energy. It's the Wands. And then this is air or swords, the Four of Swords, which is mental. But they're saying that it's important for you to So the reason why not having too much on your plate right now, not taking new projects on, not overburdening or exhausting yourself is important is because something new wants to ground into your reality. It wants to take root. And right now, I feel like there's an imbalance in the give and like an energetic give and take in your life. You might be kind of exhausting yourself by giving too much of yourself. This can be in a family or in a relationship with the Four of Wands, and rest and rejuvenate. This is kind of an energy of like solo, having downtime to renew yourself, having time to be just in the presence of yourself in somewhat of like a meditative, restful state. So for some of you, you need more time to yourself, straight up, in order to balance out the energetic flow in your life so that you feel like you have the energy to actually make this shift or to integrate the new knowledge that wants to come through to you. So it's not really a time to focus on like striving for like to achieve something new or to lay a new foundation or to take on a new challenge or make a whole bunch of plans. It's an energy of needing to really simplify. But why are you not seeing this? I think it's because what you're giving to is not a negative thing. The Four of Wands is something that brings you joy. It's something that is literally, it's a foundation that's important in your life that you value. It's like a relationship, friendship, family unit, a community, or something that you invest in that does support your spirit. So that might be why you're like, this is a healthy part of my foundation. So giving to it is not going to exhaust or restrict me. And normally it wouldn't, but it's only confining you because right now, because of the shift that's taking place for you, it is necessary for you to have a little bit more space for you to move through whatever that is. Again, just so that it has time to ground. It's like something can't ground if you are constantly moving, right? You need to kind of stand still and simplify the energy so that it can actually take root. So you couldn't maybe not be seeing you giving to this particular thing as something that needs to be sacrificed or as something that is throwing off the balance in your life. And normally I feel like Spirit's saying it's normally not, but it's just for these circumstances, for what you're going through right now. It's not something you have to like give up and sacrifice forever. It's just like for this phase of time, I feel like is what that's about. Okay, coming soon or coming in the near future for you is Shadow in reverse. This is the Moon in reverse. Okay. What's that? What is that? It's kind of coming through as the lifting of this more dense or oppressive energy here. This energy that's around you. This is kind of just coming through as that being lifted or having a chance to, it could be that it's alleviated by you giving yourself this time to kind of slow down and rest. And then some new awareness comes through to you, or this mental expansion that you're in the middle of this happening. This is your energy right now. It actually has the time and the space, and you feel safe enough in that space for it to really complete and take root. And I'm seeing this as the alleviation then of that heavier energy that's trying to move through. What's the shadow in reverse? The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Destiny. There's somewhere where you're spreading your energy thin in your life. And it's something that is currently foundational in your life that wants to phase out, or its form wants to shift, or like it wants to be balanced out. So I don't know. This could be as simple as, like, let's say you have kids and you show up to be like to go on field trips, like you sign up to volunteer to do things, right? And you're doing that and it's positive, you're part of that community, you're supporting your kid, whatever, but it's like, are you doing the most? Because at some point, I feel like you've already established a connection with the community, or like with that analogy, you've already created connections that are beneficial, and you can step back and focus your energy a little more on yourself at this time. It doesn't mean not to do this thing anymore. Again, I feel like it's just shifting, like it's taking a different form. But there's something that's coming through as like something, the wrong thing is being sacrificed. So you know how that card of sacrifice, the Hanged Man, came up? A sacrifice does need to take place, but it's not at your own expense. It's not something that is destined for you, something that is meant to expand in your life, that's meant to be the thing that is sacrificed. There's an element of like prioritizing yourself in a healthy way here, and out of love for yourself, emotionally withdrawing something that is taking a lot of strength, like a lot of energy. This is the 9 of Wands, and it's like you're just dragging yourself through to get to the finish line. There's something here that it's not as emotionally fulfilling as it used to be. It takes a lot of energy from you, and again, it's like it's just an imbalance in the energetic, in the give and take. It takes more from you than it gives back. So it's putting you in the red. It's putting you in the negative energetically. And it doesn't have to be a negative thing, but it's just the imbalance that's creating a negative like side effect on you. Okay. Your advice is the 9 of Cups, fulfillment of wishes in reverse. And it's with the 8 of Cups again, which says, what are you releasing now that demands to be fully felt? Out equals through. The 8 of Cups to the 9 of Cups. Again, there's the 8 of Cups just came out, right? There's something that it wants to be emotionally, the emotional and energetic load of something wants to be lightened, but it's through you like stepping back a little bit or simplifying it, giving a little bit less to it, and then balancing out the energies, or releasing yourself from some current responsibility that's not like vital for you to be committed to. But there is something here that you're releasing, and you do need to feel it, right? To fully transform and allow that energy to be transmuted, to give you like more life force energy that you can then move towards something that is going to be more fulfilling to you in the now. You can use that energy to move towards this. But I feel like this is the cycle that isn't fully closed out here. The universe in reverse is you being stuck between the 8 and the 9 of Cups. That's what that feels like. And there is something with the Wheel of Fortune, right? That is very much for you. And it's very much going to be very fulfilling. It feels like a wish fulfillment or something that you've wanted for a long time that's going to really, it's going to really feel good, and it's going to really expand your heart space as well. But there's something again that needs to kind of be released, or the grip on it loosened, so that you can accept that fresh energy flowing into your life. Good night, my love. Aw, I'm glad. Anything that brings you towards yourself is a good thing. That's the goal, coming home to ourselves, right? So if I can assist in that in any way, it is my honor. But there's something I feel like that, again, this is why you need a little bit of space to yourself, because all the water signs, we do feel things intensely, and you don't always feel things like the deepest or most intensely of all, but you feel things the most rawly, if that makes sense. I feel like when you can keep yourself contained, but when you feel something, it is in this like raw state that it flows through you. And for that reason, you have your shell. You have this place that you can pull into, and this space that you have to give yourself to honor that, where you feel safe and supported, so that this can flow through you and you can fully process whatever it is. And that's what I see you kind of needing now, okay? So whatever that is for you, the time is here to honor your own needs, so that you can process, release, transmute an energy that is ready to be transformed into something more supportive, fulfilling, and beneficial overall for you in the now. All right, Cancer. I love you. We're going to move on to Leo. We're moving on. Let's see. Here. Leo. There could be like some shadowy energy, Cancer, as well, like tied up to you releasing something, like guilt or shame associated with you prioritizing yourself more. You are very, very nurturing, and you sometimes find it easier to give to, well, 90% of the time, I feel like you find it easier to give to others in that very mothering, nurturing energy than you feel it easy to give to yourself in that way. So that's part of the shadow energy, the moon, that wants to be transmuted as well. It's like you realizing that you are just as worthy of being prioritized and of your own time and nurturing as everything around you. So make sure you give that to yourself, okay? And it doesn't mean you have to become like a selfish dick that always puts yourself first, because I feel like that wouldn't be aligned with who you, like, your true nature. But there does need to be a balance there, right? Or else you don't really have the fullness of yourself to give if you're not taking the time to balance that out with like filling yourself up too. Okay. Leo. La 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 Leo. No, not Virgo. We're not at you yet. We're not skipping to you. There we go. Leo. All right. What is going on? For my Leos. Ah. Oh, this deck is so satisfying to shuffle. Something about the card stock is just, then I screw up the shuffle right after I say It feels so nice. Okay. Luna. One more. All right. Okay. Okay. What's that about? Let's find out. Let's see. I feel like a lot of people are in the energy of like that, what is his freaking name? Ben Affleck meme where he's like just holding the cigarette on the like the he's out on his balcony and he's just like I would rather be hit by a bus than have to drudge up the energy to pull myself through another day, you know? It's feeling it's giving Ben Affleck. It's giving Ben Affleck meme. Okay. Can you clarify Leo's energy? And I get it, honestly. I get it. We have like the ballpark around another month where things feel a little bit, you know, like swimming through the molasses. So go easy on yourself during that time. Things start to lighten up and pick up speed like significantly after that. They do even after like this week. Yeah, the one of him smoking, Lindsay. That picture is part of Big Mama. It's one of the cards that I have in Big Mama because I was like, not gonna lie, it's relatable. This is so interesting. Your energy is... Oh, okay, gotcha. Wow. This is quite... It's interesting. Okay. One more card for the advice for Leo. Big Mama is the most powerful oracle deck of all time. Yes, it's true. Whoa. I feel like that's her in human form, like lightning bolts coming out of her fingers, like, oh, the power. I was like, right before I fell asleep last night, I was randomly, all these thoughts of how to like expand her were like coming through my mind. Big Mama, if you don't know, is this oracle deck that I created. And I just keep on adding to it, and it's getting, she getting thick. She getting a little out of control. You feel like that physically, but spiritually it's oddly not dragging you down. That's actually kind of makes sense, because I feel like this Mars retrograde in Cancer is kind of affecting us all differently. Because it's Mars though, it's like that is your physical energy and how you are able to like assert yourself, right? How much physical energy or like output you kind of have. And Mars has been like the crankiest, like the least happiest of all time during this retrograde in Cancer. So it makes sense that a lot of people are like a little bit emotionally, moody, to say the least. And also there's a level of like physical, just like tiredness. That will be alleviated. Why did that have to go so far? Okay. Okay. I see. I think I see what's going on here. So, Leo. Hi, Leo. How are my brave hearts doing? How are you today? So let's get into your reading and see what circumstances and energy your higher self or spirit wants to bring to your awareness at this time. Okay, so the situation, I know January has been struggle town. The current situation that they want to highlight is coming through as the Six of Swords in reverse. The good thing is you're going to have direct support of this energy very soon. I can't remember exactly. I think it might be tomorrow. I think it's either today or tomorrow, but this is the card of Mercury in Aquarius, and that transit is happening either today or tomorrow. So if you are struggling with releasing an old way of thinking that feels like some sort of internal conflict or something, you keep on being pulled back and forth, and it's like you haven't been able to settle on, this is how I feel about this is my decision, this is the like action I'm taking on it. I think that you're going to have new awareness that allows you to push forwards into something that feels less tense soon. I think that you're going to feel more empowered and more yourself, because a thought process or a certain perception that you have really does want to expand at this time. I feel like it has to do with how you see yourself, because the energy that they're showing me you are in surrounding this situation is the Sun in reverse. So the Sun is your ruler, as we know. So this is kind of you just not feeling fully you. And that doesn't mean that you still don't have like that golden shine. It's just like, it's not so much about how other people are seeing you. It's more about how you're seeing yourself with whatever this is. You might kind of feel like a cloud is like partially covering you. And I don't think other people are perceiving you in that sense. I feel like it's, like I said, like a you thing a little bit. The oracle cards that came out to clarify that are abundance and difficulty in the beginning. So abundance says plenty, profusion, generosity, fertility, ripeness, inner riches, reaping rewards, culmination, and harvest. And this one came out first. So this to me was interesting because it's like the situation is you're not pressing forwards into something fully, and that is mostly hinging on the fact that there's either something you're not seeing clearly, something that you're not fully acknowledging or admitting, or there's still a shift that needs to take place out of you being conflicted about something into something that is more clear and calm, right? But then you're in the energy of the Sun in reverse. But then it's clarified by this abundance, which backs up the energy of the Six of Swords, which is about an energy of expansion, right? And they're saying, though, that you have an awareness that there's something that's culminating or ready to culminate, something that maybe you've been energetically giving to. It could be like a cycle, it could be a lesson you've been learning, it could be a goal that you've actually been working on, but it's almost harvest time. It's almost time to reap the reward of this, or like the fruit has been ripening and now it's time to pick it and like let the juice run down your chin while you enjoy the sweetness of it. And you're sort of saying that you acknowledge, you know that this is coming up, but you're not feeling like it's like something's raining on the parade of this situation, where it's not allowing you to be as fully invested or excited or energized or inspired, just as in it as you feel that you should be, or as you want to be. And I think that that's coming from this, which would make a lot of sense, right? Difficulty in the beginning, growing pains, doubts and fears, awkwardness, becoming stronger, vulnerability, and inexperience. You're being cracked open, so again, something can expand, but it's like you're aware that you might feel a little bit insecure or awkward, or you might be facing some doubt or fear that you have because you know that there's like a learning curve to stepping into a new position here, or whatever's coming towards you that you feel energetically or that you actually see in the physical. You know that there's going to be some sort of growth like period that you go through at the start that's going to make you feel vulnerable, or you're going to be in like a beginner brain. So you might like that energy of inexperience might be more at the forefront. And I think that for you guys, that can sometimes be an uncomfortable position. Like it is for all of us, but it can sometimes be extra uncomfortable for you because you naturally have this essence of being a leader. So then when you're forced to kind of be like the student, even if it's just for the first little phase of a new experience, it can just feel like awkward and uncomfortable. And I think that might be why you're not fully feeling yourself, because it's like there's something approaching that you know you maybe feel like you can't really approach it with the full level of confidence that you normally have because you don't really know everything there is to know about whatever this is. I think you sense that it's going to be expansive and abundant. It's more like the phase at the beginning that is going to feel awkward, or that might bring up doubt and fear in you that you're kind of hesitating surrounding, I think. This could be something that you're aware is going to like ask a lot of you. It's going to ask you to step up too. So you could just be resting in preparation of that as well. Let's see. Whatever this is though, it has to do with accessing and opening your heart to a greater degree to accept like more love, more abundance, more support. Yeah, more blessings. Anything else about that? The moon. The moon and the sun in reverse. Yeah. I think that you're pretty aware of this process. Like you're showing me that you feel that this thing is coming towards you, something that's going to pay off, or like a new opportunity that's you know is going to be good for you, or it's going to push you into a new phase of expansion and empowerment. But it also is forcing you. It's interesting because this card I feel like talks about how the actual start of an opportunity feels difficult, but I feel like you are actually, there's like a prerequisite dealing with or acknowledging certain levels of doubt and fear that actually needs to happen before you can even before you even have the confidence or the energetic alignment to start whatever this new thing is. And that's why you're in the energy of the moon. Because the moon asks you to open up the depths of yourself and look at those fears and doubts and the things that lurk in the shadows. But it's like addressing those things because you know that soon the sun is going to shine on you in a way that might like expose those things anyways, right? So this could manifest in lots of different ways. Maybe you know that you're going to, or you feel that you're going to step into a new level of leadership or get a promotion or something like that. And there's going to be more attention on you. People will be more aware of you, or more people will be watching you essentially. So it's like you're dealing with the things that you know you would have to deal with at the beginning of this to be successful in it anyways, and you're doing it as like prerequisite work also, so that you don't have to expose those things or have them exposed to other people if you were to choose to deal with them like once you were already in this new opportunity. Does that make sense? Just don't get stuck here. Because this is not like your forte or your natural state, right? Being in the energy of the moon, because the sun is your ruler. So it feels unnatural to you. And I think because you have this naturally like very bright, optimistic, almost childlike, creative energy that is very much the sun, when you do have those moments where you have to go under your internal moon and be in your subconscious, be in your deeply feminine, like looking internally energy, it can kind of be easy for you to get stuck there a little bit because it can feel kind of heavy. It can feel like the uncertainty that you went there to reconcile gets worse before it gets better. It's like paying attention or drawing attention to this part of yourself that you normally don't give too much time or energy because you normally don't really need to. I think sometimes you get scared that when you turn your attention there, you're amplifying those things. But just acknowledging them and then allowing yourself to process them and release them will actually alleviate it, even if initially it feels like you're focusing on something that doesn't feel good necessarily, right? But it'll only be amplified in somewhere where you get stuck if you continue to focus or dwell in that space rather than like letting it go once you're done seeing whatever you need to see there. But this is a natural process that's taking place for you, and I feel like you're pretty consciously aware of it. Okay, something that you are not seeing in the present moment is the Hermit in reverse. Okay. So that's Virgo energy. So we have Pisces energy, the energy of the sun, and then also Virgo is here. The Hermit. I'm getting this kind of vibe that, yeah, there's the King of Wands in reverse. That's you. And the Tower. King of Pentacles in reverse. Two of Cups. Just Two of Cups. It's interesting, right? Because I feel like you've manifested, or you are manifesting, something that is going to require more openness, more vulnerability. Like I said, you are the sun from internally, but also the sun is going to be shining on you more. And so it's almost like an energy of disclosure, internal disclosure happening first, because again, as a prerequisite to like knowing that that part of you is going to need to be open and exposed, but not in a negative way, for you to accept whatever this new thing is. there's something coming through about like spirit wants you to know that you're not alone in this internal journey. This isn't somewhere that you can get stuck. This isn't somewhere you can actually lose your way in your own subconscious, right? It's still just a part of you. Even if it's a part of you that you feel less comfortable exploring than like the sun, your higher self is the one that wants to lead the way here. Your higher self is the lantern that you're carrying that's actually shedding light on that internal experience. And it wants you to experience it as an uplifting thing, or like an up-leveling in awareness, something that actually inspires you, not something that scares you because you're having to look at like your own insecurity, doubt, and fear. It's almost like they want you to know you're not alone on this journey. First of all, we are here holding your hand this entire way. You can't get lost. You can't get stuck there. And it's almost like you're kind of assuming that there's some level of avoidance of looking at something here. And I don't know exactly why, but they're saying that like the damage, quote unquote, is more likely to be done if this sneaks up on you and reveals itself to you another way. Like the most beneficial way of drawing awareness to somewhere that you feel a little bit insecure, right? Because the King of Wands in reverse and the King of Pentacles in reverse both have like a level of insecurity to them. The King of Wands in reverse is more like your ego feeling insecure about, again, being put in like a situation where you feel like a beginner, or you feel like you're exposing yourself to something you've never done before. And so your ego is like, just stick to what you know? That's what you're comfortable and confident in. And the King of Pentacles in reverse can feel a level of insecurity like, what if I can't do it? What if I don't bring enough to the table? What if I'm not capable? What if I fail? What if people judge me? What if I make myself, the weakest parts of myself, vulnerable, and then I fuck up, or I look like an idiot, or people judge me, or I'm not enough? The thing is, these aren't weak parts of you. I feel like you will feel like they are weak parts of you if you wait until the Tower reveals them to you, because then it's going to feel a little bit more violent and out of your control. So that's why they're wanting you to kind of see that there is a level of internal, I heard analysis, that wants to happen, that isn't happening to the degree that it needs to, for something important to reveal itself to you. And it is something around like a doubt, a fear, an area that you feel awkward or vulnerable or inexperienced, or something that you're aware isn't your forte or your strength, but it wants to be strengthened through this growing pain, through this process. And you'll feel a lot more empowered approaching it and drawing awareness to it this way, like setting off on the journey by your own, like on your own standards, and you making the choice to do that, versus the Tower coming in and like forcing you to see something in a more uncomfortable way. So yeah, there's something you're not seeing about, I don't know, something that wants to be witnessed internally that isn't having light shone on it currently. Okay. Okay, I just saw oh yeah, it's still here at the bottom of the deck. The Four of Wands in reverse. I think that it has something to do with like being part of, because Leos are like, okay, you guys are lover boys, lover girls. You literally rule the heart. But at the same time, you're very independent energy. You are leaders and you have a lot of confidence. And I think that sometimes you find it hard to play nice with other people because other people seem to have a difficult time playing nice with you because they're intimidated by you. Let's be real. So sometimes you, I think, this insecurity forms inside of you that is like, I can't have a harmonious and balanced relationship with like an intimate relationship, a relationship with a family or a community or like work family, because they don't see me as an equal, or because I'm not as comfortable being part of a team as I am like leading and being independent. There's something here that you're going to be coming into union with that is going to require you to receive, I think, just as much as you give. And Leos are incredibly generous people, and you're comfortable being generous, which is great. Don't change. But you also need to be more comfortable with people being generous towards you in order to accept this new thing. That's what I feel. Because in the near future, what's coming in is the Six of Pentacles. And this is equal and balanced give and take. For some of you, you're used to being in like connections or relationships, whether romantic or not, where because of your naturally generous nature, you give more. You end up being the one that does more, that gives more, that there's not an energetic balance. And although I feel like, you know, on some level that's not healthy, you might sort of be comfortable there because, again, you're naturally inclined towards generosity and leadership and being the bold, brave, courageous one that goes first. There's something here that's going to challenge that, though, because I think something that is on your level and actually able to give to you, I feel like you're coming into contact with something that's equal to you. And you might not be used to that. But yeah, this is equal give and take in the near future. Someone that wants to pour into you, or an opportunity that wants to pour into you and give as much back as you put into it, which is a beautiful gift. It's optimal, really. So, the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords. Yeah. You're still on the fence about it, but it's because there is some sort of fear that is creating a doubt or an indecision. The funny thing is, though, under that is the Two of Wands in reverse, the Three of Pentacles, and the Six of Wands. I think that a part of you has already chosen this path, and I think it's your spirit that has already chosen it, your soul. Because the Three of Pentacles is about like, this is about, I know that I'm choosing the path. What is the path? To cooperate and build with a group or someone outside of me, like to bring what I have to the table and to allow someone else to bring what they have to the table. And I know that there's ultimately going to be success. I foresee that. Again, it's this energy of abundance. You know that something is culminating that will allow you to reap rewards that you deserve and desire, and that you're entering a phase of like ripeness and harvest. But it still signifies like something that is a new experience for you in some way, and that's what's kind of challenging you. So your advice is the Page of Cups in reverse, and then you have these oracle cards that are the Ace of Swords and the Joker. So the Page of Cups, and then these cards. And the Ace of Swords says, truth is always accessible, we must only reach for it. And the Joker says, nothing to fear but fear itself, get off of the fucking wheel. This is actually, excuse me, this is a lesson that I have had to remind and repeat myself of like consistently through my life. It's something that I feel like we tend to forget, because it's like we build fear up and we give it, it's not like we do this, we do this. Fear is just a way of framing an experience. It's like a filter that we can put on our experience. Just like we can put like rose-colored glasses on, or optimism into how we frame something or look at something. Fear would be like the pessimistic approach, the doubt, the voice that tells us that we can't do anything, that kind of puts this filter that makes everything look scary and like intimidating on our experience. But that's literally all fear is. Fear has no power and is quite literally not real unless we feed it and make it real. And fear feeds on fear. So the way that you give it more energy is by feeding into it, right? By making it powerful in your own mind. But really, because fear is the thing that amplifies fear, the only thing to fear truly is fear itself. Because the more that you let that energy seep in, the more, that's when it becomes a monster and it gains sort of like power of its own, right? And it can kind of pervasively consume areas of your life. But it's only if you give it that power by feeding it. So it's saying that there's some sort of wheel that you're on where in some area of your life you're feeding this fear, and the only way to ultimately beat it is by not feeding the fear anymore, by having this understanding that, and I feel like when we see it as like it's just a filter, it's just a way of framing something, it's just a way of perceiving something that I can either choose or not choose, that conscious awareness in itself strips a lot of perceived power away from fear anyways. But there's something about like the Page of Cups in reverse. This is coming through as kind of having an insecurity or a fear surrounding opening the fullness of your heart up to be truly poured into, to have someone generously love you the way that you generously love and fulfill other people. Because you're not used to people giving that to you. Tell me more about the Page of Cups in reverse. The Page of Wands in reverse. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy though, because here's the Six of Wands again. Hi, loons. She's showing up for Leo. Of course she is. But it's like, you know that you will be successful in this, right? Hi, sweet girl. You done napping? But the Page of Wands in reverse is someone who does not have optimism. It's someone that views things from a doubtful or like a mistrustful. I know, she's so cute. Lunita, let's get you a little sombrero. Lunita. Bonita Lunita. Hi. We love her. She's so beautiful. Hi, Beans. Megan, yes, this is my familiar, Luna. Hi, sweetie. She's a Norwegian forest cat, and she is very hairy. But we love her, even though white hair on literally everything that I own every day of my life. But that's okay. Yeah. She's just purring, sitting on the edge of the bed, just purring. Oh, she's like doing this with her paw, trying to get my attention. Fine, we'll keep the attention on you, but I also have to simultaneously work. Okay, so the Page of Wands in reverse is like, I love you so much. This is someone that doesn't have hope in a situation, and then they project that lack of hope and insecurity onto the situation, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. But again, it's only because of the way that they are framing it. So you could just as easily look at it and be like, no, I know that even if this is something that I don't have as much experience in, even if this is something that has not been offered to me before, I trust myself, and therefore I can trust jumping into this because I know that I can handle it no matter what. And I know that ultimately the defining feature on how I experience whatever is being offered to me is how I choose to look at it. Because how you look at something and the energy that you project towards it will be your reality, right? Whether it's the objective reality or not, that will be how you perceive and experience that thing, because that's how you're choosing to see it. So there's something here about taking the power away from fear, surrounding specifically like some sort of wild card experience that's coming in towards you. The Joker, right? It's something that you have not experienced a lot, or it's something that doesn't come through very often. And so it's challenging your ability to trust yourself in it. Can you hear her purring? Your head.
Hi, what, you want to scratch on the chin? Okay.
That's what I have for you, Leah. Luna is here to transmute some of the fear for you. She's a little transmutation machine.
Yes, you're a magical being.
You are.
Hi, Mama. Hi. What's going on, Hairball? Can I move on to Virgo now? What do you think?
What if I give you a treat? Okay, there's literal hairballs floating off of you. How about if I give you some treats? Stop it. Okay, hold on. But yeah, that's what I have for you, Leo. So
Yes, I'm here. I'm literally this far away from you.
what do you want from me? You can't get closer. You're on the edge of the bed. Already? Okay, I'm going to give her some treats, and then we're going to move on to Virgo.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Just hold on. Ow! Hold on. Can you please hold?
Please hold for a moment. Luna, I need to give you.
Yeah, I know. It's all good, buddy. Here.
Here, here.
There you go. Okay. Great. All right. There we go. Got. You good? You happy? Are we cool?
What do you think? You good? You got a little lovin'. You got a treat.
I think we're good for the time being. All right. Yeah, I think she's gonna go outside now.
Yeah. You wanna go? There you go.
Okay. She might be going to the washroom to drink from the sink because that's the only thing she'll drink water from. And so she might start meowing at me from the washroom in a moment, in which case I will have to go turn that on for her. Okay. Yes, I know. We should just have a channel devoted to Luna, honestly. She is kind of the star of the show. Anyways, who are we kidding? Okay, there's something in my eye. Is it a Luna hair? I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what it is. Okay. Let's see.
I'm gonna run to the washroom to see what is in my eye, and I'm also just gonna see if she needs me to turn the sink on for her. But there is something in there. I'll be back in 1 second, okay? Then we'll move on to Virgo. Let's see.
I knew it. I knew you would be here. Water?
Okay, I think I got it dislodged. She might be drinking water in there for a moment, so I'm just gonna come back and keep going, and I'll get up and turn the water off after. There's hair floating through the air, and the culprit is Luna. Ah, I got one of my hair stuck in my eye now. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Okay. All right, Virgo. Virgo. Someone's in a mood. I know, bopping me in the head. I'm like, hello? I'm literally right here. She's like, unless I am invading your personal space, we're not close enough, okay? I woke up the other day and she was sleeping right next to my head and her tail was like over my face. I was like, excuse me? You know I love you, but we've gone too far this time. Cat hair equals kitty glitter. I love that. I'm gonna start using that. Okay. All right, Virgo. What is it that my Virgos need to know? After Virgo, I'm going up to make myself a coffee. And I'm probably gonna take more painkillers. Because it's return of the cramps once again. Return of the cramps. Let's see. Okay. What does Virgo need to know? I'm using another deck that Lindsay donated to the channel. Another one. What is this one called? Serpent Fire Tarot, I think it's called. Thank you, Lindsay. Oh, Shauna, mine came like a week early. I was like, why am I feeling this way? And like 5 minutes before I started streaming, it was like, here I am. I was like, are you literally kidding me right now? The timing. I think it's just aligned with the new moon. My system does that. Like throws itself drastically off to align with
lunations, and I'm like, it'd be okay if we missed this one, you know? Okay. Ooh, what? New moon things, I know. I'm gonna have to, my manifestations are gonna be potent, because it's basically not TMI hopefully, but a blood ritual when you set intentions on a new moon while you're bleeding. So I'm like, let me just be really intentional and responsible with what I'm calling in right now, because no scrubs, no. Let's see. What is this? Speaking of not calling in things that are... I'm only going to point this out before the reading and the timestamp because it may not be relevant, but why at the bottom of the deck, Virgo, is there the Five of Pentacles, the King of Swords in reverse, and the Five of Wands with the Magician and the Hermit in reverse, which is you. No scrubs, okay? Please do not manifest from this place, okay? We need you to not manifest from this place, all right? This is your pre-new moon warning because I love you. Don't do it. All right, just gonna shuffle that back in. We'll see if those energies come out. Again, the Seven of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, but the Tower in reverse. Why? Okay. We're gonna figure this out. It could just be that someone, like one person, needed that warning before we actually get into the reading. Because it didn't come out during the reading, or at least not yet, so... Do not fret, collective. We'll see what comes up. Okay. Let's see. No spicy stuff. I mean, you can have healthy, spicy stuff. Let's see. Okay. I think I understand what's happening here. Let me just see. Let's get you one more card. A card of advice. Are you trying to go on the bed again, or what you doing, buddy? One more card of advice for Virgo. Oh, I gotta go turn the sink off. She's back in here. Do it after I pull your last card, and then we'll just get right into it in a second here. Okay. Yeah, I understand. It's always you mercurial ruled bitches that I have to talk to about being too smart for your own damn good, that you're in a position of power and you somehow convince yourself that you're not, and then your power becomes a state of self-sabotage. And it's like, why? You had it, though, right within your grasp, but then you convinced yourself you didn't have it somehow. Okay. We'll talk about this. Okay. All right. Okay, yeah. See, I understand. Let me turn the sink off real quick. I'm really off too. We don't need that much light. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Hi, Virgo. How are you doing, darlings? Let's see what Spirit wants to highlight about a current circumstance or situation that you're going through here that they want you to have more insight into. So, okay. So the current circumstance is coming up for you as, what is that? The Knight of Pentacles in reverse with this energy, which is standstill, alienation, a stalemate, stagnation, withholding, grinding to a halt, insensitivity, and mistrust. Yes, these are saying the same thing. So the Knight of Pentacles in reverse is someone that is not moving. They are literally at a standstill, because the Knight of Pentacles in the upright is normally someone who they take very conscious, intentional, and like well-planned steps forwards. Like they have a plan, they're not in a rush, but they're still not stagnant. They're putting one foot in front of the other. They're making it happen. It's kind of that energy of the Knight of Pentacles. They might not always achieve something in the fastest time ever, but they are very likely to always achieve what they set out to achieve, no matter how big or overwhelming that thing may seem. Because it's kind of like the energy of like that quote, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, which is essentially just saying, how do you accomplish something that seems impossible? By taking one tiny bite out of it, chewing it, accomplishing it, essentially by putting one foot in front of the other, just taking the next step. And then after that, just taking the next step, right? And that is how you accomplish it. So I feel like there's something here that feels, there's a level of something feeling kind of insurmountable, or it's like you are aware that something is available to you, but there's this sense of not knowing how to approach it, and so just not doing anything is kind of what I'm getting. Yeah, the Seven of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse is at the bottom of the deck. It's like the Tower in reverse. Okay. You may have a lot of different options or feelings about something, but again, you're like, halt on destiny, or like, let's just time out, even though something is approaching you here, I don't feel like you're really creating like a I don't necessarily feel like you're creating resistance, though. This is the energy, the circumstances that you're in. It's almost like either someone or something around you is you're at a standstill with it, but I feel like there's a purpose for this. And I think that it's to help you sort out some feelings or options that you have around how to move forwards with it or how to approach it. Is the Knight of Pentacles in reverse here primarily Virgo? No. It is not primarily you. And I was wondering because there are two people on this card in this standstill. So this could be a situation where you feel alienated from someone, or you feel as though someone doesn't trust you or isn't sensitive to your experience in a situation, or there's just a stalemate or some sort of stagnation. You could feel like someone is withholding their energy from you, or they are not reaching out. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse and the King of Swords in reverse. You could see this as someone, or if it's not another person specifically, it could just be a situation that's represented by something that is at a standstill, like an opportunity that you feel like isn't pushing forwards. But there's a level of like inflexibility here with the King of Swords and the Knight of Pentacles, both in reverse, and the standstill energy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let me get some more information about that. Like sometimes someone halts because they are aware that, they're aware that some level of healing needs to happen. And so they stop giving to something, or because they're aware that something is not meeting their standards. So then they stop giving to something. Or like there are reasons why people withhold or things go into a stalemate, and it's not always bad, right? This is kind of coming through as something, though, that it's like there's a situation where there is not compromise. Maybe. What is not flexible in these circumstances that Virgo is in? The Eight of Cups in reverse. That's interesting. Okay. So there's a situation here where there is healing and growth that needs to take place. However, I feel like there's another person invested in the situation with you. And whoever this is, they're having a difficult time releasing something that is not emotionally fulfilling to them. Now, whether that is the situation with you, or whether that is a personal pattern or habit or way of seeing something, or a way of self-sabotaging, this could be another person's way of acting or showing up at the table, that they're having a difficult time walking away from it, even though the way they've approached things has not fulfilled them emotionally. They're still having a difficult time separating themselves from that, specifically from the emotions that it makes them feel, that approach. So this could be someone that is kind of like, maybe they have like a process or a way of approaching something that they've outgrown and it's not serving them anymore. It's become sort of like a toxic pattern or something that is limiting them or restrictive, but it feels vulnerable to change this. So they're still kind of showing up in the same way, even though they don't feel fulfilled and they don't feel like they're really free or moving in the direction of getting what they want in that space. It's kind of stagnating them. And this is someone who's not stuck overall in their life. The Four of Wands and the Queen of Wands is here, which is a really powerful energy. It's really strong Aries energy. It's also a very independent energy, like extremely. And it's an energy that's confident. It's like it's very confident in its passion, in its creativity, in its connection to its spirit, what inspires it, and allowing that to lead the way, and things that bring it joy. But the Empress in reverse is underneath that. For some of you, there's someone here that wants to reconcile something with you. The Three of Cups. Yeah. Okay, so the Three of Cups, Death in reverse, the Fool, Four of Cups in reverse, Hanged Man in reverse. There's something that they are not seeing and they need to balance it out. I feel like there is a doubt inside of this person, and it has to do with deeply connecting to and coming into union with somebody else to the degree that they actually trust that other part to be like an equal part of the equation. So this would be like if you like an intimate relationship, like dating someone, let's say, you have to be part of a team, or even like in a work thing where the responsibility needs to be equal. You would have to pair with someone, and then rather than like, it's like in school when you're forced to do a group project, that person that is like, let me just do the whole project because I know that I can do it right. They don't trust the other parts of the group to show up. And so they, even though they may be very capable, they're taking on like more of a responsibility, and it throws the balance off, right? I think this is someone, or I feel like this is someone, and they want to reconcile something with you so that there can be peace in a situation. The only problem is there's some sort of transformation that is still taking place with them. And it's like they feel tempted, or I feel like this transformation requires them to disconnect from an old, outgrown emotional approach that needs to shift. And they haven't fully done that yet, but they still want to like leap into something new. But something needs to transform or finish transforming before they can do that. And I think that they feel uncomfortable because they're in this state of like disappointment, or maybe they feel like these two rivers, one is you and one is them. They could feel like you're meant to end up in the same place and like your paths are meant to be parallel, but at no point here do they fully connect until like way down here. So this could be an uncomfortable phase where someone wants to reconcile with you just to bring themselves out of this uncomfortable state of like disappointment. But the shift that needs to happen before true reconciliation and movement into a healthier form of this connection or something, it has to take place after a higher perspective is seen and integrated and something is balanced out. And it's coming through as like what they don't see intuitively is that this person actually has a way of, this is coming through as someone that like, they're very confident in certain ways, right? And they're mostly confident in themselves, it feels like, but they have trouble trusting other people to show up the way that they do. So it's like what they're not seeing is that even though maybe they want reconciliation or they want love, they have this way of blocking it. And the way they block it is by, and they may not be aware of this, but some part of them, probably subconscious, doubts it or is like on the fence about it or back and forth about it, even though it's something that they feel deeply. And it's their inability to trust something outside of themselves. It might cause them to like overcompensate or rush the process of coming together because, again, they might feel like they can handle the situation because they see themselves as capable. But that's not really what's getting in the way. It's their inability to allow someone else to show up to the same degree or to receive as this at the same level that they are confident giving. Essentially, it's a trust thing. And it's not trusting, they trust themselves, I feel, but they don't really trust the other elements. The energy that you are in relation to this situation is the Hierophant, which is Taurian energy. So you are also in a fixed energy. And you're learning something or integrating something or strengthening a belief through this internal journey. It's coming through as quite a spiritual journey that you are in as well. I feel like you're exploring different parts of yourself or integrating different parts of yourself here. I think that there's a wise part of you that is aware that this standstill is happening for a reason. Because I see you restraining yourself here, because these cards came out to clarify. The taming power of the small, which says self-restraint, self-sufficiency, careful preparation, resourcefulness, minor impediments, and adaptability. You know something is changing, and it's like you see this as not being a big thing, which it's not really. The Eight of Cups is just like release, like notice that something's not serving you, recognize the pattern, release the pattern, let the transformation take place and move forwards. And you are restraining yourself in some way while it's like you have an awareness that that transformation is happening for this person. Maybe because you have the Two of Cups connection with them. You're aware that there's some sort of reflection in the experience the two of you are having. And there's a lot of visual like that. There was those two rivers flowing together, and then there's these two paths coming out of the same water and then eventually leading to the same place again. So you know that you are learning a deep lesson, and you are sort of embracing this standstill because it feels like you know that it's just a period of gaining a new level of resourcefulness and adaptability and preparing carefully for something maybe to come back together. But it's like you have this awareness, this energy of this card is giving big hermit vibes, which is you. And it says the wanderer, traveling, adventure, movement, coping with unfamiliarity, a pilgrimage, aloneness, and broaden your horizons. This is what you're doing. This is how you're approaching your time. I feel like this is mostly an internal thing that you're doing, a strengthening of yourself. You might be looking at something from the lens of seeing it from a new vantage point, looking at something that you're kind of like unfamiliar with to a degree, or it's an energy kind of observing something in order to broaden your perspective on it. But there's this energy that you're aware that that's something that needs to kind of happen independently. So it feels like you're in a state of acceptance of this standstill, and you're kind of making the most out of it, which is wonderful. I see you really grounding into like a new understanding of yourself, what you want, what you value, and what you're capable of as you go through this process. Okay, something that you are not currently seeing is the Ace of Cups. Okay. Well, that's love. So I don't know if you're not seeing that someone has love for you, or maybe you're not processing the love that you have for someone else because you're very self-focused right now, which again isn't a bad thing. The Five of Cups, the Ten of Wands in reverse, Judgment, and the Queen of Cups in reverse. I think you feel like someone, and you may or may not be aware that this is because of this person's programming that is currently very much evolving or being challenged to evolve. But you're saying that there's some sort of grief that you're working through processing so that you can release the heaviness of it. You're trying very hard to reconcile it and integrate any lessons that you still need to learn surrounding it. But the thing is, you feel like there is love lost, or someone, I feel like this is this other person. You feel like they discounted you. The Five of Swords in reverse. This is like, I am not in a state of mental conflict about it. I know that I don't love you, or I know that I'm not invested, or something like that. And I think that this assumption you're basing off of something that happened in the past. Because, okay, so here's the Emperor. So remember, the Empress came out before as this other person. You're saying that in the past, you were the Emperor, you were empowered and confident, the Knight of Wands, and you moved forwards from that space with your heart on your sleeve, knowing what you wanted, in dominion over your own energy and asserting yourself in that direction. And someone did not see that, or they rejected it, or they were on the fence about it, or I feel like these two are separate though. I feel like it didn't go the way you wanted. This is like you approaching something and putting your all into it because you saw it as being the 10 of Cups and then being disappointed. The thing is, I feel like you took that as like, I think you took this not working out as, you took it very personally, or you internalized that. And I don't think you have a greater understanding of why that happened. It didn't happen because of a lack of love, or because of a lack of seeing what you saw. Because this person, they have love for you, and they do see what you see in the connection. This happened because they don't trust themselves, or because they don't trust, well, yeah, there is a level of them not trusting themselves. They were on the fence because of trust issues to a degree. But they're working through that right now, or there's something being forced to transform there. What else do we need to know about the Ace of Cups that we're not seeing here? Whoa. The Queen of Cups in reverse again. You feel like this person is not capable of unconditional love, but literally the Ace of Cups is what you don't see, which is unconditional love. So, oh, okay. So this is an assumption. And you're making this assumption from a place of fear, of being wrong about what you thought you saw, and about the potential of you not getting something that you actually are quite invested in. So it's like the Ace of Cups is the truth that you're not seeing currently, which is that there is a new opportunity that is divinely gifted, and it is unconditional love. But you're projecting this idea onto it. Like it's not capable, or this person's not capable of that, or it can't come together, or they're not what I thought they were. But that assumption is coming from a space of fear that you are going to be disempowered in the situation, that you're not going to be seen clearly, or that this is not what you thought that it was. Or, you know, that it's like you're afraid to hope that something is still possible in case you're wrong, or in case it like just, it's like feeling like hope is dangerous in some way, if that makes sense. Okay, so coming soon in the near future is the Six of Wands in reverse. So why is that? Why is the Six of Wands in reverse in the near future for Virgo? It's interesting. This is something where you can't make assumptions. You have to tap into what you know intuitively and feel. It's very much something spiritual, and it's something about like you have to have faith in your internal truth, because it feels like you don't have the answers to something, or you are not able right now to observe, or someone's not taking action or expressing themselves to you. It's like there's a blind spot surrounding what is happening in this standstill. You know what you're doing, but you don't know what's happening on the other end. And I feel like it feels more comfortable for you rather than having hope that something is what you always saw it as, and that this standstill is for more of a reason than simply like you independently evolving. It's for both of you to evolve. Yeah, it's for the healing of pain on both ends here. I feel like what's being strengthened is your ability to have faith and to be decided that something can transform, will transform, is transforming, and that something that is for you, you cannot miss it. If it's meant for you, it will align with you when you're actually aligned with it, right? And just because you go through a phase of separation or misalignment, that doesn't mean something's not for you. It's just a phase, right? So you have to, like, faith is belief in things unseen. So I feel there's something here you don't see, and you're not comfortable or confident keeping the faith in whatever that is. It's the Six of Wands in reverse, though, in the near future. The Five of Wands. Okay. They're highlighting to me the part that you're playing in this here. So in the near future, I feel like this is an energy that you're both in. There is definitely something reflective or mirroring about the two of you. You both are in a state of there's a state of tension and internal conflict that is not really allowing for like hope and faith in something. And so then that thing not being successful, it's like it's becoming it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point. But I don't think that's a bad thing, because again, this standstill is happening for a reason. But the conflict on your side of things is that I feel like you're in a good space, right? And I feel like this person is also, because remember, they are the Four of Wands and the Queen of Wands. That's someone who's like, they feel good, they look good, they're successful, they're confident in their own realm. But again, they're confident within their independent realm, right? They're not so confident sharing that with someone else. And I feel like you are in that space too. You're like, I'm happy, I'm fulfilled, and I fulfill myself, and I don't need that 10th cup. Even though you view this situation as the 10 of Cups, right? But you're like the Four of Wands in reverse. You don't see the potential for something being equal and adding that next cup to you. But I think you're basing that on like this person not taking this leap. What you're not seeing behind the scenes is that they're very tempted to take this leap, right? But again, it's like they're still working through trust issues that prevent them from doing that in a healthy way. They're still going through some form of big transformation. And you don't see that. So it's like you're looking at them, they look confident. You're like, they're not taking this leap. They don't see the value in it or in me. They're not being vulnerable. But what's hiding under the moon that you don't see, that is the part that you're contributing to something not working out, is that there's actually a lack of investment, like full investment into something from your side of things. And it's because some sort of fear is making you defensive. So there's a doubt or a lack of trust surrounding this coming in from both sides. Maybe for different reasons, but it's definitely there on both ends. But I think that you're kind of, just be careful about making assumptions based on like things that you can't see or possibly know that are going on with someone else. Because I feel like for this to come out as what you don't see, there's definitely love. And this is the final cup, right? Like, where did that 9 of Cups go? You're both very comfortable and confident in your 9 of Cups energy. This is the 10th cup. So your judgment of what this situation is or could be was always right. So I feel like somewhat of your challenge is to continue having faith in what you know, and which is essentially faith in yourself, in your own judgment, in your own perception of something, that you were correct and that you still are. So don't allow something not falling together in like that perfectly refined Virgo way. Like it didn't follow exactly. This is coming through as like, I asserted myself with confidence. It didn't pan out exactly the way I planned it. And now I'm deeming it a failure. And Spirit's like, that's not how life works though. You know, you can't micromanage and control everything in life. Unfortunately for you, being a Virgo, right? I know you'd like to, but this is a co-creative thing, especially if it's a relationship, which means you kind of have to consider both people's sides of things, like what the other person may also be going through, and not assuming that it's the worst case scenario. Your advice is the 4 of Pentacles with, this is so interesting because look at, there's 2 like rocks. Are there people on top of there? I can't tell what's on the top of this. You see, there's like little things on the, I don't know if those are towers or people. They look like towers. I don't know what those are. But there's these 2 very different rocks or islands, and there's a rainbow like connecting them. Super interesting imagery. But this is the 4 of Pentacles, which is a card of like holding strong, holding your vision, keeping like, if there's something you've been aimed at that has been your goal, this is like maintaining focus on that and continuing your investment into that, because I feel like something is going to come together. But with the rainbow, it might be in an unexpected way, in a way that you could not have foreseen or planned out, because it's something bigger than you. So you were never meant to come in with like a step-by-step game plan and like manage the situation. That was never possible. And it doesn't mean that you're a failure and this thing was not for you or isn't what you thought. It just means that approach won't work. It's clarified by the 2 of Cups and the 7 of Cups, which equals the 9 of Cups again. This is really interesting because this is what I already kind of said, but more in depth. So the 7 of Cups says, what you perceive as a problem or obstacle is the irritation needed to take a great leap. And then it says, you must deal with lethargy and idleness. You're perceiving something as like restriction, or like that's a problem, or that's an obstacle. I was wrong. I can't have what I thought. But this is actually something that's meant to create some sort of tension in you, that is meant to, I feel like this is meant to give you courage to take a leap towards something that you can't control. You don't have complete certainty. It's like, this is not a sure thing or a safe bet, because love never is. Our relationship never, ever, ever will be in life. That's not how relationships work, right? You can never be 100% confident that someone is going to follow your plan or that things are going to fall into place. But that's where this part comes in, the Two of Cups. It says the difficulty is to look at people and not only see them, but feel them too. The deepest parts of us are animals without words, and they speak in a silence understood. In this silence, it's interesting, right? Because here, these two like rocks or like foundations, they're in the same sky. They share the same sky. These two people that are perceiving themselves as being very disconnected are in the same storm. There's something here about you are still sharing this experience, even though maybe neither of you are feeling that. And that's the thing. It's like you may be trying to like perceive from a mental place the situation or what someone else is doing or what is going on, right? But I feel like what's needed is to actually feel into it. There's something that will be made clear if you feel into it. And there's also something here about like, just because something doesn't unfold perfectly, I feel like this is a lesson for you to not need to control. It's interesting. The two of you are kind of learning the same lesson, just in different ways. Because remember how I said this person, they're confident in what they bring to the table, and they're like the person in the group project that wants to do the whole thing, right? You're kind of coming through as that too, but you're like, I see this situation for what it is. I have a game plan. We're going to follow my game plan. I'm moving confidently and asserting myself via this one very specific way of doing something or approaching something. But it's like the second that things don't go that way, you're perceiving it as like, there's a big block. We can't get past this resistance, or this thing simply is not what I thought it was, or not for me. You're both meant to learn how to surrender and take your hands off the wheel and not have to control. And you have to both learn to trust one another in order to do that. That's what I'm seeing. This feels like a deep spiritual connection or something like that. That's what's coming through for you, Virgo. What you're learning right now, though, is a very deep lesson. I think the only thing is that you're seeing it from the perspective of like, you're in this alone. And maybe you perceive this as like, this situation was meant to happen to show you something or to push you into a period of deeper learning and understanding of yourself, but you're not really seeing that like, it's not over yet. You don't need to write it off as like, label it as this Six of Wands in reverse. That is like a projection that's coming from a place of insecurity and fear internally, because your initial approach that you approached with great energy and confidence didn't work for some reason. But that wasn't a reflection of you. It wasn't you being a failure. It's just that wasn't the approach that was needed for whatever reason. Or the two of you weren't ready at that time. You both still had something that needed to be uprooted and strengthened, something like that. But that's what I see. So try not to make assumptions based on or about things that you can't actually see, especially if those assumptions are coming from like I've logically decided this. This is something that is more you won't be able to access the truth from this place about whatever this is. It needs to come from feeling into it, and not just feeling into how you feel, but also like seeing yourself in this person, realizing that there is no separation. Everything is connected. You are reflecting each other, and they are going through what you're going through. I feel like this person also applied themselves with confidence in the way that they were most confident, and that also didn't work, right? So it's like the two of you both came at this with the tools or the approach that you're most confident in, and that just didn't work because you didn't leave space in that approach for the other person to show up and for there to be like teamwork, essentially. I feel like that's what's being kind of shifted or evolved now for both of you. So, okay, we're moving on to Libra. But yeah, you're both going through transformations. You're both being challenged in some way. And it's to trust the forces outside of yourself, whether that is another person or a group that you are meant to collaborate with. But I feel like that's also like the universe and cosmic forces and the wheel of fortune or fate or destiny or something being for you. If you want to co-create something, whether that is a relationship or a manifestation with the universe, you can't be the person in the group project that just does it all on your own. Like, it will never work with that approach, no matter what your independent approach is, because again, it's not a solo thing. There has to be room for both people. And maybe this is kind of about finding balance so that there can be compromise, so that both of you can bring whatever you're most confident into the table and then like merge those approaches together to create something strong that will work. I don't really know, but that's what I'm seeing. Okay. Libra. 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 There you are. Look at you. I feel like spirit is like, we're putting you in like a standstill, timeout, because there's this energy of you guys being way more alike than you realize, but you're both, I feel like one of the ways that you're very alike is that you're both incredibly stubborn. And you're both very confident in what you know your strengths are. So it's like you both assert yourselves in that way that you're confident with, but what's being kind of asked of you is to make yourself vulnerable and humble enough to consider each other. And then when you do that, you'll realize that you're more alike than you recognize. And I feel like you'll be able to work together in a way that's a lot more cooperative. Do you know what I mean? Feels like a lover's connection. Feels like some bullshit. If you know, you know. But what's going on with Libra? Okay. I low-key feel personally attacked by that reading, though. Spirit likes to come for me, you know? Okay. Aw, thank you, Kazam. Thank you. Let's see. Well, Judgment, the World. Let's see what's going on with this. Let's see. Tell me about Libra's energy here. Actually, no. Tell me about this, the energy of this situation. I want to know about that. Wow.
Yeah.
A card of advice. Not that many cards. Okay. Okay. I'm cold now. Let me put my hoodie on. I'm getting cold. Burr. Okay. There we go. All right. Let us timestamp. Get into these. Let me stretch my leg. Hi, Libra. All right. I just want to say, and immediately there's somewhat of a similar energy and story or vibe to Virgo's reading. So you could have Virgo in your chart in a significant way as well. Or that energy could be, I don't know, impacting things for you, or you could be dealing with an external influence that has Virgo prominently, like a person or something like that. If you don't worry about it. But if you do, you might want to check out their reading as well. All right. So the situation or circumstances that Spirit wants to highlight that are happening for you right now is coming through as the King of Cups in reverse. This is the King of Cups in reverse. And it's clarified by these oracle cards. Limitation and the abysmal. So it says self-discipline, practice, self-respect, introspection, ritual, cultivate patience, build up energy and maturity. And then danger, insecurity, overwhelm, unpredictability, hazardous conditions, dark emotions, facing fear, and courage. don't see this as a bad. I don't see this as a negative thing. I feel like this is also a mutual state between yourself and someone else. So what I feel like with this, with the limitation and the abysmal, is there's like an emotional maturity, an emotional intelligence up level that's happening. But it's happening through, this is very scorpionic energy, which is the King of Cups for me. But it's like, and this is pretty natural for scorpionic energy, right? Because they're constantly going through cycles of like death and rebirth, and then death and rebirth. And this isn't always like a disempowered place. It's kind of just like, while a shift or a transformation is happening, you might be thrown into a space of something that feels like treacherous waters, or something that is bringing up darker emotions or fears that you have to have courage to face. But then ultimately through that process, you gain the emotional intelligence, awareness, and like maturity through that. So it's not a negative thing. You could specifically be going through, though, also a phase where you're disconnected from someone with this limitation energy, or you feel very limited in your connection to them. So you either, you don't have as much time to be together, or to like there's something that's limiting your contact or your investment directly with someone at this time. But it's a phase that is meant to, I don't think it's meant to overwhelm you, but it is coming through as like you're going to some darker places. You might be doing some shadow work. You could have been thrust into a phase of unpredictability, something that, because it wasn't expected, it is forcing you to be courageous or face some sort of fear or heaviness. But it's actually, it's building your level of self-discipline and self-respect. It's meant to be a phase where you introspect, and again, you build up your energy and your maturity through this phase of patience. It's coming through like a phase of contraction, right? And life is just a series of like contraction and then expansion and then contraction and expansion. It's, everything in life is cyclical or seasonal, right? So that's very natural. It's just like what I was talking about with the King of Cups, that scorpionic energy, phases of death and rebirth. You can look at it the same way. Yeah, and this is Plutonian energy, which is also scorpionic, or Scorpio's ruler. So there's a really, and that makes sense with the abysmal, with like the darker emotions. There's something that you're working through, or you're being kind of forced to reckon with, I feel like. And it's happening in a deep place. Yeah, it's happening though to strengthen you. I feel like there is a phase of, again, like limitation or independence, or having to be separated or more distant from something. But it's a phase of, yeah, working on yourself to get into a space of more, where you trust yourself more, you respect yourself more, you're more disciplined and patient. Yeah. They're also highlighting that there can still be, here, this is after, there can still be love during this phase for something here, and that it's mutual love with the Queen of Cups there. This is like a truth that you can rest in with the Four of Swords. You don't need to stress about it, even though it might be a phase where you're not directly investing into each other, right? You have the King of Cups and the Queen of Cups here. So what I'm feeling is that right now, the two of you, you share this mutual love, and you're at the Queen of Cups, but you're going through a process that will up-level you both into the King of Cups energy, which is capable of regulating their own emotions, and specifically heavier emotions or darker things, even more courageously and more effectively, without getting overwhelmed, without feeling insecure or being thrown off by situations that come up that may be unpredictable or feel more like a challenge. Okay. The energy that you are in relation to this whole situation is the Knight of Wands. Well, we love to see it. It's giving, we've got spirit. Yes, we do. We've got spirit. How about you? Rah, rah, cheerleader thing. It's like you might be going through something kind of deep and that does feel a little heavy, but I feel like you're bringing your spirit to the table, and you do have a level of confidence in your approach to this. So let me see. The Knight of Wands is also someone who is brave. They're spirited. They're not afraid to take on a new adventure or a challenge. The Three of Pentacles in reverse. Justice, the Page of Pentacles in reverse, the Hermit, and the Ace of Cups. You're showing me that you're confident because you don't feel as though something is over. And I feel like you're correct with that. It's like you're not like catastrophizing a situation, because you have some sort of recognition of this cyclical nature of things again. You're already showing me a deep level of understanding, because you're like, something is not currently coming together. The energies weren't aligned. We weren't cooperative. It didn't work out. And there's not cooperative effort being put into something right now. But you're also saying, I know that that is what is fair or just for the situation right now. I know that that is what is actually balanced and needed at this moment, is that this opportunity not be taken or not be offered. And you're showing me that that's because you have an awareness that this is meant to be a time of internal reflection and discovery, and that this love, you have an awareness that this love still exists despite you being on an independent or internal journey at this time. It could be because you still feel this person, or because you still feel your love so strongly and you're choosing to trust that from like an empowered and mature place. But I really like that energy, because it's showing me where your confidence is coming from, and you're applying that confidence to this phase that might feel a little heavy or a little it's requiring a lot of you. It's requiring discipline. It's requiring you to show up consistently and be patient and slowly build that energy and build that maturity. And you're doing that in the optimal way, I feel like, which is great. But something that you don't see in the present right now is the Lovers. So it's interesting, because you're telling me that you feel this, so you're aware that this is present, but I think that you're kind of saying you're aware that like you still feel this, because you're going through this phase of really looking at yourself and your own experience. And the Hermit is someone that like, they travel back, they travel within themselves to look at what they've experienced so far, and the culmination of that to like validate and substantiate their own emotional truth, they build themselves up and they validate themselves and their own knowing. So I think because you're doing this, you are validating and substantiating your emotional truth, and you're aware that it's there, and you're kind of like validating where this situation is at as well. Like you're strengthening your own internal state of peace and harmony, and you're also becoming more aware that there's still love within you for something. But you may not be aware that that is reciprocated on the other side of things as well, or that that's mutual, because it's telling me that what you don't see in the present is the lover's connection. So you could feel that, I don't know, why is the lovers what Libra is not seeing? The Knight of Pentacles. Things are still moving. I don't think you realize that it's very much like the Virgo reading, and it's interesting that this card came out for you because this is Virgo. You might want to watch the Virgo reading. I feel like it's somewhat connected energetically, but it's like Virgo. They knew that they were on this journey of transformation, and they were validating their own feelings and their own truth and the lessons that they were learning from something, but they were also seeing that situation simultaneously as like having fallen apart, having maybe not been what they thought it was, and being done. But they were in a state of relative like internal peace about that, or understanding from a higher place that that is what was necessary at the time. But then what they were not seeing was the Ace of Cups. So that was, there's still like a love there and an opportunity for love, for divine love and union and connection, but they were not seeing it. You're kind of saying the same thing. Like I said, I feel like you and this person, this is a shared experience. You're both going through this because, again, the Queen of Cups came up, which is mutual unconditional love. And I feel that you're both in your own way going through this transformation or maturing into an ability to more deeply be intimate, vulnerable, honest about your emotional truth, expressive with your emotional truth, regulate your deep feelings, bring awareness to your deep feelings, even like the darker emotions that come up, like fear and doubt and these things, insecurity. Because what you don't see is the lovers with the Knight of Pentacles, which is like, Spirit is like, this connection is still moving forwards in a very tangible, physical kind of way. It is breaking ground, but you don't see it, which leads me to believe that you just don't see the other side of it is also going through in their own way what you're going through. But I do feel like you're, like, I don't think that it's super problematic that you don't see this necessarily, because I don't feel like you're completely shut down to this opportunity. I think that you're just kind of assuming, like, you're trying to be at peace with what has occurred. And you do have an understanding from a place of personal introspection and balance and sovereignty and empowerment, right? You know how you feel, and you know, you're confident as to like why something has unfolded the way that it has so far, even if you maybe don't completely understand the whole dynamic of it. But I think that there's just, it's like you see how this is, the situation is actually teaching and serving you and helping you to independently expand. But you may kind of have this lack of awareness that the same process that you're going through, or the ways that you're being strengthened, or how you are currently learning to validate yourself and discipline yourself, that's also happening for the connection as a whole, which means that the other person involved would have to also be going through that process. It's like you're moving through it together energetically, but separate physically, or something like that. Something coming soon for you is the Four of Pentacles in reverse. What's that? What's the Four of Pentacles in reverse? That's what this is. You're not really expecting to get something, and you're kind of like, again, I don't feel like this is negative because it's kind of coming through as a level of healthy detachment. Like you have released expectation surrounding a certain thing. You know what you feel about a situation. You feel that there's love there, but you can only validate your own truth, right? And so that's what you've done. And it feels like you are approaching the whole like process of evolving and allowing this situation to teach you something, even if it's difficult. You're leaning into that because you see that is, you have some sort of higher understanding that is like a spiritual understanding, that is very much for a reason. And you're okay with that. But I feel like there is this part of you that almost is not anticipating to have success with this. Because you have the Five of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, and then the Seven of Swords in reverse. So you may have reached this level of healthy detachment through mourning the loss of something and coming to terms with something potentially not being for you, right? But Spirit is saying in the near future, you're going to see that through an illusion. And I feel like this is the illusion. This process, though, is still super healthy because this is what you needed to go through to release any grief or heavy emotions you had and release expectation. So this brought you to that level of healthy detachment that is really good. That is what actually allows things to manifest, is when you are in a space of healthy detachment, right? So this could be something that you're actually still working through, but you're going to reach this in the near future. You could still be kind of processing through this grief or feeling like maybe something isn't for you, detaching yourself from having this really personal attachment to something panning out the way you want it to. But it's interesting because it's like through you surrendering and releasing that and saying, I don't know what's going to happen. It might not work out. That is when it can actually manifest. Because it feels like when you had rigid hopes or expectations for something, there wasn't enough space left for the universe to work its magic or for someone else to show up in an empowered way. It's like it was too stifled. And that's what happens when we hold on to our manifestation or hope for something too tightly. We can end up suffocating it because it doesn't leave room for co-creation. And I feel like you're going through this process now and you're approaching it from a confident place, which is beautiful. I think you've been going through quite a spiritual process. And that is where the confidence is coming from. It's like your higher self, your spiritual practices, however you're approaching this self-discipline practice and like introspection, these rituals that are strengthening your self-respect and internal peace. That is what's actually allowing you to disconnect from any unhealthy attachment that you had to a specific outcome. And once you let go of the outcome, but still recognize and validate and confirm that you still desire it, right? Because you're looking at the Ace of Cups and you're not trying to deny it. You're like, I do have love for this thing. At the same time, I'm moving into an energy of healthy detachment where I can surrender it. And that's when it's able to actually manifest. That's so powerful. That's beautiful. That's optimal. So your advice, though, is the 10 of Cups in reverse. And it's clarified by the 10 of Wands and the Queen of Swords. I feel like what you're being asked to do here is just continue. There's some area, which I'm going to clarify, where I feel like you're more in the energy of the 10 of Wands, which is like a highly energetically charged energy that can feel, though, like a little bit heavy and a little bit dark, which isn't necessarily bad. But it's like, I think you're being asked to see how you can surrender that and allow this to come in its place. Like, release. So it's almost like seeing that this is just a phase that you don't need to get stuck in, allowing that process to close out naturally, and then releasing the weight associated with that process so that you can receive fulfillment now that you've worked through that. I'm going to clarify that slightly more. But this 10 of Wands card says, focus within, not on the external ascent. Gems are found within the mountain's core. And the Queen of Swords says, discernment is complete openness to the truth, healthy detachment, and then following the advice or the guidance that you're given. So you're strengthening your discernment surrounding something, and you're being asked to do that through basically continuing the process that you're already on, I feel like. Focus within, though. Don't focus on external achievement. Because if you do that, you might become overwhelmed or just see like the heaviness, or you could just see a mountain and be like, I'm like 2 steps up the mountain. How the hell am I going to get to the peak, right? But they're saying that it's almost like the journey is just as important as the destination. In this case, the gem is inside the mountain that you're climbing. It's not at the peak. The gem is the climbing of the mountain and what that teaches you and how it strengthens you in a really powerful way. Because this is the kind of thing that builds character. It builds self-respect. And that is pretty much more powerful than anything. You're basically indestructible, even in the face of really heavy things once you get to that point. But there's something about these 3 levels of discernment, right? So in order for there to be true objective discernment and clearly seeing a certain situation, you have to completely open yourself up to whatever the truth or answer may be, right? So you can't be stubbornly connected to your truth. You have to be like, let me completely wipe the slate clean of any assumptions, anything that I think I know, and be absolutely open. And then you have the healthy detachment element that's coming in the near future, which is also part of the openness, right? It's like releasing your attachment to a certain outcome. That's part of opening yourself up. But then once that discernment or guidance comes through, then you need the courage to face your fear and to follow. It's like once you have the truth, act on it, right? That's what's being fortified right now. And I feel like it's being fortified. All of these elements are being strengthened in you in preparation for this. That's what I feel like. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Is there anything else that you want me to tell Libra as advice here? No, I feel like that's it. There's something about you allowing the past to be transformed as well. That's something that is like, there is a new opportunity that's coming in, and it's transforming very, very deep parts of you. I said that this was like scorpionic energy, right? You're being transformed in a really deep way, and part of this release is also letting go of the past. Recognizing that the past unfolded exactly as it was meant to, even like the scary or heavy or like painful parts, because that too was building your strength and sense of self. But now don't be afraid to release your past experience, which could have very much manifested as like character development, lesson after lesson. And that might be why you're so confident in approaching this situation and being like, well, I'm learning another spiritual lesson. Here we go. You could be used to like phases of ascension, and you're like, this is difficult, but we've been here, done this before. It's just another phase. But what Spirit wants you to know is that you'll actually be entering a whole new phase where you don't experience this the same way. You're going to be coming into alignment or union with something that's going to feel a lot less heavy and a lot more emotionally fulfilling and aligned with you. So I feel like you're kind of closing out a phase where the struggle and the challenges have been real. You've learned a lot of lessons. It feels very like Saturnian in nature. But it did what it needed to do, because you're showing me already a huge amount of discipline, of self-awareness, of strength, which is why you are aligned with accepting in the near future the Lovers and the Ten of Cups. You can only do that from a place of sovereignty and personal empowerment. So I feel like that's where you're at. But it's not just because of this current transformation. It's more so the culmination. Like, this is a gift that's coming to you as a culmination of all of these things that you've gone through in the past that have added to who you are. So that's what I see. I love that so much for you. Okay. Excuse me. I really want to go make a coffee. All right. I said I was going to do that before Libra, then I just didn't. I feel like I'm going to go do that. Then we're going to get into Scorpio. Okay. I will be back just in a moment. I'm going to grab a drink from upstairs, and then I will return to you with refreshed energy and legs that have been stretched. So I will be back in a moment, okay, you guys? Nighttime coffee. Yes, it's only 7:30 here, but you know. I'm back. Hi. Okay. Went to the washroom, ate a granola bar, made a coffee. We're ready to rock and roll. The refueling has taken place. We're good. Let me just get the granola bar out of my mouth. Okay. Let's see what wants to come through for Scorpio. Maybe it has to come through for Scorpio. Is this like the vital recognition of some important truth for you? You being dramatic as per usual? It's okay. I'm one of you, and I accept the drama. I embrace the drama. It feels like that's gonna burn me, so I'm just gonna give it a second. Let's see. My divas of darkness, my Scorpios, my sexy stingers. Let's see what's happening for us. How are you guys holding up? You doing okay? Okay. Let's see. I appreciate you vibing with me. It is a vibe. It is a vibe. These lives with me specifically, you just gotta catch a vibe and ride the wave. That's how I know I found my people, and I'm so grateful. Someone commented, like, this was like months ago, but they were like, okay, it took you forever to get to it, and like blah 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 blah, whatever they were saying. And I was like, look, I am literally just chilling. You can either vibe or you can't, you know? It sounds like a you thing, not a me thing. So I'm like, there are approximately 12,000 YouTube tarot readers. Like, I am not going to change my intuitive style for you and your personal preference, but you are welcome to literally find someone that you do fuck with, you know? I'm like, I don't understand. People on the internet confuse me. But the entitlement is real. But anyways, let's see. The sun and the seed of life. Ooh, something is growing. I know, right? And I love that there is so many different styles and like people that can give it to you hard and fast, Scorpio, and then people that are just more like flowy and like mutable and whatever. It's like, even me, sometimes I like crave different, or I'll align with different styles in different phases of my journey. So having options is a good thing. Okay, I want to clarify this one. Like, if we all performed the exact same way, it would be boring as fuck, you know? Know what I'm saying? It would also be inauthentic, completely inauthentic. Beloved, I know. You have actually been subscribed to the channel for like, I feel like you've basically been here since pretty close to the beginning. And it's been like 6 years. Yair! Hi, bestie. Okay. Get home safe. Let's see. Can you clarify Scorpio's energy or experience here? Did you subscribe and follow me when my channel name was Ace of Cups Tarot? That's what it was initially. That was like 5 years ago. So a lot of things have changed since then, but full folly. What? Okay. The veterans discount. Okay. Well, it's been a hot second anyways, and I appreciate you being here. I do still have one. I have more than one subscriber that have been here since like the very beginning, but there's a subscriber that I have who we're good friends now. And his name is Alan. He is a writer. And he was literally, I think, like one of the first people to ever follow my channel or comment on it when I had I'm pretty sure at that point I had less than 1,000 subscribers. And yeah, he's still here. And I was like, God bless you. Let's see. Clarify Scorpio's advice. Like, I have evolved and changed a lot over in that time. So it's interesting, and it's like I understand when people phase in and out of resonating with a certain reader or whatever, because we're all on our own personal journeys and we're not always synced up in that journey. So we might not resonate with the knowledge or the messages that want to come through someone that used to resonate with us, right? It's very not personal. But I think it's interesting when people do stick around for extended times. It's like usually those people, my spiritual path and theirs is parallel in some way, and we're kind of like, we resonate for a long period of time with each other because we're kind of on the same journey in a way that is like more aligned. I mean, we're all on the same journey technically, but we're just at different places along it, right? Right after I said that, Spirit. Aww. This is literally the energy. We're all on the same journey and we're all just walking each other home. Spirit is in the house. That was so cute. I couldn't have said it better myself. Aww. Validation. That was so cute. Sometimes, like, the way Spirit speaks to me, I'm just like, oh. It's so, like, personal. Undeniably personal. Leave a comment down below and let me know, like, because I know Spirit speaks in undeniably personal ways to all of us, but it's just different for all of us what that form is. Like, for me, it's through music, lyrics, a lot of the time, and also just, like, immediate validation of things that I say or do. And also through humor. Like, they talk to me, but in my specific sense of humor in a way that is so specific and hilarious. So let me know what experiences you've had like that in the comments if you want to share, because I like hearing it, other people's experiences. And yeah. Hi, Scorpio. What is up, my loves? Okay, let's take a look at the energies and the messages that want to come through for you right now. Okay, so let me take a drink of this now that it's cooled down a tiny bit. Oh, yes, that's my shit. Okay. So, Scorpio. The current circumstances or situation that Spirit specifically wants to highlight or talk about with you tonight is coming through as the Temperance card, which we love. Sagittarian energy. And in this deck, it's called the Pond of Balance. So this is the El Goliath Tarot, which is stunning and very Scorpionic, if I do say so myself. I wonder if the creator is a Scorpio. He seems like one to me. Temperance. So that's the situation. And your energy in relation to that circumstance specifically is coming through as the Six of Swords in reverse, which says the brand new journey. And it's clarified by this card, number 4, youthful folly, impulsiveness, immaturity, bluffing, ignorance, learning, impatience, and reckless behavior. You know what this is giving? It's giving like you're ready to enter a level up, and you're like, let me just fuck around in this level that I know I've already completed for just a little while longer before I embrace this brand new journey. It's giving like it's not coming through as super toxic or anything, or like reckless necessarily. It feels more like someone who, like, let's say you're single and you've been single for a long time and you enjoy being single because you love yourself, right? And you're not searching for a relationship to like fill a void within you or complete you. But then you meet someone and you're like, I feel like things actually have the potential of getting serious with this person. It's like because you can sense that maybe that phase of independence and singleness, not that your independence is going to end, but it's going to shift, right, to include someone else. It's almost like taking the time to really appreciate where you're at because you know that it's closing out soon. But it's like you're okay with kind of being where you are right now before you embrace a new journey, because this is kind of giving I'm not quite ready to let go yet. But I want to see, because this could manifest, like, this could be like willful ignorance and being like, I don't want to mature. I don't want to evolve. I want to, you know, not be accountable and responsible and not move into the next phase of life. So I'm going to put my I'm going to put my blinders on and I'm going to pretend I don't see where Spirit's trying to guide me because I don't want to go there, you know? So it could be either. And you guys might be in different levels of this, but I'm going to clarify just to see how that's showing up. Let's see. Okay. I'm seeing this like meme that I have saved in my phone, and it's kind of like religious, but if you see it from a different perspective here, like consider the greater message. Let me find it for you. That's very much coming through as the message here, or the energy. It is like, why is it not? Okay, well, it's not showing up, but essentially it's this little girl, and she is holding this like little tiny, like tattered teddy bear. And it's like her and this teddy bear have been through some shit, you know, like you can tell that this teddy bear has seen some things, you know? It's like an arm is like half torn off and she's like holding it and she's clutching it so tight. And in front of her, in the meme, it's Jesus, and he's leaning down in front of her, and behind his back, he's holding like this huge teddy bear that's like 10 times bigger than the one she's holding. And it's brand new, shiny, and just like very contrasted to the one she's holding. And in the meme, she's saying, but I love him. And she's holding tightly to this thing that has served her, has been a beautiful support, but yet she's outgrowing it. And there's always that period with growing pains, right? Where it's like, even if you know that what is coming is going to be beautiful, but even in the meme, she can't see the bear that's behind his back that's going to be replacing it. She doesn't know that what is waiting for her once she surrenders this like tattered, worn out thing that again was beautiful and served its purpose and should be honored and still held in like high esteem, from a sentimental place, right, of respecting what it gave you. She can't see that what's being replaced is so much better and gives her room to grow, and that it's going to offer her more. So there's sometimes that period where whether we see what we're being offered or not, it can still sometimes be difficult to let go of that thing that has almost just become a source of comfort to us, whatever that is. And that can be a physical thing, or it can be like a way of doing something, a pattern, or an actual phase of our life. So that's kind of what I'm getting from this energy, though. It's like you have an awareness because you're very intelligent, and I think you can feel that you're being pushed into something, but it's something unknown. And it almost feels like you're being forced into that right when you started feeling like secure and like safe or settled into the phase that you're in now. Maybe Spirit's like, all right, time to evolve and expand. Can you clarify that Six of Swords in reverse? But this is okay, yeah, there's the devil. The expansion card. Scorpio. This is about the way that you're perceiving something, though. But your perception is also then like what is fueling your approach to something. So you have the devil, which is the master of lies. And behind that is literally the expansion card, which is an extra card in this deck, which says the shedding snake. And behind that, as if that wasn't validation enough, is literally you, the death card, in reverse, the metamorphic moth. Okay, so some of you, yes. The thing is, I feel like the thing that you're holding on to, that you are like, I'm gonna stay here, it wasn't always a toxic or oppressive energy, because at one point it's something that you were growing into and it still left you room to evolve and expand. But now it needs to phase out, because just like this snake outgrowing its skin, it's now something oppressive because you're ready to grow out of it and release it. So the only thing that makes it toxic now, something that has not always been toxic, like I said, it had a phase where it served you and was a positive thing in your life. It's only holding on to something after its expiry date that makes it toxic. Because then it's like you are denying a natural process of maturing through trying to lie to yourself about like, I don't see the next step I'm supposed to take, you know? And it might be because you don't want to put the patience into like learning or be courageous into stepping into it, or you just don't feel prepared, or you just don't want to take on more responsibility, you know? But whatever it is, it's okay. Again, I feel like it's a natural feeling of growing pain and our resistance to that. However, unfortunately, this is quite literally your process. This is kind of your whole shtick. This is your life, you know? Couldn't avoid it if you wanted to. So the only thing that makes it toxic, because overall, right, the circumstance is literally temperance, which is Sagittarian, Jupiterian energy, and it is an energy that brings balance and deep expansion. But it also is an energy that asks like maturity and accountability of you, because the kind of growth that it provides you with is the growth that happens from like a higher understanding of yourself, or a deeper philosophical understanding of the world, or a spiritual expansion, right? And those things are deep, and so they they do require maturity to reach them. And that might be something that you just don't feel prepared for or willing to do, or you're just like, I don't really want that right now. I'd rather, and again, this isn't like a diss on you. I'm hot all of a sudden. But it's like, I think it's natural. I think this is natural. But you can't stay here forever though, however. Okay, so something that you're not seeing in the present is coming through as the Two of Wands, the lightning struck antenna. It's very interesting because it's kind of saying what I just said, like it makes sense because those cards are major arcana, right? The Devil, Death, Temperance. You also have the Tower on the table. No surprise. That's Mars, one of your rulers. This is like the universe or cosmic forces or even your higher self being like, you can run, you can hide, but this shit's gonna happen. You cannot escape it. And that's kind of what I'm getting, is this is unavoidable, because with this particular Two of Wands, both of the antennas are being struck by the same lightning, and it's like, it's tying them together, right? It's the same electrical current running through both paths, because the Two of Wands talks about seeing the potential and possibility and then choosing a path. And here Spirit is like, kind of doesn't matter what step you take next, you will run into this energy, because we have infused it with every possible step that you can take. So there is no avoiding it. And that's because, again, it's literally part of your personal process of evolution. So it doesn't really matter. And it's the major arcana, which is like forces that are above you, forces that are greater than you. Something that if it wants to happen, it's going to happen. And you won't be able to avoid it. You'll only be able to choose how you respond to this thing. But you can't avoid whatever this is. What's the Two of Wands? This could also signify that like your path and someone else's path are energetically tied together. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. There's a big sensation of like, you cannot avoid this though. And it's interesting because even the Tower is here, but it's in reverse. And like, one thing about the Tower is you cannot avoid that, right? Picture it as like literally being in a burning building. I mean, you can be ignorant. And it's reminding me of that meme where like the dog is sitting at the table and the kitchen is burning around him and he's like, I'm fine, this is fine. It's like, are you though? The kitchen's gonna burn down. The building is gonna fall. It's like, if lightning is going to strike you, then it's gonna strike you. And there's not really anything you can do to avoid that, or you'll get to a point where you can't avoid that, right? Even if it's like you can bluff for only so long. but I feel almost this sense of like reality is going to get more and more intense. This is Scorpionic. It's going to get more and more intense until you're forced to face something here. What is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse? But there's, well, clarify the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. What is that exactly? I want to know if there's an element of like warning to this, where Spirit is like, what you don't see is if you linger too long at the crossroads, you could not like miss out on something, but kind of. What's the Wheel of Fortune in reverse? Because again, like we talk about things that are fated and destined, right? The karmic release in reverse. Oh no. Scorpio. We talk about fate and destiny and these things that we like to label as like absolute certainties, but that is a lie, right? Because ultimately nothing trumps free will, the free will that a human has. So it's like, it is a lie and it's not a lie, right? Something that is destined or fated, or something that your soul signed up to experience in this life, it will be brought into your life by the Wheel of Fortune. But again, nothing can force you to actually accept it. So something might be destined for you, but you can still choose to reject it. And the universe can't like shove it down your throat, right? It can't force it on you. So there's somewhat of a warning here where it's like, hey buddy, you signed up for this thing because the Wheel of Fortune is here. But now you're rejecting it, and it's like it won't be around forever in this form anyways. But there's something I feel like that you're not, there's like an old karmic cycle here that is meant to be released so that it can be transmuted or transformed into something else. And that's what you're fighting letting go of. The Five of Swords in reverse, the Hermit in reverse. It's what you're being pushed into is a phase of deeper inner mastery here with the Hermit. But this is what needs to be released here. And this is what you're holding on to, I feel like. Like, this energy is kind of what you're holding on to when you're saying this. I choose this instead. Right? In some way you're wanting to, or you're saying I'm more comfortable, or like I reject something that is that's going to lead me to a level of internal understanding and mastery, temperance and balance and peace that is going to be really expansive and good for me. But there's this part of you that is kind of like, this could be masochistic scorpionic tendencies, you know, not pointing any fingers. I'm well equipped and well aware of these tendencies. But it's like, there's a part of you that wants to stay in chaos, or it's like you feel more comfortable in this like immature, impulsive, chaotic, reckless kind of energy that I think has caused you some pain. And it's classic Scorpio, like, I can handle the pain, so I'm going to stay in the pain. I'm more comfortable in the pain. And that is like unevolved scorpionic energy, and we all have to go through that because we all have to start somewhere. But it's like the three spirit animals or levels of Scorpio, right? The first one is the scorpion, which exists on the ground in a bit of a lower evolved. I think I shuffled. No, it's right here. The first animal is the scorpion, right? And this is the most toxic or unevolved. And again, it's necessary. We all start here. Then the next level is the eagle, and then there's the phoenix. And Scorpios are meant to evolve up to the phoenix, which is kind of like the pinnacle of our power. But it is like we become challenged in deeper ways, and we have to approach those challenges from more evolved places as we level up. It kind of feels like you're being asked to level up from the scorpion to the eagle or the phoenix. And a part of you is resisting that for some reason. Or you're intimidated by that. It could just be because you're so used to what you've known, right? You're like, I just mastered the scorpion, okay? Let me just be the scorpion for a bit. And Spirit's like, no, you completed that level, so no, you don't have to keep replaying that level. You're supposed to play the next level with new challenges. What's coming soon for you is the Ace of Cups. Okay, tell me about the Ace of Cups in the near future for Scorpio. It's some sort of divinely gifted unconditional love, and that could be in the form of a partnership, but it could also be in the form of just an experience or opportunity that is offered to you that will allow you to deepen that love for yourself. It's divine and it's a gift, whatever form it comes in. Whoa. The Queen of Wands in reverse, the Cosmic Huntress. There's an insecurity surrounding this. The Three of Pentacles in reverse, the World in reverse, the Ace of Swords. What's the Ace of Swords? The Moon in reverse, okay, being dramatic. The Hidden Inner Strength, the Shadow Cat. Okay, you're afraid of your own power. Gotcha. This is classic Scorpio. This is classic Scorpio, if I do say so myself. Okay. First of all, there are 3 aces in this handful of cards. Spirit's like, I'm gonna keep pounding you with divine opportunities until you finally just give in and accept it. You can make this easier, you can make this hard, Scorpio. Scorpio's like, I like to make it hard. The sexual innuendos write themselves when I do your readings. But there's something about you being... I think you're confident with the depth of your own emotion and your own love, but there's something about not being so confident, like playing nice with others or bringing that together into a space of healthy collaboration. So whether that is just like an opportunity, a workspace, a creative opportunity, or something that pushes you outside of that more isolated space where you do feel safe, it's going to take you out of, you're not going to have that exoskeleton and the stinger to rely on. You're going to have to actually be vulnerable and intimate with something. And you're kind of resisting closing out this massive cycle. And it is a huge karmic cycle. That karmic release card came out in reverse. So then it's like, the truth is, it's like the Moon in reverse. The truth is, are you ready? Drum roll. This is basically, these are both saying the same thing, which is why I said you're being dramatic. Is the Hidden Inner Strength, the Shadow Cat. This is like you're comfortable seeing yourself like this, which there's nothing wrong with this little guy. He's freaking cute, right? He's adorable, but this is like the tiny stuffed animal. And then this is like your power, like your true power. And the thing about Scorpio is if everyone else thinks that they are intimidated by our power. Plot twist. No one is more scared of our power than us. I know, right? And we hide that even from ourselves, but it's because we feel the true depth of our own power and our own potential within us. And sometimes it scares us because we also know our darkness. We know all of ourselves. We know we're very well acquainted with our darkness because we start our journeys out in that more like low vibrational or just unevolved Scorpio state, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing to feel ashamed or guilty about that. That is our natural process. It's all like this transmutation of energy and poison that just gets higher and higher until eventually we are resorted to ash, and then we fly out of it as the frickin' phoenix. Eventually, we can transmute anything. But there's this, and behind that came the Starseed card in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. You're here to do really big things, Scorpio. And I know sometimes that feels like a lot. It's like, why did I sign up for this? Why did I choose to be God's strongest soldier, you know? And it's because you're capable. It's because you're the one, you know, you're the one who can do it. You're the one whose soul knows that you can do it, and you came here to do it. So there's no use trying to deny what you are rather than fulfill it. But I get it. Trust me, I get it. And I think this is kind of something that we constantly struggle with as we cycle. Like, this insecurity or fear of our own power and potential tends to come up at numerous times throughout our lives. Like when we're at these intervals where we're asked to really step it up. We doubt ourselves, or we're like, I'm sick of constantly going through this evolutionary process. I would like to have a nap and be toxic for 5 minutes. Spirit, can you just leave me alone? You know, and again, I understand, but that's what's happening here, is that there's this beautiful thing coming in. And the truth is, the only reason why you would potentially reject it is because you're in some way afraid of your own greatness. And potentially there's a fear of putting work into something and then it not... Wow. Scorpio. This makes so much sense to me. I'm like, I get it. I see you. But you know how sometimes we learn lessons through putting a lot of effort into something, specifically like intensely loving people? And it's funny because this Lover's card even is called the alchemical heart. And then we put a lot of effort into something because we're like, that's my soulmate, that's my lover or whatever. And then Spirit's like, jinx, that was just meant to transform you. And I think that you've gotten used to being disappointed by things that you felt were one thing, but then it's like you got a payoff from it. You evolved, you became stronger, you grew and expanded from that experience, but you're sick of like putting in the work and just getting personal transformation out of it. You're like, okay, I want to put the work in and also actually receive the dream relationship as well, you know? I want it to be more than just character development and another lesson. I want the reward beyond that as well. And I think that's what's actually coming in. But ironically, you're like, I've gone through this process enough times to be like, let me just stay in a phase of not putting the effort in because I'm sick of putting the effort in and then it's kind of like not getting what I truly desire most. Your advice is the Tower in reverse, the burning tree, and then the Three of Pentacles. We're all just walking each other home. There's the fear of opening yourself up to something and then not being emotionally fulfilled by that thing. And the thing is, I think that you're at a space of understanding and acceptance where you're like, the times that I didn't get what I wanted, you understand that that was for your own good. It was like one of those, I was saved from, like, save me from what I want kind of moments, and Spirit did. Because most likely the thing you were putting effort into and hoping would come together, in the past it was probably something toxic that was meant to teach you, like a karmic lesson. So you have this understanding and awareness that yes, that happened for a reason, I get it. But you're also like, I would like to be done with that experience though now. And again, like, the irony is the new journey that you are literally being thrust into is meant to be something beyond that experience. But now you're like, let me just stay here actually, in the place that I have been unfulfilled. Because I'm scared that if I level up, I'm going to continue to be unfulfilled in that space, and I will have done a whole bunch more work for nothing. And it's not for nothing, but you know what I mean. What's the Tower in reverse? This is so real. This is so real. Okay. The Shadow Dream Catcher in reverse with the Sacred Heart. These are 2 extra cards in this deck. There is something that's meant to come together here, and it's meant to be more of a permanent fixture on your path. Whatever is coming in here, whether it's an opportunity or a relationship or whatever, it's something that is meant to come together. And with the 3 of Pentacles, it's like you bringing what you have to the table, something else bringing what they have, and the best possible thing, like a masterpiece, is created with the collaboration and cooperation. Whatever this is it's meant to build something. It's kind of like a magnum opus, whether that, like I said, is like a relationship, but Spirit is kind of saying you don't need to don't fear the Reaper, Scorpio. It's like, don't assume that just because in the past there's been tower after tower and the things that you grew attached to were ripped away from you, don't assume that that's always going to be the way. Because with the Shadow Dream Catcher in reverse, it's kind of saying like, there is no shadow to be caught in this experience. This is something that is a gift to your sacred heart, which is what you have built, evolved, and refined through the process of having to go through experiences where they were karmic lessons or shadowy sort of things or heavier things. But that's not whatever this is that's coming in the near future. But you have to be open to seeing yourself as being ready for it, not fearing disappointment, because the thing is, when you look at yourself, right now you're making yourself small. You're not looking at your most empowered self, right? Like what you're truly capable of. Because you know that if you look at that, then you will be pushed into this new journey. But when you're seeing yourself like this, or you're acting like this, then you're not able to fully align with this thing that is on the next level, which is what you truly want. So there needs to be some sort of like acceptance of the level up. Yeah. Spirit's like, you're not going to be told no. There's something where you're afraid, and it's because of the past. This is not the past. The 6 of Cups in reverse. It is not a water hole that you are returning to. This is a whole new experience. This is not, it's not what you've already experienced. This is something different. So don't allow fear of truly stepping into and embodying your own greatness, or fear of you like putting a lot of effort in and then being disappointed. Don't let that stop you from evolving in alignment with your natural flow of energy, because you're really going to throw yourself off if you do that, as everybody does when they do that, right? We all have our natural process and flow of energy and how we grow and evolve. And when we avoid that or get in the way of that or create resistance for ourselves, that's when things get messy. That's when the towers start coming in more painful ways. But yeah, there's something beautiful that's coming in as a gift to you, a gift to your sacred heart, and it's coming in the near future. You just need to know that you're ready to accept it, and you need to be aligned with everything that you've learned. Like, when you look at where you're truly at, rather than creating this cognitive dissonance by staying in that like lower version of yourself and convincing yourself like this is still where I belong, when really you're meant to level up. When you look at yourself with clarity, you will be able to discern that something that's coming towards you now is something that aligns with the evolved version of you. Because that's what you're attracting, because that's the energy that you're embodying. You are the Sacred Heart. Therefore, the Ace of Cups is coming to you. Right? And I feel like connecting with the truth of who you are and where you're at will help you trust what is coming next, because you'll be able to see more clearly. But this whole like bluffing and state of ignorance is not working for you, but I think you know that. So I love you. I love you so much. And I understand the struggle because I am one of you. So we can do it. Okay. Okay, we're moving on to Sag. But yeah, relatable. So very relatable. Let's see. What's going on for my Sagittarians? My throat is struggling a little bit. But I do feel like you're kind of restricting your own natural energetic expression, because your natural energetic expression is one of constant evolution. That's just your path, babe, in this life as a Scorpio. You signed up to be constantly transforming and evolving. And that's your specific like journey or path, or it's a big component of it. So when you block that transformation that is so natural, you're blocking your own authentic expression. And that just is not serving anyone. That's when you do get into usually like a toxic space, or like a villain era, because it's like you're in that state of cognitive dissonance where you're not actually being true to yourself. You're somewhat consciously existing in a lower vibration of where you're really at, and that's when trouble can ensue. But I don't think you're gonna stay in that space for too long. I don't think that spirit will let you, you know? You know how spirit be. Okay. All right, let's clear all previous energies and tap into the energy of Sag here. What does Sag need to know about their journey? Let's see here. Sagittarius. Okay. What's this about? What is... Give me some advice for Sag here. Okay. Give me 1 second. I just need to grab something from over here. Let's see. My hands were really dry. To put some moisturizer on there. Okay. Let's get into this. 5. Okay. Hi, Sag. I hope you guys are doing well. So let's see what situation wants to be highlighted for you guys at this time by Spirit. Okay, I want to see what the actual definition of this is for a second here. So an extra card in this deck came out. Okay. What's this? Okay. So your current situation that wants to be highlighted. So this is the extra card in the deck. The card of Reverie. It came out in reverse for your current situation with this oracle card of pushing upward, steady progress, gaining confidence, accepting challenges, a promotion, and receiving recognition. So the actual definition of reverie, it says a state of being pleasantly lost in one's thoughts, a daydream, a fanciful or impractical idea or theory. The thing is, I feel like there is actually a daydream that is not so much of a daydream. It's actually becoming a reality for you. That's what I'm getting for this. It's almost like something that you almost perceived as being like fanciful or like a fantasy, something that you like to like imagine and daydream, but never really expected to actually be something that could happen, that might actually be happening in some sort of way. Let me see. Let's clarify that. It could also be that, well, I want to clarify and just see. Well, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. And the Six of Pentacles. Yeah. It's coming through as something that you've already invested in, whether even if that was just daydreaming about it or attempting to manifest something that maybe you perceived as being like far-fetched or a pipe dream. It's coming through as there's something that you didn't think would work, or you didn't perceive it as having worked already, that is now going to give back to you. Again, it's showing as something that you've already been invested in, but now you're making progress, you're receiving some sort of recognition. It's starting to give back to you, and you're realizing that maybe that was not just a dream. Maybe this is something that's actually coming into fruition. That's what I feel like with this energy, but it's something that you had maybe stopped giving to, or you kind of started like releasing that, or it's maybe something that you used to daydream about, or you used to really like have on your mind a lot, and recently maybe you haven't. It feels like it's coming into being though in some sort of way. It's making slow, steady progress. It's gaining speed. So the energy that you are in relation to this this experience or circumstance is coming through as the Queen of Cups. Well, with standstill, alienation, stalemate, stagnation, withholding, grinding to a halt, insensitivity, and mistrust. This could involve you and someone else, or you and another group of people. I'm just seeing this as like you and some sort of external influence, either a community, a workplace, a romantic partner, a family member, a best friend, whatever it is. There's someone else involved. There's some external influence or entity here. And it's interesting because this is something that you have love for, and you have been committed to. That's why it's growing, because the seeds were planted and like invested into, right? But I also feel like you have been in this state for the last little bit of a standstill with this thing. So you could be at the point where you're like just about to start losing hope in whatever this is, because it's like you've held your heart open for it, you've maintained the dream, and you've been in this space of feeling like things have just been stagnant. And so it's almost coming through as Spirit is like, now there's growth happening, where it's kind of coming through as like spring is coming where there was winter. There has been a phase of winter. You're going to start seeing new growth, and things are going to start thawing. And you are showing up as still being in this energy of open heart, like open-heartedness and receptivity. But this could still surprise you a little bit. I'm not seeing you as being closed down to it. I'm more so seeing you as like, yeah, the moon. The moon with the Fool behind it. And the Eight of Wands. This is going to surprise you. The moon talks about something that you don't see. It's hidden from you. And it's this new beginning, the Fool. And it's coming in hot with the Eight of Wands. The Hierophant, strength, the Devil in reverse. For some of you, this is a very like a serious commitment or investment into something that you've dreamed about, or that you already planted the seeds. But you've been, like I said, in a bit of a period of stagnancy where you didn't see anything happening, and you're kind of, you're still open to it, but I feel like this is going to surprise you in a good way. Something that you're not currently seeing in the present is coming through as the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. So what is that? The Queen of Pentacles in reverse. The Ace of Wands. Temperance in reverse. Judgment and the Seven of Cups in reverse. Okay. Is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse Sagittarius? Yeah. The Ace of Pentacles. Damn. It's interesting. This is something that you want. It's kind of coming through as something that you want so bad that there has been a slight insecurity created around it. And I feel like that could be because of fear, a level of fear that was cultivated in this phase of like stagnation. It's almost like you knew that you put the work in, you knew that this was a really big dream that you'd invested a lot energetically into, or hope, you've invested a lot of hope into this, and you are still open to it, but it feels kind of like in this phase of stagnation, a seed of doubt or mistrust has also been planted, and they want you to become aware of that because it's causing you to not be completely in your power. And I don't feel like you're super imbalanced or out of your power, but there is some sort of insecurity here that wants to be balanced out. I think it has to do with the Ace of Swords. And I saw the Seven of Swords, which makes sense. Because you're in the energy of the Queen of Cups. So you have the Ace of Cups, essentially. And then here's the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Pentacles in the upright. It feels like it's a way of thinking, and doubt is a mental thing. So that makes sense. It's like you still have passion and energy for this. You still would accept the opportunity, and you're still emotionally open and receptive to it. But there's something with your perspective, I feel like, and it has to do with fear, coming to terms with or being at peace with some sort of fear that you have. The Knight of Cups and the Empress. Damn. There's something really abundant that is coming in for you. In the near future, what's coming in here is showing up as the Two of Swords in reverse. What is this card in the upright? You see how the guy in this Two of Swords, he's holding these two daggers, and there's this beautiful sky above him that is just stunning. And there's also this little butterfly here, but his eyes are covered. It's like he's not seeing any of it currently. In the near future, there's going to be an opportunity. You're going to have a choice to make, a decision to make. And what you have not seen is going to be very clear to you. You're going to have all of the information. I feel like this blindfold is going to be taken off, and you will see the whole sky. It's like a gaining of perspective. You'll understand what the transformation was that took place when you didn't have this grander perspective or the big picture. And it's almost like seeing witnessing the majesty of something. There's something incredibly beautiful, and you're going to have this choice to make, but it's like Spirit is not just presenting you with a choice. They're giving you a choice with, you're going to see all of the expansiveness of it, all of the love, all of the beauty, and the whole process and how it all kind of led you to this place. And that's going to help you alleviate any mistrust or doubt that has been formed in this phase of like this stagnancy or this like waiting period, it feels like. Okay. So your advice is the 7 of Pentacles. And there's also the 3 of Swords, which says, it says, lean into sacred destruction, flow with sacred creation. And the thing is that they're connected. When you invest in one, you invest in the other. Right? I think that's what you're kind of meant to see. It's like, when you invest in a phase of contraction or a season of winter, you are investing in this contraction, this sacred destruction, which naturally leads into spring or summer, naturally leads into sacred creation and expansion. Everything is connected. When you give to one, you give to the other. And so you're gaining this greater perspective, and you're meant to continue moving forwards with whatever this is. And I feel like from an energy of gratitude, even for the pain, even for the difficult times and the challenges, because I think you're going to realize, or you're meant to realize, and kind of have this sense of gratitude for all of it. Because it was all leading you to where you're about to be, which is a really beautiful place. It's a place where like dreams come true. You know, it's like the Empress and the Reverie with the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Pentacles, like it's beautiful. Do you have any further advice for Sag? Your reading was like so pretty to the point.
Oh, hey, Victor. I didn't know you were in here. Can watch it tomorrow.
That sounds cool. New moon ritual. I only do my rituals at night. No 6 a.m. awakenings for me. But I hope that that's powerful for you. Okay. Is there anything else you want me to add to this? No, I don't feel like it. Spirit's like, literally have no stress. Have no worries. And release any anxiety you had surrounding things that you had to let go of, things that you had to cut out in the past. Those things weren't for you. But they all served a purpose to lead you ultimately. Look at that. What was not for you was leading you to the 10 of Cups. You're going to see how this all comes together, and it's going to be beautiful and powerful. Good night. And that's what's coming in the near future. So we love it. We love it. But this is also happening at this specific time to, like I said, bring you an awareness and a greater appreciation of every part of the process, which I feel like is very Sagittarian. It's like a more philosophical understanding, a more spiritually evolved understanding of why every element of the journey was necessary to create what you thought could only exist in your imagination. This is feeling like it's going to be one of those moments where you might feel a little bit overwhelmed by the sense of the presence of spirit, or because with that kind of thing, when like when you get to a culmination point where you finally achieve something that you were just starting, you've really invested a lot of your heart and soul into, and you were just almost about to give up. And then spirit brings it through. And not only do they bring it through, but they bring through that extra awareness that integrates, and they show you, hey, this was always going to happen, even when you doubted. It's like that Footprints poem is coming through. I know I haven't heard that in a million years, but it's like, God is like, I was always with you along your whole journey. And then the guy is like, how come there's only one pair of feet in the sand at this point of my journey? And God is like, that's when I was carrying you. It's like you're gonna see that you were never alone, that this was always making progress. It was always forming. It was always meant for you. Even when you doubted it, spirit always knew. Your higher self always knew. And you're gonna understand to such a degree that I feel like it's gonna crack you open in a really powerful way. It's going to infuse new levels of faith in you that will allow for even more magnificent phases of expansion to come, because you're gonna, after you experience this, I just feel like you're gonna be like, how can I doubt after that? This is one of those things that will not be like, when you see it, you'll see it so clear, and the detailed outline of how everything fits together will be such a clear picture that it will be undeniable. And I think that there's something that's going to be really powerful about this for you. I feel like whatever this is, it's going to be part of your journey that you never forget. It's going to be like a very substantial part along your life, in your journey. Something that you look back on as having literally shifted something in a massive way for the better. A point of high impact. So we freaking love that. All right. We are moving on. We're moving on to Capricorn. Cappy. What's up? Let's see. Let's see what is up. That was such like a feel-good, inspiring reading. I love that. Hi, Paula. I am well. Actually, right before the Scorpio reading, when I went and made a coffee, I had a granola bar. So I think I'm okay. But thank you for looking out for me. I appreciate you. You guys look after my basic needs better than I do, and God bless you for that, because my Pisces sun, Gemini moon ass sometimes forgets that I have a physical body that actually needs nurturing, you know? So, thank you so much for that. Okay. What does Capricorn need to know at this time? Whoa. Okay, needs a little bit more of a shuffle. Your 8-year-old daughter is a Pisces. Nice. We just swim, you know? We're like Dory a little bit at times. The same card that tried to come out in the reverse just flipped over in the upright. Usually when I try shuffling to pull in sequence and cards fly out, that spirit is usually like, shuffle the deck more. So let's give it a few more shuffles and see. Okay. All right, we're good. Being a little bit picky. That might also be something. It's like something requires strategic or like careful handling, maybe, to get the outcome desired. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. What's going on? Okay. One more card. All right, when it rains, it pours. Oh. Okay. The goats are in the house. Good. I need to. It must be dry outside or something because my hands are dry, my lips are dry. It's all dry. All right. Capricorn. Okay. Hi, Cappy. Let's dig into what Spirit wants to highlight for you. Okay. So the current situation that is coming up to be highlighted, or what they want to talk about with you, is Temperance in reverse. Bless you. And this card of Revolution, which says transformation, a radical change, give up the old to make way for the new, and a quantum leap. Someone else got this. I don't remember who it was. I know that's not helpful. If it comes to me, I will think about it. But it was like long enough ago. I want to say it was like Virgo, or like before Virgo. So it's been long enough that I'm like, I don't remember. It's been a while since then. Okay, and then your energy relative to that situation is coming through as the Ten of Swords in reverse, with this card, the Joyous. Happiness, delight, interaction, open communication, goodwill, friendly persuasion, and self-expression. Yay. Let me clarify a little before I say anything. What's this Temperance in reverse here? Yeah. Okay. What is the revolution doing to this energy? Like, what impact is that having on this? Okay. All right. Good night, beloved. Love you. Have a good night, babe. Okay, so I feel like we'll get more information as the story goes on, but I don't know if I'm going to get complete clarity on exactly what this is for each of you off the get-go. And that could be because it's different. It's slightly different for all of you, how this is unfolding, which would make sense, but we'll see what happens. But I asked what Temperance in reverse is, because ultimately this is something where there was not harmony or balance. Something was not balanced, and so it couldn't ultimately expand or evolve. But there is a transformation that's taking place. This thing is undergoing a revolution, right? So I asked what this thing is, Temperance in reverse. And the Eight of Pentacles in reverse with the Two of Cups in reverse came out. It's interesting because this card also talks about something not being aligned. And so it has something that has the deep potential to be in perfect harmony and be a really awesome complement to one another. Whether this is two parts of yourself being misaligned, like something not integrated yet, or whether this is like a connection, or like you and connected to something outside of you, something that you're quite emotionally attached to and you feel like you have a lot in common with. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse, it's something that you are looking at like, that didn't work. I feel like you already put effort into it, bringing something together. And because of a lack of balance or something, because of a lack of balance, something was not able to integrate. And I said, what impact is this revolution having on this energy? And I got Judgment, which is essentially a revolution. Spirit's like, I told you, dummy, it's being revolutionized. Like, what did you need me to clarify? Thanks, Spirit. But it's being like completely, it's ascending to a higher level. is what's happening. This is, yeah, it's being transformed into something higher. It's interesting because that card says a quantum leap. So this is not just something like evolving. This isn't just like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, which is a dramatic transformation. This would be like a caterpillar climbing into its cocoon and then quantum leaping into a reality where it is a zebra. You know what I mean? Like, it's something totally different and unexpected that's happening. It's not just like, it's like next level revolution, transformation that literally puts you in a whole nother reality. Okay. Yeah, you're manifesting forward motion surrounding something that you weren't at peace with in your mind because you thought that you were seeing it clearly, that it wasn't going to work out. This is something that, again, you already put effort into and it didn't happen. So you were like, well, I guess I can conclude that there's not going to be reconciliation. This thing isn't going to come together, so I will release it. I'll let it go. But Spirit's like, that was a lie. Like on Maury, where they're like, you said you were not the father. That was a lie. That's the energy. It's like a dramatic revelation, like Spirit like being and then like pulling back the curtains to reveal that some like this huge transformation that you weren't expecting. And it could be because of a level of personal evolution. Yeah. I feel like there's something that for a long time you were struggling to let go of. And it's because you genuinely poured effort into this thing because you saw its potential. You felt a strong emotional connection to it or spiritual connection to it. But the Eight of Pentacles is something that you invest effort into because you're passionate about it. It's something where like you sit down at the desk to do something that you love, like something creative, and then like 10 hours passes, but it feels like nothing because you're investing into something that you're genuinely in love with. I feel as though you struggled to release that because you had that connection with it, but you finally got to this place where you were like, I guess it just wasn't for me, or I guess I was wrong. And you did go through a big process, I feel like, of letting go. I think that is what this is too. The 10 of Swords in reverse in your energy. You could have had some feelings, you could have felt some type of way about having to release this thing. There could have been bitterness, resentment towards the universe, towards another person if they were involved, towards maybe like even yourself, like, why did I put so much time and effort into that when I just got hurt or disappointed? Guilt, shame, anger, resentment, bitterness, whatever that was, or feelings of abandonment or rejection maybe tied to this thing. That could have also been part of why it was difficult for you to walk away, because it's like you had great hope. You felt like you didn't get what you wanted, and there was a lot of pain attached to that. So walking away from something here, it wasn't just like, oh, well, this is something that you had a significant attachment to. But I feel like through this process of releasing those heavier emotions, you evolved into this energy of openness, more authentic and full self-expression, joy as your baseline. Because you didn't have this weighing you down. You let that go, and that's the energy you're currently in. This is that open-hearted energy and almost like ready for anything, because through that you did glean some sort of higher awareness. You evolved and expanded. And I feel like your heart actually expanded and healed through the process of releasing this thing. Ironically, you went through the phase of pain, but you also then eventually wound up in a space of greater understanding, acceptance, and expression of self, which is beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, something that you don't see in the present situation is the Five of Cups. Well, this isn't you, obviously, because you're over here like this. So this is something outside of you. The Queen of Cups in reverse. The Eight of Cups in reverse. The Three of Cups. Something that you assumed you had to release. There's something connected to you that has been grieving, because it's almost like they felt that separation, or they felt the release. And it's interesting because sometimes, like, let's say for a relationship, sometimes someone has to feel the loss of us to fully, like, experience, to be hit with a tidal wave or a tsunami of grief. And then in the absence of that love, they recognize the fullness of their true feelings surrounding you. It could be someone or something that was not fully aware of how invested they actually were until they felt a separation, until they felt like they had to release you, or they felt you release them. It could have been a mutual releasing. But this is someone who has struggled to let go the same way that you have, and they actually want a reconciliation. I don't feel like you're seeing this, that this person is actually holding on. And it's interesting because they're not staying stuck. Like, they're not manifesting stagnancy. That's not the kind of holding on that's happening here, right? They are in a very abundant and expansive energy themselves. I feel like they're going to come in and they're going to express themselves from a space of also having cultivated a sense of internal peace along their own journey. This flew out and landed upside down on top of this card. This is someone who has not been manifesting. They haven't been staying stuck, like toxically holding on to you and gripping onto the situation, but they've also felt a natural resistance to letting it go. It's like through the process of letting it go and feeling more separated, they truly did cement their feelings for you. They have also been manifesting this same state of joy as a baseline and more authentic self-expression. And I feel like they're going to come in and reveal something to you that you're not expecting, that maybe they want to passionately invest and continue to build something, is what this kind of feels like. Let's look at what's happening in the near future for you. And it seems like they've taken time to consider their angle or what they really want, and they are at peace with it. So, but in the near future, or something that's coming in, it's interesting because it's the Nine of Cups in reverse. So I don't know. It could be the Nine of Cups in reverse because you're adding the 10th cup. And it's not going to be like, because to me this, right? This is you embodying this. These are synonymous energies. That's how that's coming through. They're the same. And because you and this person have already manifested this, I don't see the near future being like the universe, like, psych, now I'm pulling the rug out from under your feet and you're not going to be happy and fulfilled anymore. I don't feel like that. I feel like what's coming in is an expansion of this because you both have reached this level independently. But let's clarify. Tell me about the Nine of Cups in reverse in the near future for Capricorn. The Page of Swords. the Three of Swords in reverse, the Tower, and the Wheel of Fortune. The Ten of Pentacles in reverse and the Ten of Cups. There's the Ten of Cups. What is this tension being created, though? I very much feel as though someone's going to come in and communicate something to you. And in the absence of you, or while the two of you have had some sort of separation or distance, this person they've learned a lot. They have had all these new ideas come in that they now have integrated under their belt, and they very much have like this open mindset. They're coming in with an openness that I really like, because it's coming through like a flexibility and kind of like, how can we make this work? I'm here to cooperate with you. And I feel like they're able to have that openness because they've healed some sort of weight or pain that they were carrying. And this could have been baggage from something before you that they needed to process, or something that pain that was a result of something that happened between you. But they've worked through that and dropped it. And so now it's like, because this progress has happened for both of you, this event, which feels very much, it feels like it had definitely an element of divine timing to it with the Tower and the Wheel of Fortune. It's almost like the universe, I'm seeing them like waiting and watching the two of you waiting. And then like the second you both successfully manifest and stabilize in this energy, they're like, it's go time, go, go, go. And then the Wheel of Fortune turns and it's like this strikes out of nowhere. But there's definitely something about like strategic timing. And it's interesting because at the beginning of your reading, when I was shuffling, the cards were being difficult. They were being very picky and choosy. And I said, maybe there's something about that that has to do with your reading. And that's this energy. It's like, until things were shuffled like just right, something couldn't strike and come in and actually align the way it was meant to. But I want to know what this is, the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, because this is exactly what I said I thought this was, right? Not taking this away from you, but evolving it into the Ten of Cups. I just want to know why this came before that. So what is the Ten of Pentacles in reverse? The Moon in reverse. Something is going to be revealed dramatically. No, that's too many cards. What is this? I want to pull an oracle card. I'm feeling like that. Okay, what is this Ten of Pentacles and Moon in reverse? Let's just clear that up before we move forwards. Whoa. Back to the Future. Where we're going, you don't need cars. Let's see. I love those movies. They're so good. What is this? Ten of Pentacles and... It's dramatic, you guys. I'm telling you. It's literally right timing. Companionship. What? Oh. It's kind of like Sag's reading a little bit, which is interesting because this is what is being revolutionized, and this is Sagittarian's energy. I get Okay, I get it. I was like, I'm not understanding, Spirit. Where we're going, you don't need cards. Okay, I get it. This is you receiving more insight into why you were experiencing some sort of block. So I feel like with the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, you could have gone through a phase of like loss of stability, financial loss, maybe even like bad health. Like, I'm sorry if you did go through any of those things. You could have like been unemployed, you could have lost your job. There's something here where you're gaining insight onto like why that situation needed to occur. I don't know exactly why that is, but it has something to do with this timing. So it's saying, you know why it is? It's because whatever this situation was, it created some sort of, it's like you had to learn to love yourself and have this baseline of joy, right? Despite feeling like you were in a state of lack. And for Capricorns, I feel like that's significant because you can, in your lesser evolved self, you can almost place your worth on your physical status at times. Not completely, but like you can take it really hard when you go through phases of stagnancy, or not being able to make headway on something, or feeling like your plans, your physical plans and goals are not coming together. You can be really hard on yourself. And it's not that that's the only place you get value from, but it's in your nature to succeed in this way. So when you don't, you can be like, what the fuck is happening? And it can make you kind of doubt yourself a bit. Spirit is saying that you were always meant to go through that experience because what it forced in you, oh, this is beautiful. There was, okay, these cards. It forced you to create inner alchemy and a level of inner mastery, rejuvenation, and wisdom. You created abundance within yourself despite a lack of it in some way in your external. And doing that, creating that abundance is what brought you into this energy, which was a prerequisite for this. So it's interesting because this like was all part of the perfect divine planning and timing to get you here. But you never would have been able to like piece that together. I feel like this is going to be revealed to you though in the near future. Because the other cards that came out, I have to cover this woman's breasts. Oh, there's so many boobs on these cards. Okay. We love boobs, but so there's this waiting card, right? You were forced to go through a phase of, and it's a number 5 of like conflict or change or tension. And it was always meant to create a level of perseverance in you and take you almost back to the basics where you could align with divine timing, take your hands off the wheel, create an energy of moderation. And that was always needed in order for this companionship or this union to take place. You had to create a level of interdependence that came from inside of yourself, though. Not like being comfortable being independent because your external circumstances were perfect, but because you cultivated that from the inside in a way that cannot be shaken. A truly powerful way. So because both of you have done that, it's like now this is coming together. Your advice is the Page of Wands with the 10 of Wands. The 10 of Wands says anapausis, which means the cessation of work so one can regain strength, renew vitality, and heighten creative productivity. This is a physical and soul level rest for success. And then in the middle it says disengage. This is what was forced on you, and you're meant to you might still be in some phase of that where you feel Like this may not have lightened for you yet. I feel like it will in the near future as a result of the internal work you've done. But there is a level of like you still being in this space where you're on a break, you're in a pause. And Spirit is saying, no, the diamonds are wands and pentacles are clubs. So this pause in your natural like evolution or abundance or ability to make something work in the physical, it was meant for you to take that time to regain your strength, to renew yourself, to become more, to create productivity in a different way, in an internal way. It's like a soul level rest to prepare you for some sort of success. So you were meant to disengage so that you could complete that, and you have. So essentially your advice is just don't lose faith, because you have this optimistic attitude of hope and vitality that you have gained, and ride that wave, because beautiful things are coming to meet you because you have aligned with them. So that's what I'm seeing. I love that for you. I also feel like this is going to be an important lesson. Like it's going to make you realize that you can accomplish things you can accomplish great things through applying yourself in a way that you normally don't, or you wouldn't have initially thought would work, would get you the same results. It's like you may have thought that the only way that you could get something is by showing up the way you always have or you're used to, like physically working on something, going about the process that you've always used. And it's like Spirit is showing you that there's an alternative way, and sometimes it can even be easier in some ways. It's like it can involve less physical assertion. This is a lesson for you on how to manifest through tending to the internal and then reflecting that and seeing it attracted to you in the external, rather than like asserting yourself externally and working for it and building something that way. So it's like it's giving you a new tool for your tool belt, or another way of approaching things that will be useful to you moving forwards, I feel like, in other situations. I love it. Okay. We're moving on to Aquarius. I really like that. I feel like that phase was uncomfortable for you because I know you because I have a Capricorn stellium and Mars. So yeah, I feel as though that did not feel like a natural state or application of your energy. Good night, love. Have a good sleep. But yeah, I feel like it was all for a reason, which you're going to understand in the near future. Okay. Let's get on to Aquarius. The cramps are returning. We need to continue moving forwards, or potentially take some more painkillers. I'm impressed that I made it this far without them coming to haunt me, to be honest. Because usually they are absolutely heinous for the first 24 hours. Like, let's see. Let's see what's going on. I feel like I'm going to do that now, just kind of in anticipation of it worsening. Because I feel them. I feel them. Okay. We're just going to do this. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. What's up, Rewire Your Fire? How are you, darling? Represent alien gang gang. Okay. You're welcome, Amelia. I hope that resonated because that was a beautiful validation and a beautiful message. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What's going on here? Ah, that was a lot. Okay. What's going on? Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. Well, that takes care of that then, I guess. Near future. Okay. See what's up with this. Aqua, my notorious Aquarians. Let's see what's up. I think it's interesting how I was thinking about this recently. I was kind of meditating on Aquarian energy because there's a lot of it happening right now, which I love because I love Aquarians. And in Vedic astrology, I am an Aquarius sun, but in Western, I am an Aquarius Mercury, which means that like my best friend is an Aquarius and we just like get each other. Like I feel like the way that I express myself makes sense to Aquarians somehow. But I just love you people so freaking much. Like you're some of the coolest, most original, and just like free people. Like you are authentic, you're loving, you're beautiful. And I'm a February 25th is my birthday. But I was thinking about how you guys are always labeled like the aliens, and I was like, in a way though, Aquarians are the most humans that I could imagine, because in a way what you really do is you fully and authentically embody both the cosmic and or divine part of us and the human part of us, and you kind of balance it. And that may seem like alien to people who don't fully recognize their divinity, but we all have that. So really to be a human is to be equal parts cosmic and divine and also human, right? And both elements exist in every single one of us. And I feel like Aquarians, you guys embody both. You recognize both. And you and Pisces both have an awareness, a very strong awareness, and a way of expressing both parts. And I love that. I think that's why you're inspiring to a lot of people and creative, you know. You're engaging both of those essential elements. Okay, let's get some advice for Aqua. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Let me see. Oh, it's up here. Let's get. Wow. All right. Okay, I love this. You guys, okay, you know what? I'm gonna say it after the timestamp because I want you all to hear this. But I am so fucking proud of you as a collective. I mean, like always, but like especially the last little while. Let me just see. Okay. Hi, Aqua. How are you doing, babes? Happy birthday. Have the most amazing season. And please express the fullness of your uniqueness and show the world that it's better to be weird, okay? Because we need more of that. We need more unapologetic expression of the fullness of who we are in this world, if I do say so myself. This message is beautiful, and I'm gonna get into it in a second, but I want to just let you guys know first that, like, I am so impressed with and proud of you as a collective, because the last couple readings that I've done for you, I think like 2 of them I cried because I was just like blown away by, it's so apparent how much work you've been putting in. And you know, you're fixed air. Sometimes it's hard for you to shift your perspective. Sometimes it's hard for you to, I mean, you're so intelligent, so you know that expansion and evolution needs to happen, and you usually know like when you've outstayed your welcome in a certain phase or a certain like perspective. But that doesn't mean that it's easy. It doesn't mean just because you have the intelligence to understand that you're meant to evolve at a certain point that means it's easy for you. You still have to unfix yourself. You still have to basically like rip apart the ideas, like what you think you know, to make space for the expansion of your wisdom. And there's always a phase that feels very destabilizing within that process for any fixed sign. And it can be hard, right? And so the fact that you've been having these gorgeous readings that just highlight how you've been doing that work and how hard it's been, and that now it's paying off, it just makes me so proud of you. But what's coming through as the situation or the circumstances that want to be highlighted or spoken on, it's the 7 of Swords with this card, which is enthusiasm, and it's also a number 7 because it's 16, which is equaling a 7. So maybe 77 is a significant, or 7s are a significant synchronicity or something for you at this time. It's a very divine number. But self-expression, inspiring others, self-confidence, totality, success, sharing, and a positive response. I think that, okay, and then the energy that you are in, like in relation to these circumstances, is the moon in reverse, which is Piscean energy. This could be evolving for you in Pisces season, but it could happen before that. It doesn't matter. I feel like you've been evolving, you've been expanding your perspective and your perception, and that's been a whole process, right? A whole journey for you that's been developmental in and of itself. It's one of those things where it's not really about the destination fully, it's just as much about the journey, because that's what helps you integrate this new understanding and get to the end point where you are, like, once again, fixed in a healthy way and assured and certain in your new knowing. This has been a journey that you've been on, because see how in this 7 of Swords, there's the 6 swords that are under the ground here, and then there's this 1 sword of truth above the ground. The 6 of Swords is Mercury in Aquarius, which talks about essentially that phase of stabilizing what you tore apart, to expand your mind space or your head space. And I think that there's been one truth that is going to become really apparent to you, because the moon in reverse talks about like having this big aha moment of something, of like revelation. But it's something very deep. It's something that comes up from, it either comes from a divine place, like a download that strikes you, or it comes up out of your subconscious, like a deep truth about yourself from within yourself that you weren't fully seeing. And I feel like that truth that's been actually guiding this journey, or that is guiding the journey now, is that the key is literally you being your authentic self. That is, it's like you just existing enthusiastically as yourself in a state of authentic self-expression. That is what inspires others. That is kind of that's the end goal, babe. Like, that's the totality. That's where your success is going to be. There's something about that you're realizing, like, on a whole new level. And there's something about that you haven't been seeing, though. Let's clarify the moon in reverse. Hold on. Whoa, okay. Strength in reverse. Again, it's that energy of like, you have felt slightly exposed or vulnerable through this process of breaking down what you assumed to know, to make space for new truth, expanded truth, higher truth to break through. It has required strength to be vulnerable, to put yourself through a process that you know you feel exposed, uncomfortable, and vulnerable in, right? But I think that it's showing you this, it's showing you that, hi Luna. I think it's showing you the importance of that process, right? Because this is that process. Are you coming up? Okay, there's Luna. It's showing you the power in that process, despite it making you uncomfortable, how vital that is, because really, like I said, it's the journey of you integrating more of yourself. It's like this truth that you're making space for is just more of you. It's more of you. You're fixed air. You are the king of swords. You are the holder of truth, right? The sword is your element. Truth and expression is your element. And so what Spirit is saying here is like, although that process might feel very, in some ways, scary to you, and it might make you feel insecure or not yourself for a period of time because you feel pulled apart, right? You feel exposed. But when you move through that anyways, it's like Spirit is wanting to show you that you're not really integrating anything external to you. You're making room for more of your authentic self to be expressed, which is so beautiful because they're simultaneously saying that that is your ultimate state of power. And that's very much the King of Swords, right? The King of Swords is someone who holds their sword and they bravely and courageously express their authentic truth. They speak their truth. They're not ashamed of their truth. They will say it because it's like they don't care ultimately when they're in a space of internal stabilization and sovereignty, whether it makes sense to other people or not. Hi Nicolina. They don't care whether some people look at them and say, well, you're a weirdo or you're an alien. It's like, no, I'm just my authentic self in a way that you're not brave enough to be. And that makes you uncomfortable. So you project that discomfort onto me. You know? But it's not a you problem. And actually, you're not doing anyone any good by making yourself small or withholding those parts of yourself out of fear of being judged or outcast. Because really what you're doing when you express yourself more fully from that total and authentic place, you are inspiring other people, or you're showing them that like it's okay to do the same. The world's not going to end when you are brave enough to be yourself. That's what the world fucking needs. You know what I mean? That's what the world needs. And whether someone recognizes that they're being inspired by that authentic expression or not, whether they consciously understand that that's inspiring them, or whether they're reacting from a triggered place, either way, it's still catalyzing them to move in the same direction, or it's challenging them to move in the same direction. So whether they perceive it as being like inspiring in the sense that like they feel enthusiastic, like they're doing it, I can do it, woo, or whether they're like, they're doing it and it triggers me, boo. Either way, it's bringing awareness to the fact that that's possible. Whether they are resisting it or leaning into it is somewhat fucking irrelevant. You're still doing your job as an Aquarius, you know? Whether you're loved or hated for it, that is kind of your function here. That's why you have to have such an internal personal truth that you're capable of cementing, crystallizing, fixing, and standing in your power. Because not everyone will respond positively to it, but who cares, right? That should not deter you from being yourself and fulfilling your purpose. And it doesn't usually, which is beautiful. Okay. Something that you currently don't see in the present moment. Why do you keep going down and then coming back up? It's like, don't jump on my table. You're very hairy. Just stay on the bed. Okay.
Love you. Love you so much, doll. Love you so much. You got a gooby in your eye. Let me get that for you. There you go.
It's Luna, by the way.
Hi. Want to say hi to Aquarius?
There's Luna. She's coming to say hi. Let's see if I could just leave that there. Okay. So,
Hi.
something that you are not seeing, stop being elusive. Something you're not seeing in the present moment is coming through as the Eight of Pentacles.
Hi.
Hi. I feel like this is actually Spirit saying that you pushing forwards to be more authentically yourself, you're not just doing work for yourself, you're kind of doing work for the collective in the ways that we just discussed. It's like the work that you are putting in, the effort that you're putting into evolving, and the way that that does inspire and catalyze other people on their journey, it is a form of humanitarian service, which again is like your thing, right? It's who you are. So I feel like you're just going to become so aware in the near future, or you are currently, that you have been fulfilling and embodying your purpose in ways that maybe you didn't even fully comprehend or understand.
Hi. You want love?
I'm almost done. Whiskey head. I don't know if you know the impact that you've had, because this is something you're not seeing. It's like the degree. And look at this card even. This is so interesting. So it's a bee doing the work, but it's interesting because there's only one bee on this card. And in this thing that it's working on, right, it's cosmic energy. Luna. It's cosmic energy. It's like this one singular bee understands the interconnectedness of all things. They understand that when they put the work into themselves, when they love themselves, when they evolve themselves, when they express themselves from their authentic place, they are literally feeding the whole. When I give to me, I'm giving to you. Why? Because separation is a fucking illusion. We are all, the collective is called the collective for a reason. We are all connected, right? That's the biggest illusion, is that there is separation. Source consciousness, or Christ consciousness, or like the collective consciousness, whatever you want to see it as, is us just all tapping into our existence without these perceived separation, perceived like division, really. That is man imposed, you know? But the divine truth that is actually within all of us is that we are all connected, truly. And we may not see it because in this physical manifestation, or this physical life that we're in now as humans, we have these like physical bodies that are separating us, but our souls are all like, our energy is all one. We influence each other to a huge degree, to a degree that we don't always recognize. But I feel like you're seeing the strength of this, and it might be inspiring you on your journey or on your life path, because in the near future is the Fool. It's the Fool. So I think that this awareness is actually pushing you out into an inspired, like, new beginning. And maybe you're seeing that, hey, I can use this, like what I've discovered about myself, and I can enter into a new phase or era of my life where I help other people recognize their power to do this, or I help other people see how much power they actually do have, no matter who they are, Aquarian or not, to do the work on themselves and influence the whole. Because really, we're all part of the same body. Like, maybe you're the nose, I'm a lip, someone else is a pinky finger, but we all have our own thing to bring to the smooth functioning of the whole body, right? That is why it is so necessary. Yeah, when we all come together, we create this state of harmony within the collective body, and that's when we can ascend and function from a higher place as humanity, like as a whole. That's when we can actually make progress as a species, you know, without all this bullshit like, oh, you have this political view and I have that one. We're all human, you know? You dig me up, you dig you up, we're skeletons. Nobody cares about the color of our skin. Nobody cares about the political policies. Once you get above that, and I'm not saying there's no importance to these things at all, but I'm saying once you actually zoom out enough and you remove the illusion of those divisions or separation, that's when we can truly like have compassion for each other, show up for each other, and grow as a species without getting in our own way, right? Because that's just ego shit. So you're stepping into some sort of new phase in the near future, and it's super powerful. This could also smash the stigma. I love that. Rewire your fire. You use your voice to uplift others who may not feel like they can. See, that's beautiful. There could be an element to this, though. Your advice is the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So I feel like in the near future, there's going to be like this is kind of coming through as a portal or something that you're being asked to take a leap of faith out into. It's something that is like a whole new phase of your life, and you applying your expression of self in a new way, I want to say. But your advice with the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, that is like you looking at like, this is the jumping off point, right? And you can leap off into anything that you want to create. The Fool is all of us. That's why the Fool is card number 0. The Magician is card number 1. But the Fool is literally like, if life is a board game, the Fool is like the player, the piece. The Fool is really all of us, right? And when we take that leap of faith into this, we can use this magic that comes from our openness and our faith and our assuredness in who we are and that we can handle anything. That can be anything. We can create anything. From the Fool is the one on the journey, and with their free will and openness, they can go anywhere they want. There are no limitations. So this is your advice. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse with this would be the equivalent to the Knight of Pentacles. And it says, if you inherently long for something, become it first. This is how to draw it in day by day, inch by inch. And that is how you manifest, right? You embody what you want. So if you long for love, embody love, magnify love and gratitude for the things that you love in your life. If you want more truth, then like learn things, become more honest with yourself and more accountable to the responsibility that you have to certain things by being honest with your own truth, or expressing. If you want to like have connections with people that truly get you, then embody authenticity, right? And you will draw in people that are also real and that connect to you in a deeper, more authentic way. So that's how you put out the energy that you want to call in. So essentially Spirit is saying, like, from this point, and you're going to have this portal of energy to work with in the near future, what do you want to jump into? Because you can jump into anything. You are the master of your own fate. You will create that. So if there's anything that you don't see yourself as having the potential to create, how are you not currently embodying and magnifying that energy within yourself and your own life however you can, in practical ways? Like literally put time, effort, energy, create routines, habits to do that consistently, whatever that is. Because your inability to create or accept an opportunity that comes in that you feel is for you, the only way that you can get in your way would be by like not believing that you embody that exact energy. So if there is something that would get in your way, it would be that. So it's kind of like dream big at this point in time. And if there's a dream you have that you are not investing energy already into expanding that energy within yourself, then put your energy there. Put your energy towards that, because it will be very powerful at this time. Okay? I love it. Your Mercury is in Pisces. Oh, that's my best friend too. He's an Aqua Sun, Pisces Mercury, and I'm a Pisces Sun, Aqua Mercury. So we always are like, this is why we just get each other, because it's like our Mercury understands each other's sun, and we can express ourselves and like communicate in such an effortless way. It's so interesting. I love that. That's amazing. Okay. But that's what I see for you, Aqua. I freaking love you to death. Love you until the end of time. What's that Billie Eilish song? I want you to stay till I'm in the grave. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm in the casket you carry. That's how much I love you. Till the end of my life. Hi, V-Dub. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. But thank you guys for showing up as you. Like, honestly, I mean, every sign showing up authentically as themselves is such a gift to humanity, but you're doing your job to do that. And I love that so much. It's so powerful. Never forget how powerful that is. Okay. Pisces. Where are my fellow fish. Where are my baby sharks? Where are my angel fish? Where are you? Homies. Let's see. We're gonna see what's going on for you. Okay. Pisces fam. I can't forget that I have a super chat to do at the end of this. You're a Pisces moon. Your kind of guy is a Pisces north node. Well, first of all, with all the Pisces energy, above all, you have to just trust your intuition first and foremost. So like, if you have to, I would suggest, like, because Pisces is mutable, it's so spiritual and emotional, it's personal. So I can't really give you a one size fits all answer to that. I mean, I can't really do that for any sign, but Pisces especially. So what I would say is I would suggest like pausing the reading and taking a moment to just ground your energy, call your guides in, connect to your higher self, meditate for maybe a few minutes, and then maybe ask for a specific synchronicity, whether that's a number, an animal, a symbol, something like that. And then start the reading from a very intentional, open place and trust what resonates as true for you, as being the guidance that comes through it. Because for Pisces, it's all about intuition and connection to your higher self and your spirit guides. So that's what I would suggest. Okay. Sorry if that's not clear cut. A lot of things with Pisces are not. But I'm sure you know that as a Pisces moon. You're welcome. Okay. Let's see. I generally like suggest everyone doing that before they take in an intuitive message anyways, even if you're not a Pisces. I feel like it is so beneficial to enter into receiving a message from a grounded, intuitive place, already having in your mind certain synchronicities that will will personally validate you. It's just a responsible and intentional way of like taking in intuitive messages. So it's good to do that. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Pisces. Okay. What does Pisces need to know? It's almost our birthday. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to shuffle a little more. That was the Fool that tried to jump out, though. Let's give it like 2 more shuffles and make sure that it's ready to go. Okay. There we go. What's going on, Pisces? What's happening? What is happening? Well. Okay. What's up, Daniel? All right. It appears, my friends, that you may have lost hope, or you may be on the precipice. It's okay, I understand, because Pisces are... Okay, let me times down before I get into this little rant. Mm-hmm. I'm actually going to start talking about it now while I pull your oracle cards, because the message is coming through. So, hold on one second. Okay. I feel like there's a situation here, Pisces, where you're struggling to believe that something, you're struggling to have faith that something is going to work out in your favor. And I was going to say, that does not make you weak. Pisces, a big part of Pisces' path is, if not the entire thing, is rooted in faith. Because you're the last sign of the zodiac, you are very connected to the non-3D realms, right? The spiritual realms. And faith is literally the ability to believe in things you cannot see. So for Pisces, more than literally anyone, the way that you convene with your higher self and with the divine and with spiritual forces and just how much of a spiritual being you are, a lot of your path requires like extraordinary, like beyond human levels of faith. And that can be incredibly, that can push you. Even though you do generally naturally have quite a bit of faith, especially when you go through phases where you feel like something is not fair, something's unjust, and you have like, you feel as though you've brought the purity of your intention and your heart to the table, it can be like, why? Why am I being punished? And it can be sometimes the point where you feel most like losing faith, that you're actually required to sustain it. So don't lose hope, okay? I get a card of advice for Pisces. I do see that you've been riding a wave though, and I feel like it is about to finally break, and I feel like that's a good thing. Because you've kind of been going with the flow, riding this wave for some time maybe. And because maybe something hasn't seemed to be really working out or making sense, you may have been getting to the place where you're like, where the fuck is this wave taking me? You know, like, where is this thing going? I've been on this ride for a hot second, and I would like some clarity about this thing that I keep on pouring faith into, so that I don't just feel like I'm insane, or like I am, like this is blind faith that's leading me nowhere, like faith that I'm going to regret, you know? Okay, one more card. I want to know, because there is something here, there's a situation that I feel like you have a lot invested in that has not reconciled itself. Like something feels very open. Again, it's like a wave you've been riding that you're invested in, but you don't know where it's taking you. You cannot see how things are going to work out. It's something that hasn't resolved, or like I said, been reconciled in some way. And that is what's testing your faith and your patience. Tell me about the situation here that you want to talk about to Pisces. No. So many. Do you want me to keep these? Yeah, they do. Okay, let me see. Wow. Whoa. Okay, spicy. Okay. This is the whole thing. So, let's see. So, the situation that's coming out as what spirit or your higher self wants to discuss with you today, Pisces, is coming out as justice in reverse. Don't freak out though. What's clarifying justice in reverse? So 3 cards came out because you're being extra apparently. And it's development, retreat, and then inner truth. Development. Spirit is like, let me explain, okay? Because I know this doesn't look great and probably hasn't felt great. And the energy you are in relation to justice in reverse is judgment in reverse. So you're like, I feel like you're almost at this point where you're like, if an angel with the trumpet doesn't come down from the heavens and express to me what the fuck this is, soon I'm gonna lose my shit. You know, like even Pisces has a limit. And I feel like you're dangerously close to being at your limit, where you, again, where not like where something bad happens, but where you start losing faith or being like, why is this happening? I feel like whatever this justice in reverse is, I don't think that it's actually how it's coming through is that if you look at like a zoomed in perspective, right? If you look at like a zoomed in perspective of like the details, like Virgo-esque, right? If you essentially are in your shadow and you're leaning more into Virgo energy, it is manifesting as an unhealthy way, which is like micromanagement and being stuck in the details, not seeing the big zoomed out picture, which is what you're all about. From that place, I feel like you could take pieces of this wave, this journey, whatever the wave represents, and be like, that sucked. That was not fair. That was not just. That freaking hurt. That broke my heart. And the thing is, though, when you zoom out and you see the whole thing as a completed thing, like when the wave crashes, you zoom out and you can see where it was actually taking you. I feel like it will actually be something that is just and it will make sense because there's been reasons for every part of what has unfolded. With development, you've been making gradual progress, and the whole thing has been part of one. It's been all in a state of continuity, right? It's been growing slowly but surely. And it has taken time because there's been something that needed to develop and you needed to adapt to it and evolve and expand. And that has to happen over time. This is also number 53 card, which is an 8. So it could have felt like some of this development came about in rather heavier karmic ways, right? Then there's retreat, a timely departure, letting go, withdrawal, reevaluation, retirement. Don't hesitate to walk away. I think that there's been things that you had to release or sacrifice that have felt heavy and unjust, or maybe people or situations or opportunities have been taken from you or have removed themselves from you, and you were like, why? It was pushing you into this really divine space, though, where you had to dive even deeper into yourself to penetrate certain illusions, to connect more with your intuitive knowing and your consciousness and the purity and clarity that you find in your internal insight. So it's not really about like, I think you got to the point where if you were to look at the external circumstances, you would be like, what the hell, you know, like, but when you look at it internally and you actually take into consideration how much you've strengthened yourself, how much your heart has grown, and how much you've actually tapped into and evolved your intuitive knowing and connectedness to something higher, it's all been for a reason. There's been healing that has happened and balance that has been restored through the process. And for that, it required a level of like perseverance or moderation. Everything had to kind of be in perfect divine timing. And it was so that something could align. Like you have this. It's almost like things on the surface made less and less sense. And that forced you to dive deeper and deeper, seeking this truth and wisdom. And you dove into yourself to find that, because on the surface, it didn't make sense. Literally, return to the source. Pisces. This is you connecting to the divine through yourself. And through that process, I think what you didn't see happening is that you were always, through diving deeper and deeper into the truth of who you are, you were simultaneously manifesting or magnetizing, alchemizing, really, to you, your perfect counterpart in some sort of way, a perfect energetic counterpart that you are meant to come into some sort of union with. And it's giving like power dynamics. So whether this is you manifesting and calling in like your life path, your alignment with your life path, your north node, or a connection with someone that you really care about, or your dream job, or whatever it is, some sort of opportunity, even though you felt lost, or you felt like you just had to keep diving deeper into yourself and what was on the surface made no sense, that's all been part of a process of actually drawing this thing that was meant for you to you in a roundabout way. In other words, things have been resolving. They've been working themselves out, even though you don't yet see that. Okay, something that you don't see in the present moment is coming through as the Three of Wands in reverse. You don't see the Three of Wands in reverse. I kind of feel like this is saying you don't need to wait anymore. Like the wait is over. Usually the Three of Wands can talk about like he's standing on the pier and he can see the ships that are coming in, but they haven't reached the shore yet, right? He's like waiting for them, but they're still out at sea a little bit. With this in reverse, to me, it's coming through as like the ship is docking. The ship has reached shore. There is no more waiting. Swords in reverse. There's something that caused you grief and very much felt like an injustice, and it's different for all of you, but there's something that really frustrated you or pushed you to your limits here and made you, I think there was something that you were quite sure of. You felt intuitively, or you felt in your heart a connection to something, and you were deeply committed to it because it really resonated with who you are at your core. But there was some sort of, maybe someone else involved did not see how they actually fit into the picture. With this Hanged Man, it's interesting, and this is Neptune, which is your ruler, but there's someone literally offering the Hanged Man a drink of water and assisting them, right? I feel like someone else was involved in something, and you maybe saw maybe you had some higher perspective, or you felt that this was something very much meant for you, and so you were committed to building it. This is kind of coming through as someone else involved didn't really see what they had to offer. They may have not thought that they were good enough. They may have been like, what do I bring to the table? There's some sort of like them doubting themselves or not seeing their own value or worth that's kind of coming through here. And I feel like you saw their worth, and you saw the way that you saw their value. This is kind of coming through as you seeing someone's potential and value and them not really seeing it yet. So you put effort into building something, and I feel like that thing may have left you, or it may have released itself from you, right? You have this card of retreat. There was a timely departure or something that you needed to let go of, and it was because there needed to be like a reevaluation of something. But I feel like whatever that is, it caused you grief. Someone, specifically the way that someone communicated on their way out may have been quite hurtful or harsh to you. But the thing is, I feel like, and this is always the case, but it can be difficult for us because we're very sensitive little babes. It was coming from a place of them being, this is literally them not feeling empowered, not seeing their worth, not feeling like, it's what I said, like being like, I don't bring anything to the table. And because of that lack of self-awareness and that lack of feeling truly in dominion over their life and being assured and confident in what they do have to offer, they express themselves from a place of insecurity. And it was hurtful to you. But I think this person was kind of just, they were a little bit emotionally confused at one point. Yeah, the Emperor in reverse, with these energies, this person could have even maybe, I don't know. It's like either they were a little bit self-involved, but it was coming from a place of insecurity, or else they were insecure and they didn't feel empowered. And so they perceived your self-love and your like, your vision as being selfish, or it's like they were triggered in some way by your self-assuredness because they were not, empowered in the same way. But underneath that is literally the Empress in the upright. And this could have been something that happened between both of you. So there could have been a specific area where both you and this person were empowered and expansive and abundant. And there could have been another area where both of you were, you didn't see your own worth or value, or you didn't feel empowered. You could have mutually triggered the spot that wasn't fully developed or empowered in one another. But I think that ultimately what that did was spur on this level of development and growth through diving into yourself to really like get to that place in both of you, perhaps. In the near future, though, is the Knight of Pentacles. So something is moving forwards in the tangible 3D realm. Something is being offered to you. Let's see. This is kind of coming through as like, so at the bottom of the deck, there's the Lovers and the High Priestess with the Nine of Swords in reverse. I feel like this is what you intuitively knew or saw. You saw some sort of like something that was meant to come together. And this doesn't have to be a relationship with another person, but like the lovers and then the emperor and the empress, that is like a perfect, it's like the yin and the yang coming together both as empowered parts to create a perfectly complementary and really beautiful thing. It's like the final thing is more than the sum of its parts. Do you know what I mean? But you needed to both be, or both of these parts of yourself, maybe both of these energies needed to be empowered to come together to create this magic. And for whatever reason, that couldn't happen before. The Emperor is in the upright behind that. So whatever this disempowered energy was before, it's coming back around from an empowered place now. And it's saying that, oh, this makes sense. Essentially, it's saying that because that level of empowerment, or there was something that was not healed or developed, and it created some level of emotional detachment, confusion, or unavailability. And from that place, from this place, they didn't feel abundant or expansive enough to reach out and, to come together. And that's because they weren't. They needed to do that healing. But they also maybe didn't fully recognize like what you actually were to them from that disempowered place. Or maybe if this was just another part of you, then you weren't recognizing your own power from, like, there was a part of you that was not allowing you to see yourself clearly and be fully confident in yourself until that was healed and reconciled. And that's been happening through this process of diving deeper into yourself. So your advice is coming through as the Devil in reverse, which we love. And it's with the Queen of Cups, which we also love. The Devil in reverse. Yeah, you could have tried to come together with this person before. I said this, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, but I say this all the time. These are two sides of the exact same coin, and it all depends on whether these two approach each other like this, which creates this dynamic, that if they approach each other like this, then this is the dynamic that's created. Same thing, right? Two very different potentials that can be fulfilled based on how the components of that come together. You could have been with someone and the way you were coming together, because there was a disempowered place, either within one of you or both of you, you could have come together, but it was a little bit toxic, because this is showing me that the two of you were together, quite together, but there was a toxic element. And now it's almost, your advice is like, release that and evolve into this. The Queen of Cups says, grace and mercy, especially when faced with loss, pave the way for comfort, love, and prosperity. So you could have also been you could have maybe not only been challenged to hold on to and strengthen faith in something, but also to maintain a level of grace, mercy, and like unconditional love for something that you truly believed in, even in the face of loss, even in the face of cruelty or deception or rejection or abandonment or pain. And that's when it's the hardest. Like, to be kind and to be open and show someone forgiveness, grace, and mercy, or even yourself, when you feel like you are showing up in not your best state, that's when it's the hardest to love unconditionally. It's easy to love someone unconditionally when they're showing up as the perfect person, but everybody also has their own demons and their own shadow. And The way to tell if something is true unconditional love is when you can love someone through their darkness too. Because unconditional love obviously has no condition. It doesn't say, I love you in a transactional kind of way. I love you when you're showing up as the perfect, easy to love person. Unconditional love says, I love all of you in your every state. And that doesn't mean you're not to be accountable to show up in a healthy way, but it's just reality. We all have that dynamic of dark and light, yin and yang, shadow, and, more positive expression within us. And we'll all go through phases of being at our best and being at our worst. And that's just what it is to be a human. But ultimately, I feel like you have held on to a sense of unconditional love and grace for both yourself and someone else, or just this experience. And because of that, you have paved the way for something to be successful and prosperous. And it's going to be. So really your advice now is just continue to flood this out by pushing more love into the situation. Like flush out the toxic parts of the past and replace it with this dynamic of unconditional love. That's your advice. I love it. I love it. That's what I have for you, Pisces. I love you so much. I hope that you are doing incredibly well, just as well as humanly possible. Yeah. You deserve this. And it's been worth it. And, I think you're going to have some awareness too. Like, Spirit's going to show you why. When sometimes you go through something and it's like kind of that is the juice worth the squeeze vibe? It can push you to your very limits and to the point where you're like, I don't really understand why something had to unfold this way or why it had to be so hard. I feel like it's about to make sense because Spirit's going to give you some insight into the overall process from like a zoomed out perspective, what needed to develop gradually, why it had to unfold that way. It's almost something that needed to bloom, and it couldn't be rushed or forced. But it was always coming into being just in a way that challenged you. And even the challenging you and putting you in a state of uncertainty was always to make you dive deeper into yourself, to strengthen your own connection to source and your own intuitive knowing. And that was a gift, not a punishment. So that's what I see for you. But you're going to have some deeper understanding, I feel like, in the near future about that, which is good because you'll feel less insane, when the pieces kind of fall into place. Okay. I love you, Pisces. I'm going to do this super chat question now to close things off, but thank you, all of you, Pisces and non-Pisces. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out with me. I love you so much. I'll be back with you soon. Don't let me forget to timestamp this personal question. And yeah, I'll catch you on the flip side, babies. But I appreciate you greatly. Let me see. Okay. Paula said... Okay, Paula. Okay. Hi, Paula. Thank you so much for supporting me through getting a super chat question. I appreciate you so much. And I hope that you're doing well. Okay, let's dive into this. So you said, is moving to London and living together with your partner in alignment with your highest path, and what can you expect to lie ahead? Libra sun, Aqua rising. It's a long distance relationship. that you're very happy about or you're happy with so far, but it still is a big shift or a big change. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's clear the energies. Connect to the energy of Paula and her partner, her long distance relationship. I feel just called to pull like 1 oracle card and 5 tarot cards is what I'm feeling, and just ask what energies would most likely, based on the current energy between the two of you guys, because any predictive tarot is basically just, it's like looking at the future based on the current energies, because the now is kind of all that exists. So this could always change if you guys change, or if you guys start taking a different approach or whatever. But this will be like the most likely outcome based on the current energies, okay? So it's not like a for sure certainty, but we'll see. We'll ask like what would the outcome of this be based on where you guys are at now. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Is this, I want to know who that represents in the connection. And does this energy represent Paula? Yes. Does it also represent her partner? Yes. Okay. Interesting. 2 4s came out. Okay. There's actually four number 4 cards on the table. So you might want to look up the significance of 4 in numerology, or even specifically 4444, the angel number 4444. Let me pull an oracle card. What is the advice? Thank you. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. So this is a straightforward answer, and also it's not, but it is. So we're going to start here. Essentially, what it's saying is take your time. Don't rush anything, because I see that could bring up some like toxic energy or detrimental energy in the connection that's kind of just not necessary. It's the number 4 is a number about like foundation and stability and security. So the first card that came out when I asked what would happen if you move to London and live with your partner is the Devil card. but stay with me, okay? It's the Devil card, which is temptation, and it's Capricornian energy. This isn't always super toxic, but it does represent like intensity or like the amplification of energy that can create like an imbalance that's not positive in a situation. And that's what I'm getting from this. So I asked if that was you, and it said yes, and gave me the 4 of Swords, rest and rejuvenate. And I asked if it was also your partner, and they said yes, and they gave me the 4 of Pentacles, which is firm foundation. This is telling me that the two of you are both still cementing or stabilizing or developing something that is important to have more of a grasp on before you take this leap, I feel like. For you, it's like something about peace of mind, and it's something about you having, like, being really at peace with your truth, not having anxiety, not being like back and forth about something, but taking the time to rest and rejuvenate and essentially not rush things, not feel like in order to not lose something, you have to rush into something, but really stabilizing your peace of mind that like, no, I know this is right, taking your time and then moving from that place of like ultimate peace and feeling rested. Your partner, I feel like, is creating or stabilizing a foundation in the physical. They could be like, and this could be something financial. It could be them like buying a house. It could be them investing, or even just like creating healthy habits that they are consistently showing up for in a disciplined way that are going to create a foundation that then they can confidently integrate someone else into. And it's kind of like they need to stabilize something in their physical, whether that's their confidence in their financial status, a job, or whether it's kind of coming through as just like habits that make them feel confident and secure. Because these seem to be like areas of slight insecurity that it's almost saying that if you rush and move forwards before these things are more developed, it will maybe amplify the insecurity in these areas. So you could experience more anxiety if you move too fast, and this person could feel more insecure about like maybe not having enough to offer or not having their own personal like routine nailed down in a way that then they feel confident integrating a connection into in more of like an everyday practical kind of way. That's what's coming through with that. Okay. The next cards that came out are the solar plexus chakra, the 4 of Cups, discontent and boredom, the Tower, disruption, and then the heart chakra in reverse. So again, like with the solar plexus coming out right after the devil represents like this intensification or massive amplification of energy. So this is like confidence on steroids, right? So it's essentially saying that you could, if you rush things, then you might need to feel confident, maybe like pump up your, it's almost like creating an amped up but somewhat false level of confidence rather than taking the time to truly cultivate that authentic confidence. That's what it's coming through as. And that's the reason why it's not that this should not happen or won't happen, but it's sort of saying in perfect time, and it has to come from a true place of authenticity, not like moving quickly into something to then gain full confidence in it. Like there are some things that the two of you are meant to validate within yourselves that I feel like are important to validate first before this move or this shift happens. Because it's kind of saying like you might pump yourself up in order to have this a large amount of confidence to take this leap and make this shift. But then it's kind of coming through as like, but then once you get there, being like not being fulfilled in the way you thought, or being discontent or let down in some sort of way. And that causing potentially a breakup or just like tension that actually makes you less emotionally available to each other. And you don't want that. But I'm seeing that as being something unnecessary that would happen as a result of moving too fast. Because these are the cards that came out as your advice. So you get this small is beautiful card. And it says, find the extraordinary in the ordinary, keep it simple, use discretion, slow down, tend to details, and pay attention. And then at the bottom of the deck is prosperity and the gentle. So it says wealth, good fortune, success, express gratitude by supporting others, and material possessions. And then the gentle is penetrating, using a soft approach, having faith. But again, there's the energy of moderation and kind of like a subtle approach to something. So to me, this is saying like, believe that there can be good fortune and success, and be grateful for where it is now. Be very grateful for where the relationship is at now, because it's in a beautiful place. But just because you are excited about where it is now and you're genuinely in love with each other, don't throw off the natural beauty and balance and the natural progression of energy and evolution of the connection by rushing it. Does that make sense? Because it's kind of saying that if you slow down, you just appreciate where you're at and allow things to naturally unfold while you continue to tend to these areas that you're stabilizing within yourselves, that more gentle, moderate approach is what's going to bring you to a place of like true security and success and prosperity without the unnecessary like turbulence or intensification of energy. I hope that makes sense. So it's definitely not coming through as like something that is a bad idea. It's not coming through as a toxic relationship or something that you should reject or be afraid of. It's more like the two of you are still becoming more confident within yourselves on an individual level. And until that inner harmony and balance happens and is really secured more within you, which is a natural process that you can't rush, right? I don't feel like you can come together in a harmonious way, because it's like too unstable sounds like harsh, because I feel like it's just one part of you that you guys are still becoming more confident in, but it's like two unstable things essentially coming together does not create stability. It creates like more chaos, right? It's kind of like when you have, okay, well, this is an analogy that's not reflective of your connection, but it's like if you have people that are in a toxic relationship and they're like, let's just have a kid, that'll solve things. It's like, using what logic, might I ask? Like, how do you think that that's not going to make things worse, or more complicated? And you guys don't have a toxic connection, but you do have things that Spirit is saying you want to stabilize before you move together, because it's like having two elements in chemistry that are more unstable and reactive because they just haven't balanced out yet. When you put them together, there might be an unnecessary reaction. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm seeing. I would just like be grateful for where you're at right now and continue to pour work into stabilizing and securing the parts of yourself that you're a little bit more doubtful or insecure about, and supporting your partner while they do the same in their own way, whatever area of life that is in. And then I feel like you're gonna get direct guidance surrounding when the right time to make this move is, and it won't feel hurried, and I feel like the pieces will just fall into place so that the move can kind of effortlessly take place for you two to come together. I think that Spirit will make it really clear when the right time is, and I do feel like that time will come. So I hope that resonates with you. I love you. And yeah, with that being said, I am going to let you beautiful people go. I send you all of my love and affection as usual, and I'll see you again soon. Until next time. Bye, my love.